Bang! The flood transformed by the internal force quickly broke through the first barrier of the stomach meridian of Han Yangming. Qingqi, but this was only the beginning of the breakthrough. The little yellow pill was still slowly melting. The spiritual energy was continuously transformed in the Dantian and turned into internal energy to surge out. The Yangtze River's waves pushed the waves in front, and the flood was an endless impact. After Qingqi, there was the Sibai acupoint, and then Juliao, Daikang, Dang. The flood broke through the 44 defenses in succession like a rotten wood, and finally came to the 45th acupoint, which was also the most tenacious and solid gate, Li Due acupoint. But the 44 acupoints had been opened, and the power gathered was far beyond the 45th acupoint. "Open it for me," Jiang Cheng shouted angrily. Boom! The gate collapsed. The internal energy entered the Li Due acupoint smoothly. The 45 acupoints were unobstructed and became one, and Jiang Cheng's brain buzzed at the same time. Then he suddenly became clear. Opening his eyes happily, Jiang Cheng felt the power of further advancement, and he was so happy. Postnatal 10th level. This is the power of postnatal 10th level. But the energy of the little yellow pill is still constantly transforming. His breakthrough is far from stopping. Closing his eyes, Jiang Cheng concentrated again, gathered his internal energy together, and went down to the lower meridian, the foot Shaoyang gallbladder meridian. The practice of martial arts requires high concentration, so generally when breaking through, one cannot perceive the flow of time in the outside world. Jiang Cheng sat from sunrise to noon. From time to time, a strong momentum came out of the gym, but it was taken back in an instant. Such movements naturally could not escape the perception of the awakened. In the dawn base, the girls and the old man sat around the dinner table, and Zhanya also brought out delicious dishes with fragrant aroma from the kitchen from time to time. When the last braised spare ribs were brought out and placed on the table, Zhanya finally frowned, because the main seat at the dinner table was still empty. "Mom, why hasn't Uncle Superman come down yet?" Gu Tianchuan asked in a low voice. "Mom also wants to know. I haven't seen him practice for so long normally." Zhanya complained. Lu Xinru looked at the empty seat and worried in her heart. "Is there something wrong with his body?" Lin Ro said carelessly. "Oh, he probably forgot about training. Why don't we eat first?" Zhanya shook her head and said, "People are iron, and food is steel. No matter how much training, you need to replenish energy." At this point, Li Qingwan suddenly stood up and said, "Or I will go and call him." "Okay." Zhanya nodded. Just when the girls were about to go up and call, the old man suddenly said, "Qingwan girl, you should sit down and eat. This kid is breaking through. Let's not disturb him." Breakthrough? Li Qingwan was surprised. Zhanya, Lu Xinru, and even the eater Lin Ro looked over curiously. "I remember Jiang Cheng broke through not long ago, and he broke through again. His speed of practice is too terrifying." Lin Ro exclaimed, "Dad, Jiang Cheng is practicing so fast. Won't there be any problems with his body?" Lu Xinru couldn't help asking. According to the theory taught by Father Yang before, practicing martial arts is a slow process, which requires little by little, day by day, and those who achieve it overnight are often unstable. Father Yang shook his head and said, the old man didn't see any problem with this kid, probably because of those magical methods on him. Since Jiang Cheng casually took out the Xiaowanden, Gene Enhancement Potion, Awakening Potion, and other items, Father Yang felt that Jiang Cheng was covered with a mysterious face, and his methods were even more mysterious, which often subverted people's three views and surprised them. "In that case, let's eat." Zhang nodded. However, just when several people were about to start eating, suddenly, a strange wind blew in the base. It blew everyone's hair into a mess. Everyone could clearly feel that all the spiritual energy in the base was heading towards the gym, until the spiritual wind dissipated. Everyone looked at each other, put down their bowls and chopsticks, and ran upstairs. At the same time, Jiang Cheng had broken through the 12 meridians and was at a critical period of promotion to a congenital master. He closed his eyes tightly and recalled the explanation of Xianyuan Gong about the congenital realm in his mind. The congenital, if you open the two bridges of heaven and earth, connect heaven and earth, you will enter the Tao. Two bridges of heaven and earth. The heaven and earth in Xianyuan Gong are the Run and Du meridians. Opening the 12 meridians is to open the channel connecting the Ren and Du meridians. At this time, his 12 meridians have formed a cycle, and naturally the Ren and Du meridians are connected. But he was very confused because he did not really sense the so-called heaven and earth. What is going on? Jiang Cheng's eyebrows were almost twisted into a river. He was confused about the heaven and earth in connecting heaven and earth, and even more confused about the Tao. What is it? Could it be that heaven and earth refers to the heaven and earth outside the body? Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy from the outside world pouring in from the top of his head. Unlike using spiritual return and meditation, this was an active and natural input from the outside world, entering from the top of the head and exiting from the bottom of the feet. At the same time, a majestic momentum burst out from the body. At this time, the people outside the door frowned and immediately used their internal energy to block it, but they found that they were like a drop in the ocean under this momentum. In just a short moment, their internal energy was defeated. Fortunately, the bodies of the first-level awakeners were strong enough to allow them to hold on. At the same time in the gym, Jiang Cheng finally understood. This so-called connection between heaven and earth means that people integrate into nature and connect with nature. In layman's terms, it can be understood as taking your mobile phone, entering a small house, and then connecting to the Wi-Fi signal of the house. This house is nature, Wi-Fi is the signal sent by nature, and you are the mobile phone. Once connected, you can surf the internet unimpeded, and nature's gift to the innate is a steady stream of spiritual energy. This means that when I fight in the future, my internal energy will be infinite. Opening his eyes, Jiang Cheng looked at the trees, flowers, grass, wind, etc. outside the gym window, and felt a little more understanding. This understanding will allow him to be more sensitive to the dynamics of the surrounding environment in future battles. I never expected that I would reach the innate realm. Jiang Cheng shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, his expression changed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, showing an expression that didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So he quickly took back the momentum in his body. At this time, several people outside the gym could breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng nodded, and then opened his profile panel again. By this time, the panel had undergone earth-shaking changes. Look directly from the level down. Level: First level innate, second level awakener. Spirit: 2.4, special 8.0. Normal state can increase combat power by 480%. Special burst of spiritual attributes can increase by 800%. Wisdom: 88.5 plus 30. Strength: 2755.5 plus 50. Agility: 145.35 plus 5. Spirit: 127.2 plus 30. Virus resistance: 4.0, can be immune to level 4 mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Comprehensive combat power: 3,231.55. It has shown the first level of innate realm, but the increase in physical quality brought by the first level of innateness is not particularly large, but the increase in spirit is extremely exaggerated. The spiritual opening state increases by 480%, and the spiritual explosion state increases by 8 times. When combined with hard qigong and meditation, there is almost no opponent for him within the third level. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng should have been excited, but after arriving at Xiantian, his mood became more calm and indifferent. He clearly understood one thing: the actual increase was not as simple as he imagined. In the spiritual explosion state alone, his body is estimated to be at its limit, and the first-order super-speed regeneration with an awakening level of 165% is absolutely unable to support such a high-intensity load on him. Once it is turned on, he has not yet taken action. The body collapsed first. It seems that the next step is to focus on strengthening the body. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng looked towards the door again, with a smile on his face. Dad and the others came just in time. He had something to introduce to the team members. And at this time, outside the door, "Call." The father breathed a sigh of relief and said with lingering fear, "What a powerful pressure. This is definitely not something ordinary warriors can have. Is this kid?" Lin Ro also stroked her breasts that were beginning to take shape, took a deep breath and said, "What was that just now?" I felt like I was almost suffocating. Lu Xinru, Zhang Ya, and Li Qingwan also felt the same way. Just when everyone was surprised, suddenly, the closed gym door opens. A handsome young man appeared in everyone's sight. But at first glance, there was an indescribable feeling that he wanted people to get close to him unconsciously, without feeling any bad feelings in his heart. Feeling everyone's gaze, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but half-jokingly said, "What are you looking at? Is there something wrong with my face?" Lin Ro's pretty face like a porcelain doll shook her head and said, "If I hadn't known you a long time ago, I would have doubted whether you were Jiang Cheng." So exaggerated? Jiang Cheng was also surprised. Obviously, he underestimated his charm after being promoted to innate. The temperament exuded from his body alone can attract any creature. It's not an exaggeration at all. Zhang Yi said seriously. She is an awakener of supernatural charm and has a natural attraction to ordinary people. Of course, this also makes her naturally resistant to charm. But when facing Jiang Cheng, a voice in her heart told her to go get close to this man. When she came up with this idea, she was shocked. Lu Xinru naturally had this strange feeling, but as a doctor, she was quite interested in this phenomenon. She looked at Jiang Cheng as if she was seeing a rare species, as if she wanted to break it open layer by layer. Study it. Being stared at by the girls, Jiang Cheng quickly looked away and looked at his father. But as soon as he moved over, he found that his father was also staring at him, and his face was even slightly red, which frightened Jiang Cheng. He hurriedly said, "Old man, don't look at me like that. I'm straight." Dad Young listened and said angrily, "What do you think? The old man's sexual orientation is very normal. He has to review it 3 times every night. The peach is ripe." "Then old man, you..." Jiang Cheng's face was full of disbelief, and the look in his eyes just now clearly meant that he wanted to eat him. Father Yang coughed a few times and rolled his eyes. The old man just wants to ask, have you reached the legendary innate realm? After all, this otherworldly aura in you is really attractive. Speaking of this, there was a little more anticipation on his face. Temperament? Jiang Cheng couldn't help but said to the side, "Shu Guang, bring me a mirror to look at." "Yes, master." Shu Guang, the aloof sister, immediately pointed to a wall close to Jiang Cheng. Then, a mechanical arm stretched out from the wall, and there was also an additional mirror on the mechanical arm. "Look in the mirror." "Who knows?" Jiang Cheng was startled when he saw himself. "It's not that it's ugly, but it's just so beautiful." In other words, he wasn't that handsome himself, but the aura he exuded made him unconsciously want to look at him, which made him understand why the women were staring at him. Immediately, he put away that aura and looked at the mirror again. It's no longer as eye-catching as before. Jiang Cheng looked at the crowd and asked, "What now?" "It's normal," Lin Rose said with a bit of pity on her face. This was the first time she felt that a man could be so good-looking, and she felt a little nostalgic. "That's good." Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction, then looked at his father's expectant eyes, nodded to everyone, and said, "Yes, I have indeed been promoted to the innate realm." "Oh my God, is the founder of our Tian sect manifesting his spirit?" Father Yang exclaimed in surprise, but soon he realized his gaffe, looked at Jiang Cheng and sighed. To be honest, at this age, this is the first time that the old man has seen a living innate warrior. There are records of innate warriors from more than 200 years ago. Listen, Jiang Cheng now realized the rarity of innate warriors. While sighing, Jiang Cheng thought of what he had to say before, so he smiled and said, "Okay, it's just innate. As long as you practice Xianyuan Gong diligently, sooner or later you will be able to achieve a breakthrough." Yes, there is also Xianyuan Gong. Father Yang also realized this, and at the same time, he also vaguely thought that Jiang Cheng's breakthrough might be related to the practice of Xianyuan Gong. "I no longer worry about this matter." The other women listened and understood that innate warriors seemed to be particularly precious. But no matter how precious it is not as important as Jiang Cheng's body. When Zhang Yi thought of this, she said angrily, "Okay, let's not talk about practicing. After standing here for so long, the food will get cold." "Yes, I haven't eaten yet." After being reminded like this, Jiang Cheng also realized this and swallowed what he was about to explain. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, that's all. I've made everyone worry. Let's get to work quickly." "Yes, let's do it." Not long after, dinner is over. Jiang Cheng pulled everyone into the gym. Then he pointed to a metal door in the gym and said, "Let me introduce you first. Inside this door is a first-level spiritual training cabin." Spiritual training cabin? Everyone was confused. "Boy, are you a spiritual practitioner?" Father Yang asked curiously. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "You're half right." "Okay, don't keep us in suspense, just tell us." Old man Yang said impatiently. Ever since he knew that Jiang Cheng had been promoted to Xiantian, his desire to continue climbing, which had been dulled due to his age, has been rekindled. Jiang Cheng nodded and explained, "The spiritual training hut is a space that simulates fighting zombies. If you die in it, you won't really die. 10 days in it is equivalent to 1 minute in the real world. So, this is a place that can improve combat experience." Old man Yang's eyes lit up. Not only that, there are a total of 6 scenes in it. After passing the scenes or being brought up, you will get corresponding rewards. As for what the rewards are, it's a secret. Really? Seeing that you are talking so mysteriously, the old man is going to try it out. Old man Yang rubbed his fists and was eager to try. Jiang Cheng consciously moved aside and spread his hands to signal old man Yang to go in. "Then I won't be polite, old man. Let me make it clear first. If this level 1 spiritual training hut is damaged by me, you kid, don't cry." Father Yang made a bold statement, strode to the metal door, looked at it for half a second, muttered a few words secretly, and opened the metal door directly. "Let the old man see what you are." Soon, Father Yang entered the door, and the door closed automatically. Looking at this scene, everyone became a little worried. "Jiang Cheng, will father be okay?" Lin Ro said worriedly. Jiang Cheng's mouth slipped and smiled. "Don't worry, father will not be in danger, but will be very weak. He still remembers the feeling of being hollowed out. This should be the training hut." Old Yang walked into the door and looked at the white space. He lost his ambition and became more alert. He knew Jiang Cheng. That guy was a bit treacherous. According to Jiang Cheng's smile when he just came in, there must be something inside. Just when he was thinking about it, suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Welcome to the first-level spiritual training hut of Yangjian. The first scene is about to start. Do you want to enter the trial? A strange voice. Old Yang listened to the mechanical voice and looked around. When he didn't see any figure, he muttered and responded, "Enter." The first scene is open. Mission content. 1,000 ordinary zombies are about to arrive at the battlefield. Please eliminate them. Mission reward. Start the next stage of the mission. Mission failed. Exit the spiritual training hut. The mechanical voice continued. Old Yang was very interested. "I thought it was some extraordinary trial, but it turned out to be just 1,000 ordinary zombies. So I said, let's start." After he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly blurred. When his vision cleared, he was already on a straight road. One section of the road was the Yanghe River embankment, and the other section extended to Walmart Life Supermarket. On both sides of the road were 2 residential areas. He was very familiar with all of this. Rose Garden. Muttered, looked up, and sure enough, the 4 big words Rose Garden were written at the entrance of the community. But with a roar, Old Man Yang quickly came back to his senses, looking in the direction of the sound. At the end of the road, a zombie staggered over, and behind this zombie was a dark black wave that stretched for 100 meters. In the black wave, people were crowded, and if you look closely, you will find that they are zombies with hideous faces. Roar! The zombies ran very fast. In less than 10 seconds, they were right in front of him. One of them even jumped up, opened its rotten mouth, and bit towards him. Looking for death, Father Yang's face was slightly cold, and he immediately punched out. Bang! Under the huge force of more than 6,000 pounds of Father Yang, the zombie was directly blown away, and after drawing a parabola in the air, it fell heavily to the ground. Its skeleton loosened, and it could no longer get up. One zombie died, and the zombies behind followed. Father Yang immediately let go of his hands and feet, punching one after another. Just like that, in less than 10 minutes. Throwing the dark red mucus on his fist to the ground, Father Yang stepped on the head of a still struggling zombie on the ground and crushed it, saying lightly, "What else? Just come." The next moment, ding! Congratulations to the trialist Yang Jianan for completing the first scene trial. The second scene trial is about to start. Do you want to rest for a minute to recover your strength? The mechanical sound rang again. Old Man Yang listened, frowned, and said, "No." Ding. The second scene trial is open. Task content: kill 1,000 mutants. Task reward: open the third scene trial. Task failure: propose the spiritual practice hut. Then start as soon as possible. Hearing about 1,000 mutants, Old Man Yang finally got a little interested. 1,000 mutants, he can have a good time. Soon, the vision blurred and appeared in the rose garden again. More direct than the first scene, the mutant appeared directly 100 meters in front of his sight and ran very fast, like a beast out of the cage. "Come on." Old Man Yang cracked his mouth, twisted his wrist, and took the offensive. The difficulty of the second scene was twice that of the first scene. It took Old Man Yang an hour to conquer the second scene. Wait until the second scene is over. His breathing quickened a little. Haha, it's a bit interesting, but if that's all, it's only enough for the old man to warm up. Old Man Yang smiled and said loudly to the sky, "Jiang boy, if this spiritual practice hut is only this level, don't feel bad if I break it." Ha ha ha. After that, he laughed out loud. As Jiang Cheng, who has all the authority of the first-level spiritual practice hut, he naturally heard his father's arrogant shouting, but he was not annoyed. Instead, he smiled secretly. "Old man, don't be happy too early. You will suffer later." At the same time, in the first-level spiritual practice hut, ding, the third scene is opened. Task content: kill 1,000 first-level crushers. Task reward: open the fourth scene trial. Task failure: forced exit from the spiritual practice hut. 1,000 first-level crushers? When Old Man Yang heard the content of the task, his face finally became unsettled. You know, the first-level crusher is not an ordinary zombie. The force alone was as high as 1.8 tons, and the speed reached more than 40 meters per second. It was easy to deal with a few of these creatures, but once they formed a group, it would be difficult to deal with them. Just as he was tense, he appeared in the rose garden again. Bang! The ground suddenly shook. And as time went by, the amplitude of the vibration became larger and larger, like an earthquake. Father Yang suddenly became extremely nervous. He looked up with a vigilant face. When he saw a huge figure, his pupils shrank suddenly. The muscles are like a hillock, the body is more than 3 meters tall, and the eyes are full of bloodshot eyes. Every time he runs and steps on the ground, it will cause a big shock. First-order crusher. Father Yang murmured, and looked behind the first-order crusher, and saw countless huge figures running towards him. Become a Buddha. Father Yang immediately stopped hiding his strength and roared loudly. Moment. The surface of the body shimmered with golden light, and the body shape skyrocketed. It did not stop until it reached the same height as a first-level crusher. The increase in power brought about by transforming into a Buddha cannot be underestimated. It has more than tripled. His strength instantly increased from over 7,000 kilograms to over 21,000 kilograms. "Come on, let me see how powerful you are." Father Yang shouted loudly and punched first before the first-order crusher could get close. When the first-order crusher saw Yang punching, he also roared and followed up. The two fists faced each other in the air. Only a click was heard. The first-order crusher's arm, as thick as an elephant, instantly twisted and deformed. The body flew back more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. However, when an arm was broken, the first-order crusher did not feel any pain. The first-order zombie had no pain-sensing nerves, but losing its arm made it very angry. "Get up from the ground." Roar. He looked up to the sky with a loud roar. The whites of its bloodshot eyes gradually turned red. Its figure swelled in size, veins popped out on its arms, and its body was filled with a violent aura. First-level crusher, status, rage. He stepped forward and ran towards Father Yang again. Except for this first-order crusher, the other first-order crushers surrounded Father Yang. Punch the old man. Vajra fist. Hard qigong. Oh, where are Mater going to fight? Father Yang is extremely powerful, but he can't withstand the consumption of 1,000 zombies. Not long after dealing with dozens of first-order crushers, he was submerged in the tide of corpses. Inside the gym, almost in the blink of an eye, after a flash of white light, the father who had just entered was lying motionless on the floor. This scene also frightened all the girls. After a few seconds, "Ouch, don't slap me in the face." With a scream of horror, Father Yang opened his eyes leisurely, and when he saw the ceiling of the gym, he breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a joking voice came from his ear. "Old man, didn't you want to destroy this spiritual cultivation hut? Why did you come out so quickly?" Father Yang's face turned red, and he turned his head with difficulty. He followed the voice and found Jiang Cheng smiling and crossing his arms. His face couldn't help but feel a little hot, and he said calmly, "Boy, the old man is not in good condition today. Let's talk next time. Let the old man take a rest first." After saying that, he lay down on the ground weakly, staring at the ceiling with his eyes blankly, with a hollowed-out look on his face. Puff. I don't know who laughed first, but all the girls in the gym were laughing nonstop. After a long while, Jiang Cheng cleared his throat and said, "Who is next among you?" As soon as the words fell, the gym immediately became quiet. Tian'an Base. On July 30th, 3 people died. The cause of death was an attack by base personnel in Yuhu Town, Tian'an City. On July 31st, 5 people died. The cause of death was that they were attacked by zombies while collecting supplies. On August 1st, the death toll was 16. The cause of death was the encounter with a First-Order Death Reaper while collecting supplies. Besides, the people below were about to continue reading when Luo Fan waved his hand and said a little irritably, "Okay, why don't I want to hear it? I just want to know how many survivors are there in the Jinan base now." 213, of which 150 are capable of combat strength. The subordinates reported truthfully. "Well, there are also those in Yuhu Town. How many people are there? Are there any awakened ones?" Luo Fan continued to ask. "Over in Yuhu Town, their boss is nicknamed Mad Dog. He is a first-level awakened person. He has 6 semi-awakened people under his command. We were attacked by those semi-awakened people," said the subordinate. "Okay, let everyone pay attention in the past few days. Narrow the scope of searching for supplies, and try not to be too far away from the base. If there is a first-order mutant, report it in time, and I will deal with it personally." Luo Fan said, "Okay, I understand, boss." The subordinates knew that the boss was in a bad mood and retreated. There were only 2 people left in the room, silent. Finally, Yen Bin, who was sitting next to him, said angrily, "It's all that Jiang Cheng. If it weren't for him, how could our Tian'an base be like what it is today? They're just trying to do nothing. Let's fight them." "Fight." Luo Fan rubbed his temples as he listened and felt a little headache. Now, 6 of the 8 awakened people in Tian'an base have died, and their strength has fallen from the top of Tian'an City's forces. Even the surrounding small-town bases dare to challenge them. The situation is not optimistic. As for the trouble caused by Dawning Base, it is even more wishful thinking. The death of Sherdong last time was a huge blow to him. It was equivalent to the brain of the base being cut off. The only remaining awakened person, Yen Bin, was a simple-minded thing with well-developed limbs and could not be used for much purpose. "Boss, please say something. How about we find a chance to fight Shuguang?" Seeing that Luo Fan was silent, Yen Bin said again. This time, Luo Fan finally raised his head and said calmly, "What are you going to fight with? When are you looking for an opportunity to fight? How can we still be qualified to fight with others now? We are not qualified now, but we can't just swallow this breath, and brother, you don't know? The news that our Tian'an base suffered heavy damage in Linxian has been spread, and everyone is rumoring that there is no one in Tian'an." Yinbin said, "What they said is true. We have no one left. And given the current situation, I don't want to be an enemy of Dawn Base. If possible, I would prefer to ease the relationship." Luo Fan said lightly. "Boss." Yinbin became even more dissatisfied and said directly, "Brothers, I followed you in the first place because the boss was strong and courageous, and he protected his shortcomings. But now he is being bullied into a bad way. Now, boss, you still have to fight with others. What do the dead brothers think of easing relations? Are you questioning me?" A trace of annoyance flashed in Luo Fan's eyes. He was also holding fire in his heart about being defeated by Dawn, but what could he do? They are powerful, and you are provocative. There is nothing to say if you lose. But one of his subordinates actually spoke rudely to him. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Fan's eyes widened, and an invisible force enveloped Yinbin. The next second, Yinbin only felt his neck tighten, his breathing stagnant, his face turned red from holding back, and his feet struggled to rise slowly in the air. But he still struggled to speak out. Am I wrong in what I said? What you did, didn't you chill the hearts of the brothers? Do you know that there are rumors in the base that you, Luo Fan, are a soft-footed shrimp who wet his pants when someone scares him? Court death. Hearing these words, Luo Fan slapped the table and stood up. A more powerful telepathy covered Yin Bin, pinched his neck closer, and shouted, "Old Chi, do you know what you were talking about? Ha ha ha. Luo Fan, you damn, kill me if you dare. If I frown even a little bit, I won't be the one to take charge. Come on." Yin Bin almost shouted the last sentence. Are you really not afraid of death? Luo Fan's eyes were full of murderous intent. What's there to be afraid of in death? I'm just afraid of losing face. Yin Bin cursed. You forced me to do this. Luo Fan stared at Yin Bin, stretched out one hand, and slowly exerted force with 5 fingers. On the other hand, Yin Bin's face turned from red to purple, and his bloodshot eyes looked straight at Luo Fan, no longer saying anything, with a look of fearlessness. Just when Yin Bin's vision was a little blurred due to lack of oxygen in the brain, his neck suddenly loosened, and a faint voice came at the same time. You go. From today on, you Yin Bin are no longer a member of Tian'an base. Listening to this, Yin Bin was a little happy that the boss changed his mind and listened to his words, but he didn't expect to get such a result. After a moment of stunned, a miserable smile appeared on his face. Okay, you want to drive me away, right? Then I will leave. But the establishment of Tian'an base was originally brought by brothers and people. As he said, he looked straight at Luo Fan again. Luo Fan didn't want to look at him, so he turned around and waved his hand, saying, Take your people and get out of here tonight. Thank you, big brother. Yin Bin immediately clasped his fists and walked out the door, but when he reached the door, he paused and said with his back to him, Luo Fan, it's your business if you're timid, but I, Yin Bin, am definitely not the kind of person who fears death. I, Yin Bin, will definitely settle the grudges of my brothers with Shu Guang. Get out. A roar. Yin Bin didn't care at all and strode away immediately. After today, he, Yin Bin, will set up his own business, and he has already found out what kind of hunting competition there will be at the Shu Guang base tomorrow, so he can take this opportunity to create some trouble for them. Wait until Yin Bin leaves. Luo Fan sighed slowly. The back figure has become a little more desolate. After Yin Bin left the command room, he immediately took more than 90 people and went straight to Haeong Hospital. As this group of people left, the huge Tian'an base suddenly became empty. After 2 hours of running around, Yin Bin and his group arrived at Haeong Hospital quickly. Standing at the door, he shouted at the door, Haizi, open the door for me. The voice fell. A voice from Haeong Hospital immediately responded. Slogan, Chunchi Yinyun. The voice fell, several figures appeared at the door, and then the door opened. A fat man came out, opened his hands, and was about to give Yin Bin a bear hug, but Yin Bin stepped aside, making the man's face freeze, but he soon regained his smile and said, Brother, you made it easy for me to wait. I have done what I should do. Remember what you promised me. Yin Bin said coldly, Don't worry. I, Wang Minchuan, always pay attention to the word of trust when doing things. From tomorrow on, you will be the second in command of my Yuhu town base. Of course, if I can't do it, the position of this second in command will naturally belong to you, brother. Because of his fatness, he grinned and had wrinkles on his face. Okay, Yin Bin agreed. Brother, why are you still standing here? Wang Minchuan smiled and shouted to the people behind him. Brothers, welcome my brother Bin home. Brother Bin, welcome home. Looking back, I saw a row of people bowing behind me. Yin Bin suddenly felt high-spirited and his chest puffed up a bit. He waved to the people behind him and said, Brothers, come in. After saying that, everyone behind you looked at me, and I looked at you. Although they still had doubts in their hearts, they still followed. Dawn base. Inside the gym, everyone was exhausted from entering the spiritual training hut, so they all returned to their rooms to rest early, leaving only Jiang Cheng, who was still practicing. Shu Guang said from the side, Master can now easily control a 1-kilogram iron ball, so today's iron ball training can be ended. Does this mean my intermediate mental training is over? Jiang Cheng said happily. Shu Guang denied. No, the master will know it soon. As he spoke, he pointed to a place in the gym. Jiang Cheng looked in the direction Shu Guang pointed. I saw 2 trays rising slowly, with 2 fist-sized lead balls on them. Shu Guang explained, these are 2 5-kilogram shot balls. The master's training today is to rotate the 2 shot balls in the tray at the same time. Good. Jiang Cheng nodded vigorously, eager to try. Now he can flexibly use his mental power to control a 1-kilogram iron ball. These 2 5-kilogram shot put are definitely a huge challenge for him. You know, it is easy to separate 1 mental power thread, but it is very difficult to separate 2 mental power threads at once. This is equivalent to doing 2 things at once, which tests a person's control. However, the benefits are also numerous. I remember before the end of the world, in a film and television drama broadcast more than 10 years ago, a certain fairy made a circle with her left hand and a circle with her right hand and fought with each other. If he could learn it, wouldn't he be able to do a thunderbolt flash with his left hand and 3 demon-killing moves with his right hand? Thinking about it makes me feel awesome. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng concentrated his attention and stared at the shot put in the 2 trays seriously. Soon, a transparent thread of spiritual power stretched out from in front of his forehead, stretched out towards one of the lead balls, wrapped it around it, and then pulled it gently. Immediately, a slight pain came. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly. He didn't expect that with his current mental strength of 157.2, it would still be difficult to pull a 5-kilogram shot put. Fortunately, he could ignore the pain and continued to control the shot put. Soon, the shot put in the tray began to move slowly, and then rotated in the tray under Jiang Cheng's control. The first shot put control was successful. Jiang Cheng began to try to separate the second thread of spiritual power. But the next moment, a tearing pain came, making him take a breath, and even the thread on the shot put that he had controlled well just now was disconnected. What the hell is going on? Why does it hurt so much? Jiang Cheng's face was full of surprise. This tearing pain is different from being separated from the body. It is the kind of pain deep in the brain. At this time, Shu Guang on the side reminded, you can only become a master by enduring hardships. Master, this is the only way to split your mental power. Yeah, I know. Jiang Cheng nodded and tried again. Sure enough, the pain came again, but it was not as painful as the first time. It seemed that the first time I tried it, my mental power had been torn apart a little. 2 hours passed. Jiang Cheng was so tired that he was sweating profusely and panting. After trying for 2 hours, he could only separate 2 spiritual threads. As for controlling the shot put, he could only hope for the next day. Of course, after this wave of training, his attributes have increased again. Strength, 2805.5 plus 9, 1 for ordinary humans. Agility, 150.35 plus 1.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Spirit, 157.2 plus 0.5, 1 for ordinary humans. Apart from these, Jiang Cheng found an additional prompt in the ability column. Master, please choose the direction to increase your awakening level. Can you elaborate? Jiang Cheng asked curiously. At present, the master has 2 superpowers, among which the creative superpower is at the 2nd level. The energy contained in the 5th level spirit pool water has limited improvement on the 2nd level. For example, the awakening degree can be increased by 5% at the 1st level, but it can only be increased by 1% at the 2nd level. The system explained. Understood. Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly. I thought that after being promoted to the 2nd level awakener, with the spirit pool water increasing by 5% every day, it would only take 20 days for him to be promoted to the 3rd level awakener, but he didn't expect that he miscalculated. But this speed is fast enough. You know, the birth of an awakener is very difficult, and the improvement is also extremely slow. Without a large number of zombie crystals to supplement, relying only on one's own training, it takes at least 1 year to upgrade from a 1st level awakener to the 1st level, and this is still under the condition of excellent talent. The reason why the Sunset, Heong, Tiannan, and Soul bases can be improved so quickly is largely because the spiritual energy of the world has just gushed out at the beginning. The zombies are scattered, and it is not so difficult to hunt zombie crystals, and the talent is also good. Especially those in the Soul base, they are all extremely talented. But as time goes on, the strength of ordinary zombies will further increase, and they will gather together. They are ruled by higher-level zombies. If you want to hunt zombies again, you may encounter higher-level zombies, and it will not be so easy to hunt zombie crystals. The reduction of crystals will directly lead to a slowdown in the promotion speed. Maybe in the first year, there will be a large number of first-level, second-level, and even third-level awakeners, but the promotion speed of first-level awakeners will not be so fast in the future. Apart from zombies, the remaining way to obtain crystals is to hunt spirit beasts. However, spirit beasts also gather in groups and are not easy to hunt. I wonder if raising the spirit pool backwards can speed up the improvement. Jiang Cheng muttered, and then said, just build on the first-level super speed regeneration. Ding! The improvement is complete. Superpower, second-level creation, awakening degree 49%. First-level super speed regeneration, awakening degree 65% plus 5%. After doing this, Jiang Cheng took out a white metal door from the space ring and installed it next to the first-level spiritual power training hut. But the weird thing is, the moment it was placed next to it, the two doors strangely merged. Jiang Cheng frowned. What's going on? Ding! The fusion of the spirit hut is complete. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the second-level fusion spirit hut. Instructions. The master has the right to use the first 6 scenes, and the rest of the usage remains unchanged. The system voice sounded. I see. Jiang Cheng understood, looked at the metal door in the corner of the gym, opened the door, and walked in. After entering, a mechanical reminder sounded. Welcome to the second-level fusion spirit hut. Please choose the trial section, level 1 or level 2. Level 2. Jiang Cheng said directly. Please choose the difficulty, easy, difficult, hell. Easy, Jiang Cheng said. The selection is complete, and you are about to enter the second-level spirit trial area, the first trial scene. Please prepare yourself. While speaking, Jiang Cheng only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the surrounding scene began to change. When his vision was clear, he looked around and found that he was standing in the soul base. At the same time, the system mechanical sound sounded again. Mission content. Kill 1,000 second-level Death Crushers and 1 second-level Death Crusher King. Mission success. Get the qualification for the second scene trial and a second-level Death Crusher King crystal. Mission failure. Forced exit from the second-level fusion spirit hut. Do you want to start the trial? Start, Jiang Cheng said eagerly. He wanted to see what this so-called second-level Death Crusher King was. The trial is about to start. Count down to 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. As the system mechanical sound fell, a huge black shadow broke through the air. Good guy, it's so sinister. Jiang Cheng cursed inwardly, but his vigilance did not decrease. Coupled with the intermediate spirit training, his perception increased a lot, and he could clearly feel that the strong wind was flying from the left-hand side. At the moment when the black shadow approached, Jiang Cheng suddenly punched to the right. Bang! A sound of cement and stone being crushed sounded, and countless gravel splashed around. Jiang Cheng looked around and saw many huge figures densely packed on the roofs of teaching buildings, dormitory buildings, and staff dormitories, which made people's scalps numb. Jiang Cheng estimated that even the top-level awakeners of the second level would be scared to face such a large number of second-level Death Crushers. Roar! While Jiang Cheng was watching, a second-level crusher suddenly roared. Under the gaze of the other second-level Death Crushers, it suddenly jumped up with a whistling sound and raised its fist to hit Jiang Cheng's head. Data eye open. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed. The data about this zombie immediately appeared clearly in his sight. Name, Level 2 Death Smasher. Race, Zombie. Level 2. Wisdom, 0.5. Strength, 400. Agility, 10. Comprehensive Combat Power, 410.5. Strength Attribute, 400. Although the value of this zombie is not high, Jiang Cheng dare not relax his vigilance at all. He knows that a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Just use you to test my strength after the promotion, Mr. Jiang Cheng said secretly, without dodging. He bent his arm and threw a punch at the moment when the huge iron fist was about to hit him. Instantly, the two fists collided. Bang! An invisible shock wave spread out to the surroundings, raising a cloud of dust. But the collision scene only lasted half a second. The arm of the Level 2 Death Smasher twisted strangely, and after taking a deep breath, it flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, smashing a crack on the concrete ground. His head was also smashed, and he was unable to get up for a while. Obviously, he suffered a lot of damage. Without waiting for the zombie to get up, Jiang Cheng flashed and appeared above the zombie's head. He opened his right hand and whispered, "Creation, Tang Dao." The voice fell. A 1.5-meter-long black Tang Dao appeared in his palm. On the blade, there was a faint black light. Jiang Cheng held the Tang Dao and swung it at the zombie's neck. Poof! The still struggling zombie was immediately separated from its head and body. After squirming on the ground for a few times, it gradually became quiet. Destroy one, and there are 999 left. Jiang Cheng chanted, looking up and shouting to the surroundings. Is there anyone else who wants to come and die? Roar, roar. A few long roars. This time, 10 huge figures jumped directly from the roof, blocking Jiang Cheng from all angles from the southeast, northwest, and the sky, and swooped down at the same time, raising their fists and blasting Jiang Cheng. Come on! Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed, and the blade of the Tang Dao in his hand dropped, sweeping the attacking second-level Death Crusher, and the blade moved with him. Thunderbolt. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Cheng turned into a silver lightning, moving back and forth around the 10 second-level crushers. In less than a second, Jiang Cheng landed steadily on the ground, and the Tang sword in his hand did not show any sticky liquid, while the 10 second-level crushers. With a snap, they immediately turned into broken limbs and arms all over the sky, falling like raindrops, leaving a large piece of green sticky liquid on the ground. 11. There are still 989 left. Jiang Cheng counted silently in his heart and had a general understanding of his own strength, so he stopped being cowardly and simply shouted, "Come on together. There is no point in fighting one or two." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the Death Crusher around him were all red, and among them, Jiang Cheng saw a figure that was more than 2 meters taller than the others. Not only was it larger, but it was also staring at him as he stared at it, as if sizing him up. That should be the King of Crusher. Compared with the group of Death Crusher with cloudy eyes around him, he is obviously much smarter. Jiang Cheng said inwardly, holding the Tang sword across his chest. The next second, roar! A group of Death Crusher came out in droves, like a black wave, pouring down from the roof and spreading towards Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng simply let go, flipped the Tang sword in his hand, and shouted, "Thunderbolt flash." Whoosh! The next moment, a silver light flashed. A flash of lightning rushed towards the zombies. Wherever they passed, the heads of the second-level crushers soared into the sky. Moreover, during the battle, Jiang Cheng discovered that after being promoted to the second-level Awakener in the innate realm, his physical strength was at least 10 times that of before. He did not feel tired after swinging his sword for more than 10 minutes in a row, and every time he consumed his internal energy to perform martial arts, the spiritual energy around him would flow into his body at a very fast speed to replenish it. Thunderbolt flash. The first move of the 3 swords to kill demons, slay demons, subdue demons, destroy demons. This fight lasted for a full half an hour. When the Tang sword stopped, the entire school playground was covered with the corpses of second-level Death Crushers. It was a pity that the crystals of these corpses could not be exchanged. Otherwise, he would not have to worry about the lack of zombie crystals. You know, the more you go in the future, the more energy points you need to upgrade the base. At present, it is only a level 5 base, and the number of energy points consumed is in the tens of millions. When it is upgraded to a level 6 base, the energy points that need to be consumed will be a huge number. However, now is not the time for him to relax. He looked up and saw a huge figure in front of him. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly and said inwardly, "Data I, open. Byte. Name, King of Smash, mutation. Race, zombie. Level 2 and above. Wisdom, 0.8. Strength, 1000. Agility, 30. Comprehensive combat power, 1030.8. While Jiang Cheng was staring at the other party was also staring at Jiang Cheng, as if he had seen something interesting. Watch for a moment. The King of Shatter suddenly opened his mouth full of yellow teeth, spit out a mouthful of smelly wind, and said with a smile, "Human, you are very strong. I feel that in normal state, I am no match for you. Can actually talk. Jiang Cheng was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that in this space, a zombie could actually talk to people. It was truly amazing. After being surprised, Jiang Cheng replied, "Since you are not your opponent, why don't you end it on your own, and I will save a lot of energy." After saying that, Jiang Cheng looked straight at the zombie in front of him, wanting to see how it would respond. Unexpectedly, the King of Shatter shook his head and said, "No, this is against the rules." "Is it against the rules?" Jiang Cheng asked curiously. The King of Smash smiled and explained, "Here, I cannot complete suicide, and with my character, I will not commit suicide. On the contrary, I will use my strongest strength to fight you fairly." "Really? Then I'll wait and see." Jiang Cheng nodded. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this zombie wanted to play. The conversation between the two ended. The King of Shatter took a few steps back and hugged himself tightly with both arms. Then, under Jiang Cheng's shocked gaze, the exaggerated muscles all over his body began to be compressed at a speed visible to the naked eye. And every time it is compressed, the crushing king will roar in pain. About a minute passed. Transformation completed. Jiang Cheng looked around and saw that the body that was originally more than 7 meters in front of him had actually been compressed to a size of about 1.5 meters. Except for the gray skin unique to zombies, the ferocious face also became like a child's. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng opened the eyes of Data again. Name: King of Shatter. Mutation: Ultimate Form. Race: Zombie. Level: Level 2 and above, Level 3 below. Wisdom: 0.8. Strength: 3,000. Agility: 60. Comprehensive Combat Power: 3,060.8. Strength attribute of 3,000. Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw this. He didn't expect that the Shatter King's attributes would be so abnormal after its transformation that it would directly surpass him. This made him slightly regretful. "My transformation is complete. Next, please don't die." A voice like a teenage child sounded. Listening, Jiang Cheng looked up. Within sight, a thin fist kept expanding in front of him. Jiang Cheng was so busy that he turned sideways. The thin fist hit the ground, directly making spider marks on the cement floor. With a bang, all the cement and stones on the ground within a radius of 10 meters with the fist as the center were overturned. Grass. Seeing the power of this punch, Jiang Cheng was surprised and stepped back, keeping a certain distance from the King of Shatter. "It's such a pity that this punch missed the target. But don't worry, human. I will definitely hit you with my next punch." After saying that, the King of Shatter pointed his toes and disappeared immediately, followed by a sound of breaking through the air. Facing the menacing fist, Jiang Cheng immediately regained his composure after being briefly surprised. To be honest, he was not surprised by the strength of the Smashing King, but by the difficulty of the trial in the second-level spiritual training cabin. "Mater, I didn't expect that there would be such a thing in just the first scene, the easy level. So what kind of things would there be in the difficult or hell level?" Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng didn't bother to waste time here. The moment his fist was about to hit him, he suddenly smiled and said, "Sorry, the game ends here." "What do you mean?" The King of Shatter tilted his head, not understanding the meaning of Jiang Cheng's words. But the next moment, its vision flickered. The sight began to rise up and down quickly, and until it died, it didn't understand how Jiang Cheng took action. Tang Dao dispersed. The system prompt sounded as expected. "Ding. Congratulations, Master, for completing the Level 2 First Mission Scenario Trial. Trial Level: Easy. The mission rewards will be distributed after exiting the second-level Fusion Spirit Training Hut. Unlock the second Level 2 Trial Scene. Do you want to conduct the second-level second scene trial?" After several continuous mechanical sounds, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but ask, "I want to choose the difficulty level of the first scene to pass the level. Is that okay?" The system said, "Ding. Only after 3 simple scene trials can the full difficulty level of the first scene trial be unlocked. Then start the second scene trial." Jiang Cheng said to save time. Ding. The second trial scene is opened, and the background of the scene remains unchanged. Task content: kill 1,000 second-level Death Reapers and 1 Death Reaper King. Mission successful. Reward a Death Harvest King crystal and unlock the third trial scene. Mission failed. Forced exit from the Level 2 Fusion Spiritual Training Lodge. 3 seconds countdown. As the sound rang out, Jiang Cheng found that the zombie corpses that were originally all over the ground disappeared out of thin air, and the green blood on the ground also disappeared. The teaching building and the playground that had just been destroyed were also restored to their original state, as if the battle just now had never happened. 2, 1. Trial starts. The moment the sound fell, several red figures broke through the air. FCK, this damn trial is getting more and more stupid. In the first level trial scene, at least he had time to react. Unexpectedly, after entering the second level trial scene, the attack was launched after the countdown fell. You must know that when the scene changes, the trial participants will subconsciously wait, which makes it impossible to react when the sneak attack comes. This is the case with Jiang Cheng. Luckily, his agility attribute reached 151.85. When the huge sickle was about to cut his neck, he reacted quickly and dodged the attack with a flash. I almost lost my head. Jiang Cheng secretly said that it was a close call. Although dying in the Level 2 spiritual training hut does not mean real death, the experience of death is no different from real death. He does not want to experience this feeling. After all, he does not have a masochistic tendency. Steadying his body, Jiang Cheng opened the data eye. Name, Level 2 Death Reaper. Race, Zombie. Level 2. Wisdom, 0.5. Strength, 280. Agility, 80. Overall combat power, 360.5. It is not as strong as the Death Crusher, but its agility attribute is not low, and the threat it brings is far greater than that of the Death Crusher. After Jiang Cheng finished analyzing, he grabbed with one hand, and a Tang sword appeared in his hand again. Thunderbolt Flash. This time, Jiang Cheng did not have any intention of playing around and directly activated his martial arts. After an hour of fighting, all 1,000 Death Reapers were killed. At the same time, a Dwarf Reaper with a huge sickle in his hand, who was 2 meters shorter than the ordinary Death Reaper, appeared in front of him. The king of Level 2 Death Reapers finally appeared. Data eye open. Name, King of Harvest. Race, Zombie. Level, Upper Level 2. Wisdom, 0.8. Strength, 1,000. Agility, 300. Comprehensive combat power, 1,300.8. 300 agility attribute, twice as much as mine. Jiang Cheng licked his slightly dry lips, looking at this 3-meter-tall guy with an 8-petal mouth dragging a huge sickle. He couldn't imagine that his speed could reach such a perverted level. And according to the nature of the trial scene, this guy will have a second-stage transformation. It seems that he has to be killed before he transforms. Just as Jiang Cheng was thinking, a hoarse voice sounded beside his ear. He looked up. He saw that the King of Harvest opened his mouth slightly like a sea-scale insect, and the 8 tentacles in front of his mouth were wriggling at the same time, looking extremely terrifying. Human, you are very strong. This line again. Jiang Cheng sneered. The King of Harvest continued. So, I will use my strongest form to kill you. The strongest form? Not good. Jiang Cheng grabbed the Tang sword fiercely and shouted, Thunderbolt. Instantly, the internal energy poured into the blade, and arcs of electricity wrapped around his body. Schwap. The whole person turned into a silver lightning and attacked the King of Harvest. Go to hell. A knife slashed out, cutting the air apart, with bursts of whistling sounds, and went straight to the opponent's head. The next second, the blade slashed from the opponent's King of Harvest's shoulder, directly splitting it diagonally in half. It was just weird that this knife didn't feel any obstruction. On the contrary, it was very easy, as if it was slashing in the air. Sure enough, after the blade fell, the figure that was cut in half by the Tang sword gradually became illusory, and with the strong wind brought by the thunderbolt, it immediately dissipated in the air. Jiang Cheng stood there in disbelief. He had not expected that the thunderbolt flash that had always been successful would be empty. After a brief moment of distraction, Jiang Cheng suddenly came back to his senses and looked around. The roof of the dormitory building was empty. The roof of the girls' dormitory building was empty. The roof of the junior high school teaching building was still empty. Finally, he found the other person's figure on the roof of the 6-story high school teaching building. And judging from his appearance, he seemed to be in a state of transformation. The 3-meter-tall body began to shrink and became shorter visibly. The muscles around his body squirmed and condensed, and the originally gray skin turned deep red, and the surface was smooth and shiny, reflecting a metallic luster. Look at the pair of huge sickles again. After a loud bang, they fell off from his arms and hit the cement slab on the roof. There was a puff at the place where the arm was broken. A pair of palms wrapped in green viscous liquid grew out from his arms. He stretched out his 5 fingers and held the fallen sickle. He took a fighting stance. Looking straight ahead, it looked like a child wearing red armor who was less than 1.4 meters tall. Data eye open, Jiang Cheng said secretly. He could feel a terrifying sense of oppression from the other party. Even though he had been promoted to the 2nd level, facing this king of harvest, some hairs stood on end instinctively. Ding. Name, King of Harvest. Mutation, Ultimate Form. Race, Zombie. Level, Upper 2nd level, Lower 3rd level. Wisdom, 0.8. Strength, 1,000, 2,000. Agility, 300, 900. Comprehensive Combat Power, 2,900.8. 900 Agility Attribute. That is, it can move 6,300 meters per second. Is the 3rd level zombie so terrifying? Jiang Cheng muttered, and suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. He almost subconsciously shouted, "Unbreakable golden body." Zheng. A sound of metal collision sounded from the right. He was hit by a huge force and flew backwards, dragging a gully of more than 30 meters on the concrete ground before he stopped. But before he could react, another strong wind hit him in the face. Clang! The golden light shield shook. This huge force made Jiang Cheng fly backwards again, and he stabilized his body after knocking down the school wall behind him. Damn, this so-called king of harvest is so cowardly. Just cursed. Clang. Another sound. Jiang Cheng's vision blurred, and his body crashed into a row of walls on the side. Facing the attack of the king of harvest, Jiang Cheng had almost no power to fight back, and he didn't even have time to react and activate skills. He just relied on the protective shield of the indestructible golden body to support himself. From a distance, Jiang Cheng was like a ball, hitting back and forth in the soul base. Finally, after chopping continuously for half an hour, the attack of the king of harvest weakened. Jiang Cheng's indestructible golden body also collapsed after the blow. FCK. Slowly standing up with the help of the ruins beside him, Jiang Cheng looked at the chest of the king of harvest rising and falling, and immediately realized that this thing must have wasted a lot of physical strength. It seems that the 2nd stage of transformation also consumes a lot of energy for it. After all, its normal state is only a 2nd level zombie, not a 3rd level zombie, and there is still a certain gap in physical strength. Understand the key points. Jiang Cheng immediately seized the opportunity and shouted, "Spirit Explosion!" Bang! A vast aura burst out from Jiang Cheng's body. Under the infusion of inner energy, the cells in his body were in an extremely excited state, and his skin turned crimson at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a steamed prawn, steaming. White gas. This state only lasted half a second. Suddenly, a pain of skin tearing came. Jiang Cheng looked down and found that red cracks like spider webs began to appear on his skin, and as the inner energy exploded, blood was slowly oozing out of the cracks. However, the super speed regeneration of the superpower is activated immediately. The broken skin healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and balance was barely reached. I didn't expect that using spiritual blast alone would be such a heavy burden on the body. This is after being promoted to the 2nd level. If you use hard qigong or meditation on top of it, wouldn't your body directly collapse? Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng suddenly had the urge to urgently increase the awakening level of his 1st level super speed regeneration. Perhaps by advancing to the 2nd level of super speed regeneration, the body's endurance should be much stronger. Furthermore, his current spiritual explosion state cannot last for long. It is estimated that it will only last about 5 minutes. That's enough. Jiang Cheng endured the pain and slowly stood up. In the spirit explosion state, his strength, agility, and spirit all increased 8-fold. Strength, 2,814.5, 25,330.5. Agility, 151.85, 1,364.22. Spirit, 157.7 to 1419.3. Feeling the surging power in his body, Jiang Cheng shouted, "Create!" Zheng. A silver Tang Dao slowly formed in the palm of his hand. This was the unique symbol of the third-level Tang Dao. With the improvement of his mental power, his creativity greatly increased. Moreover, this third-level Tang Dao was 3 meters long and 10 meters wide. 5 centimeters. It is said to be a Tang Dao, but more like a big knife. Doomsday Walk. With one step, Jiang Cheng dragged out waves of phantoms and headed straight for the Harvest King. Human, so strong. Seeing Jiang Cheng rushing towards him, the Harvest King suddenly tightened his grip on his sickle, his red eyes flashed red, and he roared, "The dance of cutting." The words fell. With his toes as the center, he waved his sides with both arms, turning the spot into a red tornado and spinning. The first of the 3 demon-killing swords is to kill the demon. With a loud shout, the inner energy surged wildly. The 3-meter blade glowed with a faint white light, and the tip of the knife extended several meters, turning into a 5 to 6-meter sword, aiming at the red tornado and slashing down. Zheng. The moment the blade landed on top of the red tornado, the blade encountered great resistance, but it was only for a short second. Then he cut the tornado in half. The Harvest King in the center was separated directly from the forehead with a big knife, and green juice and internal organs splashed all over the floor. The Harvest King, with only half of his head left, was lying on the ground. The tentacles on his mouth wriggled a few times before slowly losing their vitality. The next moment, the system prompt sounds. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for completing the second scene trial. Reward. Reward a Death Harvest King crystal and unlock the third trial scene. Do you want to start the third scene trial? Don't turn it on, Jiang Cheng said directly. Just because he had activated the spiritual explosion, he had consumed a lot of physical strength and also consumed a huge amount of mental energy. Furthermore, the Harvest King in the second level is already so difficult to deal with. So wouldn't the mini-boss in the third level be even more difficult to deal with? Instead of masochistic wails, he simply quit. The words fell. Jiang Cheng felt his eyes blurred. When his vision cleared, he had already appeared in the gym. Then, ding. Congratulations to the Master for obtaining a King of Crush Crystal and a King of Harvest Crystal. Strength attribute plus 20, Agility attribute plus 10, Mental attribute plus 2. Tip. If you pass the first and second trial scenes for the second time, you will no longer receive rewards. The voice fell. Jiang Cheng looked at his data panel. Strength, 2814.5 plus 20. Agility, 151.85 plus 10. Spirit, 157.7 plus 2. Oh, it can also increase attributes? What an unexpected surprise. Of course, there are also 2 zombie crystals in his hand. Different from ordinary transparent crystals, of these 2 zombie crystals, one is light green and translucent, and the other is light pink and equally translucent. Looking at these 2 crystal stones, Jiang Cheng's mind suddenly moved, and he immediately waved his hand. Blink. A zombie with a hideous face and a foul smell appeared in the open space in the middle of the gym. It was Aaron. Jiang Cheng handed over the crystal of the King of Shatter and said, "Aaron, do you want it?" After listening to his master's order, Aaron looked blankly at Jiang Cheng's palm. When he saw the green zombie crystal, his face showed longing, but at the same time, there was a little fear. Sensing Aaron's emotions, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but ask, "You want it, but you can't digest it at this stage, right?" Aaron listened and nodded hard. "Okay, I understand." Jiang Cheng was a little disappointed. He originally wanted to see if Aaron could be promoted to a second-level zombie after absorbing this crystal, but the result made him feel a little uncomfortable. On second thought, this makes sense. The last time Aaron swallowed 10 mutant crystals, he reached saturation. This means that if Aaron wants to swallow second-level zombie crystals, he must at least wait until Aaron reaches 1 level or higher. As if sensing his master's displeasure, Aaron stood aside with his head lowered, trembling and not daring to make any sound. "In that case, let's just take you for a promotion. It just so happens that it's not dark yet," Jiang Cheng thought, waving his hand to put Aaron into the space ring, then took Meowth and headed straight out towards the ship community. Jiang Cheng was traveling very fast. After arriving at the gate of the steamship community, he waved his hand. Aaron appeared at the door again. Smelling the stench of the zombies, Meowpath immediately took an attack stance. It recognized this guy and had long disliked him. Maya Papas, stop, Jiang Cheng said quickly. Meow. Maya Papas rolled his eyes humanely and walked behind Jiang Cheng dissatisfied. The master stopped it like this last time. But secretly, it was still unconvinced and stood at Jiang Cheng's feet, glaring at the zombie from time to time. Seeing Meow stop, Jiang Cheng said to Aaron again, "Go ahead, there are enough zombies inside. How many you can eat depends on your ability." Roar. Aaron growled lowly and said with difficulty, "It's the master, man." After saying that, he walked towards the gate with crooked steps. After Aaron entered, Jiang Cheng told the cat next to him, "If Aaron is in danger later, remember to go up. Don't worry, you can eat the zombie crystals you hunted today." After hearing what Jiang Cheng said, Maya Papas finally nodded with satisfaction, and there was no longer any dissatisfaction in his eyes. Just like this, one person and one beast hid in the corner of the gate, secretly observing what was going on inside. The boat community is very large. Old red brick houses stand side by side. The zombies wandered aimlessly in the square, wasting time. And at this time, a zombie near the gate suddenly stopped walking, turned its head stiffly, and looked at the tall zombie in front of it in confusion. Indistinct sounds came from his mouth. Ouch, ouch. It seemed that he was asking about the origin of the zombie in front of him. But before it could get an answer, the zombie suddenly rose up and threw him to the ground. Under his doubtful gaze, he twisted its head off with his thick arms, and then gnawed at the head crazily with its big mouth. Until then, the zombie had just realized the danger and wanted to struggle. But because its head was twisted off, its limbs didn't obey the orders at all. After struggling like this for a long time, it stopped moving. After eating a zombie, Aaron didn't even bother to wipe his mouth and stood up directly. At this time, another zombie walked over slowly. Judging from its appearance, it should have been a woman in life. Wearing a tattered red short-sleeved shirt that was already stained with dust, blackened, and orange Mickey Mouse three-point style. It's a girl zombie. The girl zombie looked at Aaron, who was covered in dark red blood, with confusion, and gradually came closer because the powerful aura exuded by Aaron himself made her, as a female zombie, unconsciously want to get close to him. But as soon as she got there, the tall zombie in front of her threw her to the ground. This happened so suddenly that she was not prepared for it, but she instinctively turned her head and her limbs bounced away. If she had not become a zombie, she might have a faint blush on her face. On the other hand, Aaron, looking at the zombie with two pieces of meat that did not struggle, his eyes were blank, but soon his eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he hugged the head of the girl zombie with his arms and twisted it hard. Crack! The bones made a crisp sound. The girl's head was easily broken by Aaron. Then, Aaron's mouth enlarged in the sight of the girl zombie. Not long after, Aaron stood up with satisfaction and threw the girl zombie in his hand, which was only half of the head left by him, to the side casually. Crack! In an instant, the girl's head fell to the ground, splashing a pool of dark red viscous liquid. Aaron kicked the headless girl's body that was in the way to the side. After the body rolled for 2 weeks, the orange-yellow Mickey panties fell into the mud, looked at another zombie not far away, and walked slowly over. Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng, who was not far away, made a sound of tsk tisk. Should we say that Aaron is not romantic? Or did his castration work? All this is unknown. After all, Jiang Cheng doesn't know whether ordinary zombies still retain human emotions. Keep watching. Aaron's next target is a fat male zombie. However, this zombie seems to be a little different from other zombies. The surface of the body is very low in decay. There are black pupils as big as rice grains in the gray eyes. The temper is also very irritable. When ordinary zombies pass by it, it will slap the ordinary zombies to the ground. This should be a mutant, Jiang Cheng analyzed, with a hint of interest on his face. I wonder who is stronger, the mutant Aaron he cultivated or this naturally mutated zombie. He is looking forward to it. A woo! With the low roar of a zombie, Jiang Cheng immediately looked over. He saw. Along slowly approached the fat zombie, who treated him as an ordinary zombie and didn't care. But when the two zombies were less than 1 meter away, Awu, the fat zombie suddenly became irritable and raised his hand to slap Along in the face. Just when it was about to hit Along suddenly raised his left arm to block the slap, and at the same time raised his right hand to slap the fat zombie. Snap! A crisp slap sounded. Along's slap hit the fat zombie's face firmly, hitting the other party to move several steps to the side before he stabilized his body. After being slapped, the fat zombie obviously didn't react. When he came to his senses, his eyes were immediately filled with bloodshot. He roared at Aaron, took 2 steps at a time, and ran to bite him. Aaron looked at the other party with lifeless eyes. At the moment when the fat zombie pounced on him, Aaron also rushed up. The two zombies hugged each other and bit each other. For a while, dark red blood splashed. But soon, Aaron was better in physical fitness. In the end, Aaron bit the opponent's neck, pinched the opponent's head with both hands, and then twisted it violently. Crack! The fat zombie's head was twisted off directly. After losing his head, the headless corpse with a big belly struggled for a few times and gradually lost its vitality. Aaron held the opponent's head and bit it hard. Seeing this scene, Jiang Cheng secretly sighed at the brutality of the zombies' fighting style, but fortunately Aaron won this time. Next, after Aaron ate 10 ordinary zombies and 15 mutants, suddenly, there was a loud noise. Bang! Bang! Every time he walked, the ground would vibrate violently. Jiang Cheng looked over. At the corner of the ship community, an ordinary zombie suddenly flew out and hit the wall, splashing a cloud of dust. As the zombie flew out, a huge figure appeared in his sight. It was about 10 meters tall, with a big belly. Wherever it passed, the big hand waved casually and grabbed a few zombies on the ground and put them into the wide mouth to chew. Second-level gluttony? Jiang Cheng immediately remembered the other party's name, but this time, the other party gave it a feeling that it was more than just a second-level one. His eyes flashed, and he whispered, Data I, open. Ding. Name, Gluttony. Race, Zombie. Level 3. Wisdom, 1.1. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 60. Skills, Devour, Second Transformation. Comprehensive Combat Power, 5,061.1. Level 3. Jiang Cheng took a breath of cold air as he looked at the data. This zombie was different from any other zombie in the past. In addition to its terrifying strength of 500,000 gene, the data page also had a skill column, which showed the uniqueness of this zombie. While he was observing, Gluttony had already appeared in the zombie group. It lowered its waist awkwardly, then opened its huge mouth towards the ground and inhaled violently. Inhalation. Instantaneously, the zombies in the community square seemed to be attracted by the huge suction force, and all flew towards the huge mouth. For a while, more than 20 of them flew into the zombie's mouth one after another, and Aaron struggled to get out of the suction force. But the suction force was too strong, and he couldn't get out even if he tried his best. Then, his body fell backwards, and his heels dragged a gully in the mud, and he was about to be sucked into the mouth of Gluttony. Not good. Jiang Cheng secretly said that it was not good, and his figure flashed and quickly ran towards Aaron. When Aaron was less than half a meter away from Gluttony's mouth, he picked Aaron up and flew to the side. A few seconds later, Gluttony stopped eating, roared to the sky, and his red eyes swept around, as if he wanted to find the human who had just stolen his prey. Unfortunately, he scanned the circle and did not find any trace of this human. Roar, roar, roar. A few more roars. The next moment, 2 more huge zombies ran out from the side. One arm was covered in red armor, dragging 2 huge sickles, and the other arm was as muscular as a small mountain and could smash a person into pulp with a casual slap. The 2 zombies looked at each other when they saw the state of Gluttony and immediately searched around. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng, after rescuing Aaron, he waved his hand to put him into the space ring, and then opened the data eye to stare at the 2 crushers and harvesters that appeared. Name, Death Reaper. Race, Zombie. Level, second level middle. Wisdom, 0.5. Strength, 400. Agility, 82. Comprehensive Combat Power, 482.5. Name, Death Crusher. Race, Zombie. Level, second level middle. Wisdom, 0.5. Strength, 600. Agility, 11. Comprehensive Combat Power, 611.5. Looking at the data of these two zombies, Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the strength of these two second-level zombies has not improved too much, and their strength is still at the second-level level. In this case, Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed, and he said to Meow Pass, who was already impatient, "I'll leave those two zombies to you. Is that okay?" Meow. Meow Pass nodded vigorously, with a burning desire in his silver eyes. "Then let's go." Jiang Cheng was also eager to try, and with a flick of his wrist, he took out the third-level Tang sword from the space ring and whispered, "Spiritual opening." Bang! A strong airflow spread out from his body, and the internal energy in his dantian began to surge outward. His skin began to turn slightly red, and white steam rose up. Strength, 2,814.5 to 9,567. Agility, 151.85 to 516.29. Spirit, 157.7 to 536.18. Instantly, his physical attributes increased by 3.4 times. Under the internal energy explosion, he only felt that the skin on the surface of his body was about to crack, but compared to the spiritual explosion state, he could maintain this state all the time unless the internal energy was insufficient. It seems that Lin Kai can still be used frequently. Muttering to himself, Jiang Cheng took a step. Bang! The energy under his feet overflowed, and the dust was blown away in all directions. Looking at the original place, where is Jiang Cheng's figure? As if sensing the threat in front of him, Gluttony suddenly grabbed the two mutants on the ground and staggered them in front of him. The next moment, puff! Dark red blood splashed, and the heads of the two mutants that were caught in his hands had been cut off, leaving only the broken necks that continued to ooze blood upwards. Seeing this, Gluttony's eyes were scarlet, and he threw the corpse of the mutant in his hand to the side, looking straight at the figure holding the Tang sword in front of him, with a little doubt in his eyes, saying, "Human? Why are you here? Your wisdom is quite high." Jiang Cheng showed appreciation, raised the Tang sword in his hand, and said, "To kill you." "Kill me." As if he heard something funny, Gluttony opened his mouth and laughed to the sky, making a buzzing sound like morning bells and evening drums. A few seconds later, he stopped laughing, looked at the human in front of him with disdain, looking down at him like an ant, and said lightly, "You should be a human living in Yanghe community, right?" Hearing this, Jiang Cheng's pupils shrank and his expression became uneasy. Why does it mention Yanghe community? Or does it have any plans for Yanghe community? Jiang Cheng's brain was spinning wildly, thinking about the meaning of this third-level Gluttony's words. Gluttony sure saw Jiang Cheng's sullen face and said with a smile, "I didn't expect it. I originally planned to attack the humans in Yanghe community in 2 days, but I didn't expect you to come here yourself. Today, I will use you as an appetizer." Then I ate those humans in Yanghe community. You mean, you've long been eyeing the human survivor base in Yanghe community? Jiang Cheng's voice gradually became colder. Lin Ro and Yang Lao are his enemies. If he hadn't come here today, he wouldn't have known that this third-level zombie had such a plan. If he really allowed this third-level gluttony to attack his base, the consequences would be for him. I dare not imagine. It seems that I came at the right time today. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he no longer held back his hand. He pulled back the Tang Dao in his hand, lowered his body, and shouted, "Thunderbolt flash." Swish! The inner energy surged into the Tang Dao, and the Tang Dao instantly turned into a 5 or 6 meter long air knife, slashing towards Gluttony. It's so fast. Gluttony was also shocked by Jiang Cheng's speed and power. He immediately opened his huge mouth and shouted, "Whale swallow." The words fell. A strong siphon force came from the mouth. This suction force turned the surrounding air into a hurricane, sucking the gravel, vegetation, and zombies wandering in the square indiscriminately towards the big black hole-like mouth. What a powerful suction! Jiang Cheng, who turned into silver lightning, was also pulled by the suction force, and his figure was immediately revealed. And at this moment, Gluttony grinned and shouted again, "Whale swallow, air cannon." In a blink of an eye, the siphon power stopped and instead spit out a powerful stream of fishy wind from the huge mouth, and then suddenly spit out a ball of air visible to the naked eye, knocking the oncoming Jiang Cheng backwards. Boom! There was a loud bang. A row of walls not far away was knocked down. Soon, a hand stretched out from the ruins, and a figure covered in dust stood up from the ruins. Spit. Jiang Cheng spit out the dirt in his mouth and secretly said something bad. He never expected that in a flash of thunder, he would be knocked away by this zombie. It was really unbelievable. You must know that his current strength attribute is 9,567. After using Thunderbolt Flash, the strength will be doubled, which is 19134, and the strength attribute of this zombie is only 5,000. In other words, the strength of the move just now at least above 956.7 tons, or in other words, it can increase the strength attribute of 5,000 by at least 4 times. What a scary guy. Jiang Cheng stared at the big guy in front of him and thought to himself, regretting that he didn't get rid of this second-level glutton earlier. In his trance, a strong wind suddenly struck. He looked up and saw a huge figure looming in front of him. 2 huge palms hugged each other and smashed towards him. Go to hell, human. That depends on whether you have the ability. Jiang Cheng also lost his temper. He raised the Tang's sword and shouted, "The first of the 3 swords to kill demons is to kill the demon." Swish, cut it out with one knife. The next second, the moment Tang Dao collided with the zombie's giant fist, it directly cut the opponent's fist with a deep wound visible to the bone. In an instant, blood arrows flew out. The giant zombie was chopped and flew away. Boom. The 10-meter-high body fell to the ground, leaving dense spider patterns on the concrete floor. It lay on its back in the center of the spider web, rolling around with its hands covered. It hurts, it hurts. Compared with the wisdom he showed just now, he looked completely different. Regardless of the opponent's cry of pain, Jiang Cheng saw that the sword was successful, raised the sword again, jumped up high, and slashed at the 3rd-level gluttony head with one strike. The second sword of the 3 demon-killing swords is to subdue the devil. The destructive power of this knife was twice that of the first knife. The power caused by it even set off a hurricane, which made people unable to open their eyes. But at the moment when the sword was about to be cut off, Gluttony, who was covering his hands and screaming in pain, suddenly stopped rolling, pointed at Jiang Cheng above, and opened his huge mouth. Whale. Swallow, air cannon. A ball of air came out of his mouth and headed straight for Jiang Cheng. No, I was fooled. The air cannon quickly collided with Jiang Cheng's Tang Dao. After the two collided with several ripples, the air cannon collapsed in the air. Jiang Cheng used this force to somersault backwards, falling steadily behind, and took a few steps back before standing still. Seeing that the attack failed, Gluttony slowly got up from the ground and said with a little pity, "Hey, I didn't expect that a human like you still has some strength, and I couldn't hurt you." With every move, the wound on the palm was still dripping with green viscous liquid, and there was no pain at all from the injury and bleeding. Obviously, this was all an act to lure Jiang Cheng into being fooled. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng became even more intent on killing this zombie. He is only at the 3rd level and has such a level of intelligence. If he grows up for a while, the survivors in Linxian City may be in danger. I will never leave you alone. Jiang Cheng clenched the Tang sword and dived forward. As his inner energy surged, the blade stretched for more than 10 meters. The 3rd form of the 3 swords to destroy demons. The white inner energy turned into a long sword, and when he swung it, his energy overflowed, and the power of this sword was 8 times that of the first sword. That is to say, the force of this knife reached 7,653 tons. Not good. Under this knife, Glutton's face changed drastically, and he was no longer calm and composed. He shouted, "Second stage transformation." With a shout, the fat body began to grow rapidly, and the height of 10 meters directly grew to 20 meters. The fat belly was like a meat mountain. At a glance, a giant 7 stories high appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. But at this time, the knife energy had already arrived in front of it, and it couldn't hide at all, so it had to hold on and use its belly to push it up directly. Puff! In the blink of an eye, a huge wound opened on the stomach, and the internal organs inside were clearly visible, and even the intestines overflowed from the wound and hung down, looking so miserable. If an ordinary human was injured like this, he would probably die soon, but the vitality of zombies is so tenacious. Although the body is damaged, as long as the core is not destroyed, the wound will heal quickly. As expected, after the knife was cut, the wound grew granulation tissue at a speed visible to the naked eye, gluing the wounds on both sides together. In less than half a minute, half of it was healed. Jiang Cheng looked at the recovery speed and thought it was not good. He immediately held the handle of the knife and drew an arc in the air, slashing at Gluttony again. The third move of the 3 swords to kill demons. Human, what do you want to do? Gluttony looked panicked when he saw Jiang Cheng's hand gathering a dozen meters of long swords again. But Jiang Cheng would not miss such an opportunity. He uttered 2 words lightly. Demon Killer. The Tang's sword with condensed internal energy went straight up, entered from the round belly, and came out from the center of the eyebrows, splitting the meat mountain of Gluttony in 2. At the same time, a crystal stone emitting a glittering green light was exposed. Human, you actually... Gluttony's mouth, which was only half left, opened and closed, and the cut body showed signs of healing. Like a cockroach, its vitality is really tenacious. Jiang Cheng looked at the wound with granulation and immediately poked it with the tip of the knife. No, don't. Gluttony saw this and screamed in fear, but it was impossible to stop Jiang Cheng. As the tip of the knife poked in, the green crystal flew into the air. Jiang Cheng made a single move, wind. The crystal was wrapped in a small whirlwind and sent into the palm of his hand. Give it back to me. Without the crystal stone, Gluttony's body began to shrink, and the moisture on the skin evaporated quickly. In less than a few seconds, it became like a dead branch and completely lost its vitality. After getting rid of Gluttony, Jiang Cheng looked at Meow Pass again. Just saw. The battle on Meow Pass's side was also coming to an end. Meow. With a low roar, Meow Pass turned into a white afterimage and crushed the head of the second-level crusher. Boom. Without its head, the second-level death crusher fell to the ground. Seeing this, another second-level death harvester roared, and its body was visibly pale blue, and its eyes were red as blood. Second-level death harvester, furious form. Swish. The transformation was completed, and the second-level death harvester waved its sickle, jumped high, opened its 2 sickles, and cut down crosswise. Meow. Facing the opponent's attack, Meow Pass's silver pupils flashed a trace of disdain, bent his body, kicked his legs, and jumped up, and grabbed the harvester with a claw at a faster speed. Puff! Instantly, the gray-white thing exploded in the air. Without its head, the second-level death harvester's arms drooped, and its body fell vertically into the ground. Devour. The skill was activated, and a black vortex formed in front of Meow Pass's mouth. In a short while, the 2 second-level zombies were completely absorbed. After devouring the 2 zombies, Meow Pass's fur became shinier, and his body seemed to be bigger, about the same size as an ordinary lynx. He licked his tongue with satisfaction, watching Jiang Cheng's tail swinging rhythmically, like a spoiled princess. You glutton. Jiang Cheng did not blame Meow Pass. Now he had enough crystals in his hand, and he still had plenty of energy points, so he took it as a reward. Seeing that the third-level leader and the second level were all solved, and the remaining dozen first-level zombies and zombies below the first level were left, Jiang Cheng simply summoned Aaron again and ordered, Aaron, Meow Pass. All the zombies here are left to you. As he said, he looked at Meow Pass and said, this time, keep all the zombie crystals for me, and don't swallow them again. Aaron, swallow as many as you can. After the order fell, Meow Pass was not dissatisfied at all. The 2 second-level zombie crystals just now had saturated the energy in its body. Meow. Meow Pass called out to indicate his agreement. Yes, Master. Aaron also spoke hoarsely. Next, Jiang Cheng summoned the second-level and third-level Doomsday Warriors on his wrist to join the battlefield at the same time. 2 hours later, Jiang Cheng clicked on the spoils. A total of 8,600 ordinary zombie crystals, 2,300 mutant crystals, 23 first-order lower zombie crystals, and 6 first-order upper zombie crystals were obtained. Excluding the 2 second-order lower crystals swallowed by Meow Pass, the remaining ones were the third-order gluttony crystals that had just been killed. After storing the extra crystals in the gold space ring, Jiang Cheng left 10 mutant crystals alone and handed them to Aaron, saying, Aaron, can you still swallow them? Aaron hesitated for a moment, revealing a faint desire. Is the energy about to reach saturation? Jiang Cheng guessed, and handed the crystal in his hand over. Aaron took them one by one and swallowed them. After swallowing 6 mutant crystals, Aaron stopped swallowing, and his body began to change further. The rotten wounds on his body were all healed, and the whole person looked no different from a normal person except for a pair of gray pupils and blue-gray skin. In total, including the crystals swallowed in battle, Aaron swallowed 25 ordinary zombie crystals and 22 mutant crystals. Data eye-open. Name, Aaron, mutated zombie. Energy saturation. Race, zombie. Level, 0 level. Intelligence, 0.15. Strength, 9.6 plus 13. Agility, 2.1 plus 1. Comprehensive combat power, 25.85. Strength increased by 13 points. Agility increased by 1 point. And comprehensive combat power reached 25.85, which is considered to be a half-step first-level zombie. Jiang Cheng was quite satisfied with Aaron's changes. Last time, he only swallowed a dozen crystals to reach energy saturation. Now he can swallow more than 40 crystals, which is a great improvement. Then, Jiang Cheng looked at Meowpass again. Name, Meowpass. Race, Devourer, growing stage. Level, lower level 2. Intelligence, 1.2. Strength, 700 plus 85. Agility, 220 plus 5. Spirit, 100 plus 5. Power, Devour, can devour all items and turn them into nutrients for itself. Comprehensive combat strength, 1111.2. After swallowing 2 second-level zombie crystals and zombie corpses, Meowpass's strength increased by 85 points, and his agility did not increase significantly, but his comprehensive combat power reached 1106.2, which was considered to be above the second level. After turning off the data eye, Jiang Cheng glanced at the dilapidated ship community, turned around, and headed towards the base. August 3, 2022. The survivors of the Dawn base gathered together early in the morning. Everyone whispered to each other, looking excited, obviously quite excited about the upcoming event today. However, there were 2 people in the crowd who were relatively silent, and they seemed out of place compared to the people around them. Xiaodai, are you happy? By the way, I'll tell you a little news I heard yesterday. As long as you enter the top 20 today, you will get a generous reward. Zhao Xiaodong said mysteriously. Yeah. Zhou Xiaodai nodded lightly, as a response. Okay. Seeing Zhou Xiaodia's cold face, Zhao Xiaotong looked helpless, but it was much better than the lifeless look yesterday. As she said that, she looked around excitedly again. The people around her, both men and women, were similar to her, and they were all ready to fight. However, when she glanced at one person, she suddenly stopped, and then pulled the sister beside her and said, Wang Man, look at that boy. Does he look like our Xiaodai now? Following the direction of Zhao Xiaodong's finger, Wang Man saw a man with a cold face. The survivors around him seemed to deliberately distance themselves from him, which directly led to a 1-meter vacuum zone around him. And there seemed to be an indissoluble sadness on the man's face, which made people unable to help but explore his past. Just as Wang Man stared at the man seemed to feel the gaze from Wang Man and slowly turned his head. The eyes of the two crossed in the air for half a second. Wang Man, who was no longer a novice, was busy lowering her head, and her heart was beating like a deer. Haha dash. He probably didn't notice me, did he? While muttering to herself, Zhao Xiaotong next to her couldn't help but joked. Oh, is our Xiaoman shy? Uffed. After being told this by Zhao Xiaotong, Wang Man spat lightly and said unhappily, Sister Xiaotong, don't make fun of me. This kind of uncle is not my type. Really? Zhao Xiaotong was intriguing. Wang Man lowered her head again after being looked at by Zhao Xiaotong. Just then, a loud voice came from the front, and the crowd began to make noise. Wang Man, Zhou Xiaodai, and Zhao Xiaotong all looked forward. I saw an iron door slowly opening. A handsome young man strode out, followed by 4 cold-looking women, one of whom was holding a 5- or 6-year-old girl. Next to the group of women, there was a middle-aged man in his early 40s with thick eyebrows and big eyes. With the appearance of several people, the crowd immediately became excited. Quick, look, my goddess Lin Ro is out. A male survivor pointed at the woman with a little baby fat. Tisk, young people don't know the fragrance of young women. My goddess Zhang Ye is YYDS. Another survivor said, "Bah, my Dr. Liu is the uncrowned king. Do you know what the temptation of uniforms is? Come on, you guys are not decent. I think Dad is the best choice. The bulging pectoral muscles. You can see that he has done it a lot. It can crush people to death." As soon as these words came out, the men around him silently moved away from this man. Of course, the loudest voice was still Jiang Cheng. As the leader of the Dawn base, he was domineering, powerful, masculine, and handsome, and he was the godlike man in their minds. Just as everyone was talking, Zhou Xing opened his voice and said, "Okay, everyone keep quiet." After he finished speaking, the noisy crowd immediately quieted down. Seeing this, Zhou Xing nodded with satisfaction and raised his voice again and said, "Please invite our powerful leader to speak." Everyone applauded. Papa papa. The applause sounded like thunder. Even if the palms were clapping red, everyone still kept clapping. It lasted for several seconds. Jiang Cheng pressed his hand and signaled everyone to stop. Suddenly, the survivors underground immediately quieted down, all showing a look of expectation. Jiang Cheng looked at it, nodded secretly, and threw an admiring look at Zhou Sheng, Wang Xiaolong, and Yi Siwen. Obviously, he did not look at Zhou Sheng and others. The publicity of the hunting competition has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Then, the next thing was for him, the leader, to paint a rosy picture for everyone. He cleared his throat and said, "Today is a special day for my Dawn base. For today, I discussed with the captains for a long time. Finally, we discussed something that is closely related to everyone's future, that is, the hunting competition." At this point, everyone began to get excited. They have been preparing for this event for many days. Jiang Cheng pressed his hand and continued, "Why do I want to hold a hunting competition? Let me say a few words here. After the apocalypse, humans are weak, zombies are rampant, and everyone lives in dire straits and is hungry. And this era of cannibalism has created many cannibalistic bases. The survivors who came to my Dawn were either rescued by me in the Sunset community or from the Heong base, and some came from the Seoul base. Faced with such a dangerous world, I hope to improve everyone's strength to protect our common base." At this point, everyone was holding back a lot of energy. Jiang Cheng said what they were thinking. After the doomsday came, they were forced to enter the base and lived a life worse than death. Those days were hopeless for them. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng appeared, just like the goddess of dawn suddenly descended, allowing them to see hope again. And now, Jiang Cheng even promised to give them the opportunity to become stronger, which made everyone present extremely grateful to the leader. Okay, let's stop chatting here. Now I'll tell you the rules of the competition. It's very simple. It starts at 8 a.m. and ends at 5 p.m. Try to hunt zombie crystals as much as possible. And we will select the top 15 based on your performance for special rewards and enlist them in our Shuguang base guard team. The 16th to 30th place will receive ordinary rewards and will be assigned to the patrol team as guards to enjoy guard benefits. That's all I have to say about the content of the competition. Next, I will arrange for Captain Yang Jianan, Captain Lin Ro, and Captain Li Qingwan to be responsible for your safety and accompany you throughout the whole process. Dr. Lu Xinru will be the competition doctor to protect your lives throughout the whole process. Okay, I declare that on August 3rd, 2022, the first hunting competition at the Shuguang base will officially begin. With Jiang Cheng's announcement, the gate of the Shuguang base slowly opened. Dozens of scavenging teams couldn't wait any longer and rushed out in a swarm, fearing that they would be half a second slower than others. In just half a minute, all the survivors in front of Jiang Cheng left. Of course, there were a few groups that did not leave with the crowd. Jiang Cheng simply glanced at one of the groups and quickly moved away. It was Xin Fu, and next to him was his captain Lu Kai and the other two team members. Another group was Zhou Xiaodai and her sisters. The remaining one was the one he had met yesterday, Heng Feng, who he temporarily arranged to lead the survivors, and the other one was the man who took over his conversation yesterday, who seemed to be called Chun Beixian and seemed to be a guard at the Seoul base before. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng asked Old Man Yang with interest, "Old Man, who do you think will win the first place in our base today?" Shen Fu. Old Man Yang rolled his eyes unhappily, and then under Jiang Cheng's embarrassed gaze, he said directly, "Who can't see that you gave that kid a special treatment? Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to improve so quickly. Except Shen Fu, Jiang Cheng said with a feverish face. Lu Kai, although this guy is a little older, he is very experienced. I heard from Xiao Zhou that, apart from Shen Fu, this brother hunts the most zombie crystals. Father Yang thought for a while and said, Xiao Jian, do you have anyone you like? Jiang Cheng turned his head to look at Lin Ro again. Lin Ro curled her lips and said, I usually patrol and practice. How can I know anyone? Where is Sister Ya? Jiang Cheng asked. Zhang Ye smiled and said, let's see first. The group of people in the Sunset community is the first batch to come in. If I am the first, I hope I can be born among them. Just as several people were chatting. Off stage, Chen Beixian waited until everyone left and immediately moved towards Shen Fu. He had heard yesterday that Shen Fu was the strongest scavenger in this base, and it would be right to follow him. But he just walked over. He just opened his mouth and didn't speak yet. One man turned around and said with a smile, Sorry, brother, our team is full. Okay. Chen Beixian was immediately hit and looked at the others in frustration. When he saw the streamlined tendon meat on Hung Feng's arm, he smiled and approached him. With the experience of being rejected last time, he quickly said, Brother, can you be my partner? We'll have a companion along the way. Okay. After the scavengers of the Dawn base dispersed, several unfamiliar faces came out from the corner. Hui, go tell the boss that the people of the Dawn base have taken action and ask if they want to take action next. A handsome young man lowered his voice. Okay, young master, just watch. Hui smiled with his harmless fat round face, turned around, bent his legs, and his body was ejected like a cannonball. After a few breaths, he appeared 100 meters away. It is hard to imagine that such a fat man who looks round can have such a speed. This little fat man runs quite fast. The young master muttered and continued to follow. However, what he didn't notice was that an inconspicuous little mosquito flew over his head. Linha Garden is not far from the Shuguang base, only about 2 kilometers away. Hui ran all the way, and 1 minute later, looking at the gate in front of him, he went in directly. Turning a corner, a group of people had been waiting here for a long time, and the leader, a man with wrinkled face and fierce look, was sweating profusely. Next to the man was a young man with gloomy eyes, Yin Bin. Seeing Hui coming, the wrinkled man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said irritably, Hui, how is the situation? Boss, the hunting competition has begun, and all the scavengers of the Shuguang base have been dispatched. Hui panted slightly. Good. Wang Minchuan clapped his hands and immediately turned to look at Yin Bin next to him and said, Brother, if I say one more word here, will what we said before count? I, Yin Bin, always keep my word. Yin Bin frowned. Okay. Wang Minchuan raised his voice and immediately called the brothers behind him. Let's go, brothers. Let's deal with the bastards of the Shuguang base today and vent our Brother Bin's anger. Vent for Brother Bin. Everyone shouted in unison. Led by Wang Minchuan, Yin Bin on the right, Hui on the left, and more than 200 survivors behind them, the group headed towards the Shuguang base in a mighty manner. However, what this group of people did not expect was that their every move was under Jiang Cheng's surveillance. In the gym, Jiang Cheng listened to the conversation of this group of people and whispered to Wang Minchuan. Data eye open. Ding. Name. Wang Minchuan. Race. Human. Level. First level intermediate. Wisdom, 2. Strength, 60. Agility, 8. Spirit, 5. Superpower, Beast Transformation, Ancient Giant Crocodile. Comprehensive Combat Power, 75. Only first level intermediate? Jiang Cheng showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. He could easily kill such a character. As for Yin Bin, he had seen him before and ignored him. Then he looked at Hui and the man called Master. Name, Wu Hui. Race, human. Level, semi-awakened. Wisdom, 1.2. Strength, 20. Agility, 5. Spirit, 2. Power, not awakened. Comprehensive combat strength, 28.2. Name, Li Zhongwei. Race, human. Level, semi-awakened. Wisdom, 1.3. Strength, 21. Agility, 5.1. Spirit, 2. Power, not awakened. Comprehensive combat strength, 29.4. Except for these 2 semi-awakened people, There is also a teenager following Wang Minchuan, who is also a semi-awakened person. The rest are all ordinary survivors. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng had already made up his mind. He said directly to the micro-communicator, "Qingwan, Xiaojian, Dad, I have a temporary task for you." Li Qingwan and the other two who were observing the safety of the scavengers in the dark were stunned, and then Lin Ro excitedly said, "Jiang Cheng, did you find any enemies?" "How did you know?" Jiang Cheng asked in surprise. Lin Ro said quite complacently, "We have seen a few strange faces gathering around the base in the dark. I didn't intend to report it to you. After all, they were just a few strong mosquitoes. We solved them easily. Not bad, there is progress." Jiang Cheng praised generously. Lin Ro was able to discover this group of secretly observing enemies, which made him feel comforted. This is also the purpose of his training of several women. "That's it." Lin Ro smiled proudly. Jiang Cheng said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense and get down to business." A group of people are about to attack from the west section of Linzhou Avenue. One of them is called Wang Minchuan, who is a little fat and came from Haiyang Hospital. His strength is at the first level, and his superpower is to transform into a crocodile. There is another awakened person from Tian'an Base, named Yin Bin, who is a little thin. His strength is equivalent to yours at the first level, and his superpower is invisibility. You should be careful with this person. There are 2 semi-awakened people and 216 survivors next to them. The last one is the person who is monitoring you, who is also a semi-awakened person. I have explained the situation to you clearly. It's up to you to deal with it next. Don't worry, leave it to us. Lin Ro nodded, turned to look at Old Man Yang and Li Qingwan, and the three of them looked at each other. Lin Ro took the lead and said, "Everyone has heard what Jiang Cheng said just now. I will deal with the awakener named Yin Bin, and Qingwan will deal with the crocodile. As for Dad, just pay attention to those awakeners." "How about it? Lin girl, so brave?" Dad Yang said in surprise. Lin Ro said without hiding. "Speaking of which, last time the Tian'an base attacked, Qingwan and I could only deal with it hastily. Now there are awakeners attacking again, which is a good opportunity to verify the results of our practice." Li Qingwan hurriedly nodded in agreement and said weakly, "I feel that I didn't help the base much last time." "Hey, you two girls." Dad sighed and said, "Okay, but let me make it clear first. Safety comes first. If you can't win, save your life first." "Yes. Yes." Lin Ro and Li Qingwan both nodded. At the same time, Hengfeng and Chen Beixian had just finished dealing with a zombie. Chen Beixian sat down on the ground with his buttocks, wailing, "Damn it. It's already so hard to kill a zombie. What should I do next?" After saying that, he looked at Hengfeng and said, "Lao Heng, what do you think?" The other party frowned slightly and also panted. To be honest, if it was before the end of the world, with his physical fitness, killing a zombie would be a piece of cake. But staying in the Seoul base for nearly a month, with only a small mouthful of rotten rice every day, this made him seriously malnourished and muscle loss was quite serious. So that, although he had a full meal yesterday, his physical fitness was not as good as before. It took him and Chen Beixian to kill this zombie just now. Searching for zombies while collecting supplies. Hengfeng said, "But what if we encounter a large number of zombies? Otherwise, we go back." Before Chen Beixian finished speaking, he felt a sharp gaze staring at him, making him feel like he was being stared at by a wolf, and hurriedly laughed. I'm kidding. Yeah." Hengfeng's eyes softened a bit, and while he squatted down to dig out the crystals inside the zombie's head, he explained in as calm a voice as possible. "This reward is extraordinary. It is an opportunity for us to become stronger. If we miss it, there is no telling whether we will survive until the next hunting competition." Yeah, brother, I know." Chen Beixian nodded quickly, for fear of making the big boss unhappy. Regardless of what Chen Beixian thought, Hengfeng continued, "Don't worry. You and I will share the first 10 zombie crystals harvested this time. After that, we will hunt zombies according to our abilities." "Thank you, Brother Feng." Chen Beixian thanked him. Although I don't know whether Hengfeng's words are true or not, a promise is better than no promise. Just as he was thinking about it, a shiny object flew towards him. He subconsciously stretched out his hand to catch it. It was sticky. When he spread his hands and looked at it, he found that it was the zombie crystal just now. "Brother Feng, what are you doing?" This one belongs to you, and the next zombie belongs to me, Hongfeng said. Hearing these words, Chen Beixian suddenly felt a huge surprise. He even felt a little embarrassed when he spoke, and said excitedly, "Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng. Okay, get up and continue searching." Good. Just when Chen Beixian was getting up, Hongfeng suddenly flashed behind Chen Beixian, and then covered Chen Beixuan's mouth with one hand. Such a sudden change made Chen Beixian suddenly feel a surge of fear. He knew it wasn't that simple, and the other party definitely wanted to kill him and silence him. For a moment, Chen Beixian regretted it extremely. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have accepted this zombie crystal as a matter of course. Feng, Brother Feng, Chen Beixuan's voice was a little muffled, but he heard Hung Feng say in his ear, "Shu, someone is peeking." As he spoke, his hands relaxed a little. This made Chen Beixian feel a lump in his throat, but he still didn't dare to let down his guard. In this post-apocalyptic world where the jungle is full of intrigues and deceptions, it is always good to keep an eye on things. He pretended to glance around and said, "Brother Feng, I didn't see anyone. Look at that corner," Hongfeng said, raising his hand to point in a direction. Chen Beixian doubtfully looked in the direction Hongfeng pointed, and sure enough, he spotted a sneaky figure with half of his head exposed. He immediately raised the alarm and lowered his voice. "Brother Feng, could he be from our Dawn base?" "No." Hongfeng shook his head and analyzed. "I have checked all the guards at Shuguang base, and there are 3 masters from Team Yang, Team Li, and Team Lin following me. It is impossible for others to appear." The situation of following the teams secretly. "Brother Feng, what do you mean? This person may have been captured." Chen Beixuan's mind immediately changed. Hongfeng nodded and said, "It's 100% from other bases, and it's most likely a hostile force." "Then why don't we tell Captain Yang and the others?" Chen Beixian suggested. Hongfeng lowered his head and thought for a while. According to the actual situation, Team Yang should indeed be told about someone peeping here, but at most they will only get some simple rewards. But if they catch the monitor and then tie him to the base, the situation will be serious. Same. Thinking of this, Hongfeng looked at Chen Beixian seriously and said, "Do you want to get the attention of the base bosses?" "I think so. Why don't I think about it?" Chen Beixian nodded without knowing why. "Then this monitor is our opportunity," Hongfeng said suddenly. Although Chen Beixian sometimes has trouble with his mind, he is not stupid either. He immediately showed a look of fear on his face and said, "Brother Feng, what do you think?" "That's right." Hongfeng nodded, and Chen Beixian also compromised under Hongfeng's semi-threat. The two of them agreed, holding the steel pipe they picked up from the road, and walked step by step in the direction of the watcher on the corner. At the same time, the young master is observing. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he immediately turned around and raised his arm to block. Bang! 2 steel pipes fell on his forearm. And this time, Lin Ro and the 3 of them, who had been monitoring the young master, were stunned. "Dad, what's going on with these 2 people?" Lin Ro asked. "It seems they are from our base." A row of black lines appeared on Father Yang's forehead. He seemed to have seen one of these boys yesterday, and his eyes were easy to remember. "Then what should we do?" Lin Ro said angrily. 20 minutes have passed now, and the attacker from the west is about to come. If you go out at this time, you will be easily exposed. Let's take a look first. If it doesn't work, let's go rescue those 2 boys," Father Yang said, covering his forehead. "Okay." Lin Ro nodded speechlessly, but her eyes were fixed on that side. At the same time, she estimated the distance between the 2 sides, and a ball of water slowly condensed in her hand. In contrast, Hongfeng, he didn't expect that the watcher was so alert that he actually accepted their sneak attack. Chen Beixian on the side was equally surprised. He turned to look at Hongfeng. It happened that Hongfeng also looked at him. The 2 people's eyes met, and for a moment they had a tacit understanding and raised the steel rod at the same time, then raised it and smashed it down again. "Go to hell," Chen Beixian roared, using all his strength. Hongfeng also tried his best, but the next moment, the 2 steel rods were directly caught by the monitor. Holding the steel rod, the young master was also a little angry. He didn't expect that his position would be exposed by 2 scumbags, and if these 2 scumbags escaped and told Shuguang, the next attack plan would fail. No, these 2 people must die. For a moment, the young master's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he said coldly, "You too dare to sneak attack me. You are looking for death." As he said that, he slowly pulled the steel rod with both hands. Hongfeng and Qin Beixian were shocked and hurriedly pulled back with all their strength, but they found that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't pull the steel rod back. So Hongfeng immediately made a judgment and shouted, "Let go." After saying that, he raised his foot and kicked the young master in the chest. This kick was very powerful. At least as a professional mountaineer, his core strength is extremely strong. Even though his physical fitness has declined a lot after a month of torture, the power of a kick is not something that ordinary people can bear. What's more, it was kicked at the valve position of the chest. But after this kick, Hongfeng's face flashed with surprise again, and he quickly used the power of the kick to release the steel rod and stepped back a few steps to distance himself from the man. As expected, the man did not change his expression after being kicked and did not even take a step back. Qin Beixian saw Hongfeng let go of the steel rod and immediately did the same, then trotted to Hongfeng's side, looking at this guy with abnormal strength with fear. Bang! After taking away the steel rods of Hongfeng and the other man, the young master threw them to the side and said jokingly, "How is it? Do you think I'm tough? Hard?" Qin Beixian looked confused. What is this guy talking about? However, Hongfeng next to him said with an ugly face, "Are you an awakener?" Hearing the other party reveal the key, the young master was slightly surprised and said, "You actually know about awakeners?" "Yeah." Hongfeng nodded. "I didn't expect you to have such insight, but you are only half right," the young master said here with some regret. "I am just a half-awakened person who failed to awaken. Of course, dealing with you is just like pinching an ant with my hand." As he said, the young master bent his body and dived, and immediately appeared in front of Hongfeng and the other two, and then punched Hongfeng's chest fiercely. Not good. Hongfeng was shocked. He didn't expect this guy to be so fast that he could hardly see the other party's attack, but his body's instinct still made him forcefully pounce to the side. Crack! This punch didn't hit his chest, but it hit his arm firmly. Under this huge force, his body flipped in the air for a while, and then rolled to the ground. He climbed up with difficulty, but found that his left arm could not be lifted. Damn it! Hongfeng gritted his teeth. This punch directly broke his shoulder bone. But he also had some regrets. "I was too arrogant. If I had known that I should have listened to Qin Beixian and reported to Captain Yang, maybe all this would not have happened." And now facing the half-awakened young master, he could not escape at all, and he would definitely die. Thinking of this, Hongfeng gritted his teeth and shouted at Qin Beixian, "Run! Go inform the captain. I will stop him." Qin Bei was frightened by the young master's punch just now. He stood there and dared not move. He came to his senses after hearing Hongfeng's words and ran to the side. "Wanna run?" The young master sneered, pointed his toes again, and was about to jump up. But he didn't expect that his legs were heavy and his body fell down again. He looked down angrily and found that Hongfeng was holding his legs tightly with one hand, staring at him with red eyes. With a low roar almost like a beast. "Don't go." There was a rage in the young master's eyes, and he sneered. "Haha, since you want to die so much, then I will help you." After saying that, he clenched his palm into a fist and hit Hongfeng hard on the back. And at this time, not good. The father, who was hiding far away, secretly said something was wrong and was about to take action. Lin Ro saw this and put her hand on her father's shoulder. "Girl Lin." Father Yang looked at Lin Ro doubtfully. Lin Ro shook her head and gently raised her other hand. Suddenly, the water balls condensed in her palm turned into several spiral water needles as thick as chopsticks, and she hooked her hand hard in the direction of the young master. Swish! The water pattern needle shot out suddenly, making a sound of breaking through the air, just when the young master was about to punch him. What? Feeling a strong wind coming from behind him, he subconsciously kicked away Hongfeng, who was holding him, and then leaned back. Bang bang! The water-marked needle flew past and pierced the wall in front of him, shooting out several holes. "Awakener?" The young master looked at the hole, and 3 words subconsciously came to his mind. A chill ran down my back. He quickly looked around vigilantly, trying to find any trace of the awakened one, but after scanning around, he found that there was no one at all. Then he looked at Hongfeng, who was lying on the ground staring at him. The fear in his eyes was particularly obvious. "Damn it! Looks like it's been discovered." We have to retreat quickly. The young master thought, took a few steps back, looked at Hungfeng, and said, "You are lucky today." After saying the harsh words, he was about to leave. "No, this guy wants to escape." Father Yang secretly said something bad and said to Lin Ju beside him, "We must not let this person leave, otherwise we will be exposed." Lin Ro shook her head and pointed to the side. "No, people are already here. Coming." Dad looked curiously in the direction Lin Ro pointed and found a dark group of people coming from the west of Linzhou Avenue. Looking at the crowd, Father Yang grinned. "Hey." The old man was still worried that people wouldn't come. "Now it's better. We can let go." As for the young master, he was about to retreat, but a voice sounded not far away. "Master, eldest brother has arrived." "Is it Hui?" The young master listened to the voice and turned around to look. The leader was his boss Wang Minchuan. Next to him was Yin Bin, whom he also recognized. For a moment, he felt calm. So what if there are awakened ones? There were 2 awakened people on their side, plus him, Hui and Zhu too, 3 semi-awakened people. No matter how you looked at them, they were all the ones to crush. So he stopped, looked at Hungfeng with a smile, and said, "It seems like you are not very lucky." With that said, he clenched his fists and walked towards Hungfeng again. And just when he was about to raise his fist, "This is it," another voice sounded from behind. After being interrupted several times in a row, the young master became even more agitated. He turned around impatiently and found that there were several men and women behind him, as well as Chun Bei Xian, who had just escaped. Chun Bei, hearing the sound, Hungfeng also raised his head at this time. He closed one eye and looked at Chun Bei Xian and said bitterly, "Didn't I tell you to run away? Why are you coming back?" Chun Bei, "But brother, I am also lucky. As soon as I ran out of the alley, I met Brother Lechenfu and several others. Brother Shun is the strongest scavenger in Shuguang Base." Speaking of this, Chun Bei Xian said excitedly. Hungfeng was moved, but he couldn't laugh or cry in his heart. Facing the semi-awakened, what's the use of having more survivors? He had just personally experienced the fighting power of this monster. You must know that his physical fitness was outstanding among ordinary people, but when facing the young master, he still had his shoulder bone broken by a punch. Just when he was about to remind everyone to leave, Shun Fu suddenly walked out, raised his machete, pointed at the young master, and said calmly, "Let him go. I can make the decision to spare your life." "Will you spare me?" The young master seemed to have heard something funny. He turned forward and backward with laughter, and his body was shaking violently. "You spared me? Ha ha ha. It's so funny. You spare me." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly shot out and hit Shin Fu with his fist. What a speed! After being injected with the strength-enhancing potion, Shun Fu's physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, but he was still shocked by the movement caused by the young master's punch, and he was so busy raising his fist to block it. Bang! A soft sound. The huge force caused Shin Fu to slide back more than 10 meters before he stabilized his body. He looked up at the young master again. The shock in his heart couldn't be greater, and he said to himself, "It's such a strong force, I almost couldn't resist it." The palm of my hand that was secretly turned towards me was already red and swollen. "Oh, you are quite strong. You can actually catch my fist." The young master smiled, raised his fist again, and said in a sharp voice, "This time, I want to see how many times you can catch it." After saying that, he punched again. But the next second, what? The young master looked horrified, because a beautiful figure flashed in front of him, easily caught his fist, and kicked it out under his shocked gaze. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His vision blurred and he flew backwards, but before he flew far, he was caught by someone. Turning his head, he saw that it was the boss Wang Minchuan. Wang Minchuan stabilized the young master's body, patted the dust on the young master's shoulders, and whispered, "Be careful. This man is not someone you can deal with." As he said that, he looked up at Lin Ro and said, "Are you the awakener of the Dawn Base?" Lin Ro said nothing, just stared coldly at the man in front of him. Wang Minchuan was not annoyed and continued to joke, "Beautiful woman, with personality, is my kind of girl. So, I originally came here to avenge my brother, but now I have changed my mind. As long as you are willing to accompany me for one night, the bullying of my brother by your Dawn Base will be written off. How about it?" After he finished speaking, A group of survivors behind him also followed suit. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Ro coldly spat out 4 words, and then said to Shen Fu and others behind him, "Leave this man to me, and you guys deal with the rest of the survivors." "Yes, Captain Lin." Seeing Lin Ro appear, Shen Fu, Chen Beixian, and others gained confidence. Chen Beixian even ran over to help Hung Feng up. Then, Lin Ro raised her arm, and the water vapor in the air instantly condensed, forming 4 spiral-shaped long needles, and waved her arm. Swish! The water pattern needle flew out and went straight to Wang Minchuan's crotch. "It's hot enough, brother likes you more." Wang Minchuan's face was even more amazed, and he quickly rolled on the ground and narrowly avoided the attack. Then he laughed and said, "Tonight, brother wants you to be my woman." After that, he shouted, "Beast transformation, ancient giant crocodile." The moment he shouted, Wang Minchuan's body began to undergo drastic changes. On the face full of wrinkles, a thick-lipped mouth quickly stretched forward, with a row of sharp teeth growing out. Dark gray scales appeared on the face, and the eyeballs with sinister eyebrows turned orange, and black vertical pupils appeared inside. "Come out." In addition to the changes in the brain, the body has also undergone amazing changes. The figure continued to grow taller. Scales grew on the surface of the body, and the clothes were shredded into rags. The limbs turned into crocodile claws, and a thick and long tail broke out from the tailbone. Roar! After the transformation was completed, Wang Minchuan looked up to the sky and let out a loud roar. At a glance, he turned into a giant crocodile that was 10 meters long and covered with scales. The big crocodile that Wang Minchuan transformed into said, "Brother Yan, leave this itch to me, and you can take care of the rest." "Okay." Yan Bin nodded. Wang Minchuan said again, "Master, Hui Hui, Zhu Tu, the 3 of you take our people to deal with Shuguang's survivors. Remember, no one will be left alive." "Yes." After listening to the boss Wang Minchuan's words, the young master stared at Shen Fu and Chen Beixian and licked his lips. Hui Hui, unlike the young master, looked indifferent. Zhu Tu was quite interested in Zhou Xiaodai and the girls behind Shen Fu. The eyes on that big fat head were about to pop out, and he was swallowing saliva unconsciously. He nodded and said, "Boss, you just leave it to us." "Okay. In that case, let's take action." Wang Minchuan gave the order, and everyone took action. And just then, another shout sounded. "Don't even think about bullying Sister Lin Ro." "Phoenix." As he said this, a harsh chirping sound sounded all around. Everyone paused and looked around. I saw a big bird with its whole body burning with flames coming out of the sky, and just as it was approaching, everyone felt the temperature of the surrounding air rise significantly, and their skin felt a slight burning sensation. "Oh my God, what did I see? Is this the phoenix from mythology?" The people at Yuhu Base were shocked by the sudden appearance of this strange bird. And here at Dawn Base, some of the team members who had participated in the fight against Shun Fu's night attack in Tian'an immediately said excitedly, "It's Captain Li Qingwan." Captain Li. Chen Beixian stared blankly at the phoenix appearing in the sky. It was hard to imagine that this was the frail Captain Li who was standing next to the leader at that time. After reacting, Chen Beixian's blood boiled. "I am extremely glad for my previous choice. With such an awakened person to protect him, what should he be afraid of in the future? And maybe one day, he can become such a strong man." For a while, Chen Beixian began to have unlimited fantasies about the future at Shuguang Base. Zhou Xiaodai and the other girls also stared blankly at the phoenix that Li Qingwan had transformed into. "Captain Li is so beautiful." Wang Man's charming face showed admiration. "She is very powerful," Zhao Xiaotong said enviously. Zhou Xiaodai remained silent, but compared to the previous lifelessness, the seeds of strength in her heart began to sprout. Hungfeng looked at the sky in a daze and murmured, "Is this the strength of Shuguang Base?" As he muttered, he was even more eager to become stronger. On the other hand, Wang Minchuan's eyes also flashed with surprise and deep fear. He glanced at Yanbin intriguingly and said meaningfully, "Brother Yan, it seems that you have a lot of things that you haven't explained clearly." Yanbin knew he was in the wrong and said calmly, "They are just 2 first-level awakeners. With your first-level strength and my first-level strength, I am afraid that 2 women can't do it." "Haha, what Brother Yanbin said is true. Wang Minchuan sneered a few times and said, "In this way, you will be able to deal with that big bird. As for the woman on the ground, she is mine." "No problem." Yin Bin nodded. Next, Wang Minchuan looked at Lin Ro and Li Qingwan and said, 2 versus 2. It's not like I'm bullying you. Cut the nonsense." Lin Ro shouted coldly, condensed a water pattern needle in the palm of her hand, and shouted softly, "Water pattern needle." Swish! A long needle turned into water flew out immediately. Seeing the water-marked needles flying towards him, Wang Minchuan disdainfully flicked the crocodile's long tail and shouted, "It's just a water-marked needle." Bang! After a soft sound, the long needle was scattered by his tail. It was actually blocked. Lin Ro was slightly shocked, knowing that her watermarked needle could penetrate cement and stone walls. It seemed that the crocodile's scales had extremely high defense. Then he raised his palms forward and whispered, "Water continuous bounce." A dense mass of finger-thick water bullets condensed in front of the palm of his hand, and they shot out under control. Bang, bang, bang. Compared with the water pattern needle just now, the water bomb is more powerful and the attack is more intensive. Just for a moment, the water bomb hit Wang Minchuan's scales, leaving a white spot. At this time, Wang Minchuan also had a look of fear in his eyes. He quickly turned his body, blocked his tail in front, and swung his tail wildly to block the water bomb attack. As for Li Qingwan, Yin Bin stared at Huafeng Huang in front of him and said, "Do you still remember Wei Ming, Ma Gua, and others who were beaten to death by Shuguang before? Are you Yin Bin from Tianan Base?" Li Qingwan also saw the identity of the person in front of her at this time and said with some surprise, "I didn't expect you to know me." Yin Bin was also slightly surprised that Li Qingwan could tell him his name, and then laughed and said, "It would be better if I recognized him, so that you can die knowingly." Said secretly, "Invisible." Instantly, Yin Bin disappeared from the spot. Disappeared. Li Qingwan murmured, and immediately flapped her wings and flew up to the sky. At this time, a voice sounded from the ground. "You can run, but you'd better think about the survivors of your Dawn base." "Can they run?" "Aye." Li Qingwan hesitated for a moment, then turned and flew towards the ground. As a member of the base, she had to protect the survivors of her base. However, when he was only about 2 meters away from the ground, bang, she felt a pain in her back. Her body immediately fell to the ground. This made the old father who was observing in the dark feel a pang in his heart and secretly sighed. This silly girl. However, it was not yet time for him to take action. Apart from Lin Ro and Li Qingwan, the battle on Hungfeng's side had just begun. "Brother Feng, you take a rest on the side first. Leave this to us." Chun Beixian wanted to help Hungfeng to lean against the wall, but Hungfeng refused. "No, I can still fight." As he said that, he broke free, limped to the wall, found a brick at random, and then walked back. Okay. Chun Beixian was helpless. He didn't expect Hungfeng to be so strong. At this time, several people from the Yuhu base stood opposite them. The leading young master sneered and said, "Let's continue to settle the account just now." After speaking, he waved his hand. He shouted, "Brothers, go ahead and kill these people from Shuguang." Kill. The survivors behind the young master rushed towards Hungfeng and others in a swarm. Facing the dark group of people, Shun Fu looked solemn and said to the captain Lu Kai behind him, "Captain, leave those survivors to you to deal with. Leave this semi-awakened person to me. But just by yourself, I'm afraid." Lu Kai hesitated. Just now, Shin Fu was knocked back a long way by the opponent's punch. "Don't worry, I know it well," Shin Fu said with a smile. "Well, be careful yourself." Lu Kai nodded solemnly, then looked at a teammate behind him and said, Go back to the base to find Team Zhou." Then he said to the other scavengers at Dawn Base, "Everyone, rush to me and kill these bastards." For a time, the two sides fought together. But soon, bang, one after another, Dawn scavengers flew out backwards. Looking towards the melee crowd, they found that the guy who knocked people away was the young master, as well as his other 2 teammates. After a scavenger was knocked away, his head was bruised and bloody. He sat on the ground and shouted, "Brother Kai, these people are so damn strong. I am no match for them. Hold on to me," Lu Kai shouted. At the same time, inside the gym at Shuguang Base, looking at the melee between the 2 groups, as well as the survivors of Dawn Base who were beaten to death but still charged forward. He nodded with appreciation. Yes, they are all good. He was not worried about his personal injuries. As long as he still had breath, he could be saved by entering the operating room. What is lacking are people who dare to move forward. As for the three semi-awakened ones who crushed Hongfeng and the others, Jiang Cheng was also unfazed. He gave Xiao Jian and Qingwan some things, but they haven't used them yet. You itch, you're so strong. A survivor from the Yuhu base kicked Zhou Xiaodai to the ground, stared obscenely at the long legs of the woman in front of him that were exposed to the air, swallowed unconsciously, and slid his forehead down. He wiped off the blood, then unbuttoned his belt, and said, "Today, I must kill you to death." But, just as he finished speaking, bang, as if his head was hit hard, blood immediately poured out, and he collapsed to the ground. As he fell, Zhao Xiaotong, who was holding a steel rod behind him, gasped for air. After dealing with the man, Zhao Xiaotong ran over quickly, looked at Zhou Xiaodai and said, "Xiaodai, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Zhou Xiaodai shook her head and said, "It's okay." Zhao Xiaotong breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Zhou Xiaodai up. The two women swept around the melee crowd and ran towards Wang Man. Compared to the weak Zhou Xiaodai, Hongfeng's battle was more bloody. FCKU. A survivor from Yuhu base rushed towards Hongfeng with a machete. Hongfeng looked at the person without blinking and waited until the other person was close. He gave the person a hard kick, knocking him to the ground. Then he strode over to the person and aimed the brick at the person's head. Hit it hard. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive attacks, the other party stopped moving and then rushed towards the next survivor. Qin Beishuan's battle was much more comical. Seeing the survivors rushing toward him, he was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. However, because he ran too fast, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. When the other party saw this, he laughed viciously and pounced on him with a tiger pounce. The two men struggled together, just when Qin Beishian was exhausted. Suddenly, the survivor who was riding on him was hit hard on the head and fell to the side. When Qin Beishian saw the person on top of him falling down, he hurriedly looked up and found Hang Feng holding the brick. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Feng, thank you," Qin Beishian said gratefully. Hongfeng nodded and said at the same time, "Be careful yourself." With that said, he rushed towards the next person. The two sides fought like this for about half an hour. Because there are so many people in Yuhu base, and there are 3 semi-awakened people including the young master, the only ones who can still stand up in Shuguang base are Zhou Xiaodai, Xin Fu, Lu Kai, Qin Beishian, and Hongfeng. All of them were more or less successful. The most seriously injured person was Xin Fu. 3 ribs were broken and his left arm was also broken. Several people were standing back to back, surrounded by people from Yuhu base. The leader of the young master came out and said with a smile, "Go on, aren't you very good at fighting?" Listening to the young master's words, the 5 of them were silent. "Since you don't say anything, then I'll do it," the young master laughed. Under the gaze of Zhu Tu and Hui Hui, he walked towards the 5 people step by step. Just when he was about to take action, Lin Ro, who was fighting, glanced over here and saw everyone in Shuguang base collapsed, and secretly thought something was wrong. He quickly said to the bracelet on his wrist, 3, go and get rid of those semi-awakened people in Yuhu base. As soon as she finished speaking, the silver bracelet on Lin Ro's wrist squirmed, turning into metallic liquid and falling to the ground from her wrist, condensing into a metal man about 1.8 meters tall. Level 1 Doomsday Warrior 3 received the order. The mechanical sound without any emotion sounded, and the first level Doomsday Warrior 3 slowly turned around, lowered his body, and dived in the direction of Hongfeng. The same is true for Li Qingwan. She was at a loss for what to do and said to the silver bracelet on her wings, "Lu, go help the scavengers at Dawn Base to deal with the enemy." Level 1 Doomsday Warrior Lu received the order. The next moment, the first level Doomsday Warrior Lu also condensed into a human form and rushed towards Hongfeng. What was the metal man just now? Yanbin looked at the condensed metal man and always had an ominous premonition, but he didn't have time to care so much. Instead, Li Qingwan in front of him had to think about how to deal with it. At this time, Hongfeng sighed. "Go to hell." The young master was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, He arrived in front of Hungfeng and hit Hungfeng in the face with his fist. On the other hand, Hungfeng, feeling the strong wind rushing straight at his face, he couldn't avoid the attack at all, so he simply closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Seeing Hungfeng close his eyes, the young master was even more proud, and the smile on his face was even more ferocious. Haha, go to hell for me. His punch was powerful and heavy, and it had a ton of power itself. Under acceleration, the power was far more than a ton. Even if it hit a piece of marble, it would be shattered, let alone a human skull. In the blink of an eye, buzz. A metallic buzzing sound spread out. He looked at the metal man who caught his fist with disbelief, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Just as he was panicking, another strong wind came. At this time, the pig head behind him hurriedly shouted, "Master, be careful! Be careful!" When the young master was stunned, his chest suddenly hurt. He couldn't help but look down. On his chest, a blood flower slowly bloomed. Connected to the center of the blood flower was a metal spear. He looked up with difficulty and happened to meet the emotionless eyes of the first-level Doomsday Warrior 3. Puff! The young master spurted out a mouthful of blood, staring directly at the first-level Doomsday Warrior 3, and said weakly, "Cough, cough, cough. You, what on earth are you?" Level 1 Doomsday Warrior 3, under the orders of Captain Lin Ro, kill the invading enemies of Dawn. The cold voice of Level 1 Doomsday Warrior since sounded, and the spear in his arm changed again, turning into a long sword and swiping towards the side. Tear, like cutting through a rag, it cut horizontally from the young master's chest directly to the right. 1. Level 1 Doomsday Battle. Half of the young master's body was broken, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then his eyes went black, and he completely lost his life. And at this time, Hungfeng, who was already prepared to face death, saw that there was no movement for a long time. He couldn't help but opened his eyes half-squinted. When he saw the metal man standing in front of him and the young master with a dead expression on his face, his chest was cut open. Stunned, not only Hungfeng, but also Zhou Xiaodai and Chen Beixian, two people with weak endurance, felt their stomachs churn and almost vomited. As for Lu Kai and Xin Fu, they were used to seeing killings and were no strangers to such scenes. Xin Fu, on the other hand, looked at the metal man thoughtfully. On the other hand, look at Yuhu Town. The young master's death had a huge impact on them, especially Zhu Tu and Hui Hui, who were so frightened that they froze in place. The young master is dead? Hui Hui stuttered. Zhu Tu was so frightened that his legs trembled and said, Let's run away. But what will the boss say? Hui Hui was obviously a little moved. Zhu Tu said directly, "Whatever, it's important for us to save our lives." The two discussed and looked at each other. The next moment, they all turned around and ran into the crowd. Seeing the two eldest brothers running away, the survivors in Yuhu Town had no intention of fighting anymore. A strange cry of "Wow! The young master is dead. Let's run. Run quickly, otherwise we will all die in the hands of this monster." For a time, more than 100 survivors of Yuhu Town gathered together. However, Level 1 Doomsday Warrior San and Level 1 Doomsday Warrior Lu would not let them leave easily. Lin Ro and Li Qingwan have given orders, and they will kill every survivor in Yuhu Town. The mission goal is to kill the survivors of Yuhu Town. Take a step. Body dive. The two Doomsday Warriors turned into a metallic afterimage and rushed into the crowd. Originally, Hui Hui and Zhu Tu were still congratulating themselves on running fast, but soon, they felt something was wrong behind them. Turn around and look. They found a metal spear stabbing them in the back. Hold! Hui Hui shouted loudly and rolled on the spot, narrowly escaping San's attack. Zhu Tu, however, was not so lucky because of his bulky body and was penetrated through the back of the heart by Lu's spear. Puff! A blood flower bloomed on the chest. After the pig head screamed, he fell to the ground and stopped moving. When Hui Hui saw this, he knew he couldn't run away, so he simply let go of his hands and feet, rushed forward and shouted, "I will fight with you." The next second, poof, poof, two blood flowers bloomed on his head and chest respectively. A quick glance revealed that Lu and San had stabbed his forehead and chest with metal spears respectively. Bang! Lu Hezin pulled out the spear, and Hui's body fell straight down. Next, Liu Hezhen rushed into the survivors of Yuhu town without stopping and started killing them. Everywhere he passed, there was a scream. Less than 5 minutes passed. The survivors of Yuhu town were wiped out. After dealing with the survivors in Yuhu town, the two Doomsday Warriors turned and rushed towards Wang Minchuan and Yin Bin. As for everyone at Dawn Base, they stared blankly at the corpses on the ground, feeling indescribably shocked. Is this man's background? Hung Feng murmured in his heart. Of course Wang Minchuan saw the tragic situation among the survivors in Yuhu town, but being entangled by Lin Ro, he simply couldn't let go to help. Now that the two robots had killed his men and were heading towards him, he began to feel despair. It's just one Lin Ro, but if he adds a metal man who is equivalent to a first-order awakened person, he will probably suffer. I immediately wanted to get away. So he said, "Woman, there is no way for us to continue fighting like this. Let's just decide the outcome with one move." "Good," Lin Rugio shouted. The two of them distanced themselves and stood facing each other. Wang Minchuan stared coldly at the woman in front of him and shouted, "Must kill, death sprint." The roar fell. His limbs swung and he ran on the ground, opening his bloody mouth and biting Lin Ro. Lin Ro was not disappointed either. He clasped his hands together and yelled, "Blister." As soon as she finished speaking, water vapor surged in front of her, and in an instant, a large water ball with a diameter of more than 20 meters formed. At the same time, the ancient giant crocodile, transformed by Wang Minchuan, plunged into the water polo. Gulu gulu. Wang Minchuan entered the water and sneered crazily in his heart. The beast he transformed into was a crocodile, and crocodiles are amphibians. Being in the water is like going home. Is this woman stupid? But the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. Lin Ro shouted again, "Water spout." The huge water polo wrapped around Wang Minchuan and began to spin, gradually turning into a water spout tens of meters high, sending Wang Minchuan high into the sky. Gulu gulu. Under such high-speed rotation, Wang Minchuan suddenly became dizzy. Even when he turned into an amphibian, he choked on several large mouthfuls of water and felt as if his body was floating. Bang! The water spout stopped, and Wang Minchuan was sent more than 50 meters into the air. Then, Ling Ro raised her arms and shouted again, "Must kill, water dragon diamond." Swish! A huge rotating spiral water drill rose from the ground into the sky and pointed directly at Wang Minchuan's belly. And at the moment of impact, the water dragon drill is like an electric drill drilling holes into the giant crocodile, transformed by Wang Minchuan. "Ha ha, little girl, it's too early for you to break through my defense. My scales can even defend against cannons." "Yeah." Lin Ro sneered and mobilized all her mental power to speed up the water dragon drill. 1 minute later, Wang Minchuan was calm and composed at the beginning, but his face was no longer calm. Because he felt the stinging pain in his belly, he quickly begged for mercy. "Stop trying. I surrender. I admit defeat." Lin Ro ignored it and continued to mobilize her mental power like crazy. There was also a trace of blood coming out of Wang Minchuan's belly, and then the hole in his belly became bigger and bigger, and more blood poured out. In 10 minutes, puff! Blood was falling from Wang Minchuan's internal organs like raindrops from a high altitude, and he had struggled from the beginning to now not moving anymore. Looking carefully, it was obvious that he was dead and could no longer die. Call. After finishing off the opponent, Lin Ro breathed a big sigh of relief, and then a sense of powerlessness came up. It was obvious that she had just exhausted too much mental energy, causing her body to collapse. Fortunately, she was supported by level 1 Doomsday Warrior 3 in time, so that she would not collapse. Fall. 3. Put me down and go help Qingwan. Yes. Wang Minchuan. This waste is really useless. Yin Bin watched Wang Minchuan being killed and couldn't help but secretly angry. Not only did the raid fail, but all the brothers he brought from Tianan base were killed. Now he is the only one left, and the other side can still fight with 2 first-level metal men. And there is also Li Qingwan who is confronting him. The situation has changed greatly. No, it's not suitable to stay here for long. Yin Bin glanced around, trying to find a chance to escape. At this time, the Doomsday Warrior Liu Hezhen surrounded him, searching for Yin Bin's trace. Li Qingwan, flying in the sky, was also anxiously scanning the ground, trying to find a trace of the other party. We must not let this person escape, Li Qingwan thought to herself. She was the last core member to join the Dawn base, and her contribution to the base was the smallest, but she enjoyed the best treatment. She knew in her heart that this was the leader Jiang Cheng's deliberate care for her, and the other team members also turned a blind eye. But she knew her own character. You have to be strong at heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't have started working part-time to earn money in college, without taking a penny from your family, and even started live streaming after graduation. But the end came unexpectedly. She knew that she couldn't survive alone, so when Jiang Cheng showed his kindness to her, she didn't deliberately avoid him. However, she never took other people's things for nothing. She would give the same return for what she got, so she would do her best to do the tasks assigned by Jiang Cheng. It's the same now. This person is a big threat to the base. If he escapes, it will be difficult to find an opportunity to stop him next time. What should I do? In this situation, I can't catch his whereabouts at all. Li Qingwan was anxious and thought of a way quickly. She had to find a way to make the other party reveal his tracks. Wait, reveal his tracks? She looked at the steaming ground baked by the scorching sun and the water stains on the ground that were evaporating after the battle between Lin Ro and Wang Minchuan, and suddenly had an idea. So she shouted to Lin Ro beside her, "Sister Xiaoro, can you still use your supernatural power now?" Lin Ro didn't understand what Li Qingwan wanted to do, and shook her head with a wry smile, saying, "There's no way. At most I can condense a pool of water." "It's enough to condense water," Li Qingwan said. "Well, okay, tell me what to do." Lin Ro nodded curiously. Li Qingwan said, "Sister Lin Ro, just make it rain on the ground. It doesn't need to be too big, just enough to wet the ground." "Wet the ground?" Lin Ro's eyes lit up, and she instantly understood Li Qingwan's idea. Immediately said loudly, "Okay." As she said that, Lin Ro held her breath and concentrated, silently mobilizing the surrounding water vapor, gathering at a height of dozens of meters, covering the surrounding area of 100 meters. Then she suddenly opened her eyes and said, "Rain." After the words fell, soybean-sized raindrops fell from a height of dozens of meters, wetting the ground, and at the same time, the outline of a transparent person appeared in the rain. "Damn it, I've been discovered." Yanbin didn't understand what the two women wanted to do at first, until the rain fell on him. He immediately understood. But it was too late. Li Qingwan said loudly, "Lu San, stop this man." Where Li Qingwan pointed, Lu and San quickly blocked Yanbin, who was about to escape. Being blocked by two metal men, Yanbin simply removed his invisibility and revealed his figure. Staring at the metal men, he sneered, "Do you think two robots can stop me? You underestimate me too much." As he said, he took out a dagger from his sleeve and said lightly, "Not only can I be invisible, I can also turn all the objects that my body is touching into invisible state." After he finished speaking, the dagger in his hand gradually became transparent, and then he stabbed at the metal man. Zheng. Lu immediately raised his hand to block, and the huge force made his body unstable. Yanbin saw the opportunity, kicked Lu to the ground with a heartbreaking kick, and slashed at San with a knife. Zila. A burst of sparks flew out. Although San was not injured, he was also chopped back a few steps. At the same time, in the gym of the Dawn base, Jiang Cheng looked at Yanbin's attack and showed a hint of admiration. The strength of a first-level Doomsday Warrior is probably in the first level among the levels of Awakeners. Being able to repel two first-level Doomsday Warriors in a short fight is enough to show that the opponent is good. Then there is Li Qingwan's battle, which is also remarkable. She knows how to use water to expose the opponent's position. If it were Jiang Cheng himself, he could only use this method to deal with Yanbin, or let Miao Pass find the opponent's scent. But if Qingwan wants to take down Yanbin, it is still a bit difficult with her personal strength. After all, Yanbin can gain a foothold in the Tianan base, and his combat experience is definitely much more than Qingwan. Staring at the screen, Jiang Cheng smiled lightly and said, "Qingwan, what will you do?" At this time, on Linzhou Avenue, Li Qingwan saw the Doomsday Warrior Lu Hezhen being repelled. She spread her wings, let out a hissing sound, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of flames. Damn! Feeling the scorching heat coming from behind, Yanbin immediately turned over and narrowly avoided the attack. But before he could stabilize his body, another fireball burst out. Damn! Yanbin burst out with swear words and turned over again to avoid it. When Li Qingwan saw the attack being dodged by the opponent, her eyes became slightly anxious and she immediately waved her flame wings. In an instant, countless fireballs condensed around him. Meteor fire rain. Countless fireballs fell from the sky like meteorites, completely covering the place where Yanbin stood. Bang, bang, bang. The flames are very dense. No matter how fast Yanbin Rao was, he could not escape such a dense rain of fire. For a moment, his clothes began to burn, his skin was wrinkled and blistered by the flames, and from time to time, he could smell the fragrance of meat. Ah! Yanbin roared in pain and simply slashed at the flying fireball with his dagger. But the next second, a fireball flew towards me. Yanbin held the dagger and slashed. Ah! With another cry of pain, he took out the dagger immediately. Looking at the palm of his hand, it was already crumpled and bright red. Damn! Damn it! I'll fight you. Although the burns on his body were not fatal, they ignited Yanbin's anger. He endured the severe pain, picked up the machete of the Yuhu town survivor on the ground, and ran towards the building on the edge of Linzhou Avenue. After being hit by several fireballs in a row, he immediately turned on the invisible state, stepped on the roof of the building with a few steps, and then ejected towards Li Qingwan's position. You stinky Samba, go to hell! Yanbin shouted angrily, brandished a machete and slashed at Li Qingwan's neck. Seeing this, Dad's pupil shrank suddenly, and he secretly said something was wrong. Li Qingwan and Yanbin are very close to each other, and Yanbin is on top, in a state of invisibility, and Li Qingwan is on the bottom. If he is really hit, even if he does not die, he will definitely be seriously injured. Girl Qingwan, be careful! Father Yang shouted a reminder. Lin Ro also shouted quickly. Qingwan, be careful up there. Li Qingwan seemed to have not heard anything and was indifferent. When Yanbin saw this, he felt even more happy. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to Li Qingwan, the smile on his face became more ferocious. But just when he was still 3 meters away from Li Qingwan, suddenly, the fire phoenix transformed by Li Qingwan suddenly turned over in the air, turned its eyes towards him, then opened its mouth, and a tornado of flames spurted out from its mouth. I fell into a trap. Yanbin looked at the flames that completely covered him, and an idea came to his mind, and then he was engulfed by the flame tornado. This mouthful of flames lasted for more than a minute. Yanbin also screamed for dozens of seconds. When the flames disappeared, a charred figure in the flames fell from midair and was smashed into pieces. Seeing that Yanbin was killed, Li Qingwan also exhausted all her strength. Her body softened. She transformed into a human form again and fell from the air. Just when it was about to hit the ground, Lu Hezhen jumped up and caught him. In this battle, the Yuhu town base was completely destroyed, and Yanbin, the Tianin base, died. When, looking at the godlike battle here, Chun Beixian and others sighed. And the father also walked out of the darkness, preparing to bring back Lin Ro and Lu Xinru who had lost their strength. However, just when everyone happily thought that the battle was about to end, a group of dark figures suddenly appeared and surrounded them. Dad immediately became alert and turned to look. I saw a man at the head of the crowd who looked unruly, with a long ponytail and a naked upper body, showing perfect muscles, walked out, and said calmly, "Call the man surnamed Jiang to come out, and tell me that Luo Fan is looking for me at Tianin base. Oh my god, it's not over yet." Chen Beixian looked at the hundreds of people behind Luo Fan and wailed. We had just managed to repel the enemy, but now another group of unknown people came, and it seemed that they were no match for Xu Guang. Shut up and take a good look at the situation. Zhou Xiaodai glared at Chen Beixian impatiently, and Chen Beixian immediately shrank his head and calmed down. He saw with his own eyes how crazy this woman was when fighting, almost exchanging injuries for injuries. This person has not taken action for the time being. He named our leader. He is probably just targeting the leader alone. We will just watch. Hung Feng analyzed. Everyone agreed and looked over. And at this time, the father stood in front of Lin Ro and Li Qingwan with a wary look on his face. At the same time, he looked at the other person and said, "Are you the leader of Tianin base?" "Yes, let's call the person named Jiang out." Luo Fan nodded lightly. Hearing these words, The father suddenly burst out laughing. Then his smile faded, and he said with a cold face, "Who do you think you are, that our leader can be seen by you whenever you want? Then what do you want?" Luo Fan stared at Father Yang indifferently and asked. The father narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile, "Fight with me. If you beat me, I will naturally take you to see the leader. If you lose, then keep your life." Luo Fan nodded lightly. The two of them got into a stance. Their eyes met in the air. Luo Fanma said, "Say your name, and I will not kill the unknown person." "Shuguang, Yang Jianan." Father Yang smiled. Luo Fan was stunned when he heard the name, and his disdainful eyes suddenly turned to interest, and he said, "Are you Father Yang?" "What? Have you heard of me?" Father Yang half-joked. "You are pretty good, and you are qualified to fight me." Luo Fan said, "You sound crazy, but I don't know if your strength will be as crazy as your tone." After Yang finished speaking, he immediately shouted loudly, "Hard Qigong." As the voice fell, a strong stream of air burst out from his body, and Dad's skinny figure began to bulge at a speed visible to the naked eye. Less than a moment, it grew into a 2-meter-tall giant. The movements of his hands and feet show his strength and extraordinary momentum. After rubbing his fists, Yang spread his hands and said, "Come on." Seeing this scene, Chun Beixian asked in a low voice, "Do you think Captain Yang will be this person's opponent?" "It's hard to say." Xin Fu shook his head. "It's hard to tell." Hung Feng, Zhou Xiaodai, and Chun Beixian were all stunned, but Xin Fu shook his head and continued, "They are too strong. I can't understand them at all." Oh, for a time, everyone had black lines on their foreheads. At the same time, Jiang Cheng stared at the big screen with even more interest. His mosquito had followed Luo Fan all the way from Tian'an base, so he naturally knew his whereabouts. But what he didn't know was that Luo Fan had always been cautious, but today he was getting after learning about Yanbin's news. He suddenly took action. "Is it for Yanbin?" Jiang Cheng guessed, but he was quickly rejected. If it was for a betrayer, then Luo Fan would be too kind to a woman, but if it wasn't for Yanbin, then what was it for? Unable to figure this out, Jiang Cheng simply stopped thinking about it and began to analyze the combat prowess of his father and Luo Fan. First up is Dad. The strength attribute is at 99.9. After using hard Qigong, the increase is doubled, which is 199.8. In the state of Buddha transformation, it can be doubled, which is 399.6. There is also a spiritual increase of 0.9, which is 795.24. Not only that, in the transformation state in the Buddha state, and wearing level 2 venom armor, the defense is almost invincible at level 2. On the other hand, Luo Fan, the strength attribute is 850, and it has telekinesis, and the agility attribute is 50. This is without knowing the opponent's trump card. Looking at it this way, Dad has little hope of victory. However, Dad is more experienced in fighting, so he might be able to perform miracles with his strength. Let's take a look first. If the worst happens, I'll take action when the time comes. At this time, Linzhou Avenue. Good. Luo Fan looked at his father and nodded. Then he disappeared in a flash, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of his father. Aim at Dad's face, raise your fist, and hit him. What a speed! Father Yang was secretly frightened and quickly raised his fists and arms to block. Bang! Luo Fan punched out, and Father Yang only felt a huge force coming from his arm. He became unstable, and his body flew backwards. Boom! After a noise, a nearby shop collapsed. Seeing this, the people at Shuguang base immediately raised their throats. Lin Ro and Li Qingwan even shouted out loudly, "Dad!" Luo Fan, on the other hand, looked at the ruins and said quietly, "Get up. You should have more than this strength." The voice fell. In the ruins of cement and stones, a hand suddenly stretched out, and then a figure stood up, patted the dust on his body, and sighed. "What a boy! You are so strong." The old man's old bones almost fell apart. The tone sounded very relaxed to everyone, but only Father Yang knew the risks involved. He secretly said, "Good guy. If it weren't for the venom armor that kid Jiang Cheng gave me, I would never have been able to save the old man's arms from this punch. It seems that I can't do it if I don't take it seriously." Sigh. The old man kicked away the rubble under him, jumped onto the road a little bit, and then said with a smile, Boy, the old man has recognized your strength. Next, the old man will be serious about it. The words fell. He changed his previous imprudence, and his eyes became serious. He took a deep breath and shouted softly, "Become a Buddha." Zheng. There was a metallic buzz. Dad's originally 2-meter-tall body was once again raised to 3 meters, and his whole body was covered in gold. Under the sunlight, it shone with light, and his face showed no sadness or joy, just like a giant Buddha. Is this what Team Yang is capable of? Chen Beixian was dazzled. Hung Feng's eyes were filled with yearning. If he could have the same strength as his father, he would not be punched away by the so-called semi-awakened person. Oh, it's still too weak. Zhou Xiaodai also had a yearning look on her face, staring blankly at her father, feeling indescribably shocked. Boy, you have to take over next. Father Yang laughed loudly, took a few steps forward, then lowered his body, raised his fist, and dived out, shouting, "Vajra fist." A punch was thrown out. Luo Fan's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately raised his arms to block. The next moment, the giant golden fist hit his arm hard, sending him sliding on the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. Team Yang is mighty. Chen Beixian shouted excitedly. Lin Ro and Li Qingwan also looked excited. This is the strength of my father, the strength of their Shuguang base, under one person. Boy, how does this old man's punch feel? Father Yang laughed. Not bad. Luo Fan put down his arm. His face lost the previous indifference and became eager instead. This punch inspired his desire to fight. Luo Fan patted the non-existent dust on his arm, hooked his hand, and said, "Come again." "What a good boy. You're so arrogant. Take another punch from me." Yang Yang laughed loudly and took a few big steps forward with his thick legs. Every time you take a step, the ground will be scratched with cracks. Then he took a step forward and swooped out. Diamond fist. As he raised his fist, golden light flourished, making a sound that broke through the air and went straight to Luo Fan's middle gate. Oh! Luo Fan curled his lips, raised his palms slowly, opened his eyes, and said, "Thinking power." As soon as he finished speaking, Father Yang's fist wind had arrived, but when it was less than half a meter away from his chest, he seemed to have encountered some resistance and could not go any further. What's going on? Father Yang's eyes widened, and he looked at Luo Fan in disbelief. Luo Fan smiled sternly and said lightly, "Repulsion." Bang! Suddenly, an invisible shock wave hit Father Yang. Father Yang made an accident and slid backwards for more than 10 meters before stopping. He stood up slowly and looked at Luo Fan, his eyes full of fear. But at this moment, a voice sounded from the micro-contact device. "Old man, this guy's power is telekinesis. He can control objects. His strength is at the 2nd level, and his strength reaches 85,000 kilograms. Be careful." It was Jiang Cheng. The old man said it's no wonder why this kid is so evil. Father Yang understood. He looked at Luo Fan again and analyzed. The power of my diamond fist has reached about 80,000 kilograms. It can only reach this kid's ordinary state. If it continues under the current situation, I will definitely lose. Thinking of this, Father Yang immediately decided not to hold back. Staring at Luo Fan, he said loudly, "Boy, you are very strong, but the old man is not a vegetarian. How about we decide the outcome with one move?" Okay. Luo Fan nodded. The purpose of his trip was to meet Jiang Cheng and see what kind of person this guy who had defeated 7 of his brothers in a row was. "Come on. You're welcome, old man." Father Yang laughed boldly. Success or failure depends on this move. The laughter stopped, and he slowly raised his arms, and the inner energy in his body surged like a tide. The inner energy is burning. A loud shout. The inner energy in the Dantian poured out and flowed to all parts of the body. For a moment, Dad's 3-meter-tall Buddha body actually grew in size, and the golden light glowing around it became extremely dazzling. If you look carefully, you can still find traces of red threads mixed in the golden light. In just a few seconds, Dad's spirit exploded, and his body's strength and agility attributes increased by 90% again. In other words, now his strength attribute has reached 752.78, and his agility attribute has reached 138.51. Such a value is enough to be on par with Luo Fan, and even better in agility. After preparations were completed, Father Yang's eyes glowed with a faint golden light, and his chest began to rise and fall violently. He stared at Luo Fan coldly and said, "Boy, don't die next." "Yes." Luo Fan still looked indifferent, but his eyes were a little wary because he felt a hint of threat from his father. In other words, if he is not careful, he will probably die. Dead. Luo Fan sneered in his heart. Since the end of the world, none of the opponents he had encountered could threaten him, but now he encountered them at Dawn Base. It seemed that he was right to come here this time. After the thought fell, he stared at Father Yang, stretched out his arms, and said secretly, "Psychic barrier." As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible film formed around him, covering him. On the other hand, when Father Yang finished accumulating power, his arms drew an arc in the air. At a glance, you will find that a circle of phantoms of arms appeared between the slides, just like the thousand-armed Tathagata. The arms returned to the waist again, and the father clenched his palms into fists. A faint golden light continued to gather in the fists. Finally, with a step, his fist suddenly shot out. Thousand-hand Vajra fist. With a roar, Dad's feet sank into the ground, and his body was ejected like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that even Luo Fan, who was on the second level, was stunned. Then, he saw countless fist shadows surrounding him. This move was used. Everyone around him exclaimed in surprise. Even Lin Ro and Li Qingwan have never seen their father in such a posture, and they can feel the crushing force with just one glance. "Dad, you have to work harder," Lin Ro said, staring straight at Yang. Li Qingwan also clenched her fists nervously. Jiang Cheng in front of the screen looked brilliant. He didn't expect that his father would actually hide this move, but the power of this move definitely reached the full blow of the awakened person in the second level, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it even reached the threshold of the second level. However, after seeing Luo Fan's calm appearance, Jiang Cheng knew that his father's end was decided. "Hey, it seems I can't help it if I don't show up." Jiang Cheng stood up, stretched, and then said to Maya Papa's next to him, Let's go meet this Luo Fan for a while." Meow. Maya Papa's groaned softly, nodded, and then jumped onto Jiang Cheng's shoulder. After the two men and one beast walked out of the base, they ducked and disappeared. At this time, boom, 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 countless fist shadows hit the telekinetic protective shield, causing ripples. As the attack became more intense, the protective shield shook even more. Finally, after I don't know how many punches, crackling, the sound of breaking glass was heard. The telekinetic shield turned into fragments and dissipated in the air. After breaking through the opponent's defense, Dad's face lit up with joy, and his fists were directed toward Luo Fan's face. But just when he was about to hit, Luo Fan raised a hand again and said lightly, "Double repulsion." Bang bang. As the voice fell, in front of the palm of his hand, two huge ripples overlapped and flew towards Dad. Thousand-hand Vajra fist. Facing the oncoming ripples, Dad roared again, and at the same time countless golden lights lit up on his fists and struck towards the ripples. Fists collided with ripples. The next moment, "This is impossible." Dad only felt an overwhelming force coming from his arm. His eyes blurred, and he flew backwards with a look of disbelief on his face. And this time, Luo Fan did not stop the attack as before, but stepped a little closer, followed him, pointed at the still flying father, and stretched out his palm again. Double repulsion. Two more invisible ripples shot out. Dad, who was flying upside down in the air, hit the ground hard again. Bang. For a moment, smoke and dust rose up, a huge crack appeared on the road, and it collapsed another half-meter. Wait until the smoke clears. Everyone looked around quickly. Luo Fan stretched his palm downwards, and there was his father lying in a depression on the road. He had been released from the Buddha transformation state and could not move. Yu won. Yang half opened one eye and said with difficulty. Even though he had the powerful defense of level 2 venom armor and transformed Buddha, after sustaining 2 consecutive attacks of double repulsion, his internal organs were shaken, his energy and blood were disordered, and 4 or 5 of his ribs were broken. I recognize your strength. Luo Fan, who has always been aloof, nodded. As a first-order awakened person's father, it was already amazing to be able to force him to use the second level of repulsion. However, thinking about Jiang Cheng who had not yet shown up, Luo Fan changed the topic and said loudly to everyone at Dawn Base. Is this your Dawn's combat power? I think it's nothing more than this. The words fell. Dad gave a wry smile. Lin Ro and Li Qingwan even looked resentful and unwilling. Shen Bei. Originally, Shen Fu was extremely shocked by his father's failure, but when it came to Jiang Cheng, he calmed down, shook his head and said, I don't know, but one thing is for sure. What? Hung Feng, Zhou Xiaodai, and Chen Beixian quickly looked over. Shen Fu said, the leader's strength is far superior to that of my father. Does this mean we still have a chance? Chen Beixian rekindled hope. Zhou Xiaodai and Hung Feng also looked expectant. I don't know. Shen Fu shook his head, pointed to the middle of the field, and said, Look, the leader is here. Leader? Everyone was shocked and looked in the direction pointed by Shen Fu. I saw a young man slowly walking out of the alley of Yanghe Road. With his trademark black hair and a white two-tailed cat squatting on his shoulders, he is undoubtedly the leader. Sorry, I just got a large number, so I'm late. Wearing flip-flops, the young man waved his hands casually, then walked to Lin Ro and Li Qingwan, took out 2 bottles of spiritual water from the space ring, handed them over and whispered, Drink. Then, he walked to Luo Fan and slowly helped his father up. While he was helping him, he was still nagging. I said, Old man, don't be brave when you get older. Look, he's fine now. All his bones are broken. Mr. Tsang couldn't see it for at least half a month. Bah, you stinky boy. I am still strong and strong. I can still fight another 300 rounds. Dad said harshly. Only when Jiang Cheng dragged him out of the collapsed ground, he let out a strange scream again. Hey, be gentle. After Jiang Cheng dragged his father out with a helpless expression, he checked his father's injuries. It was okay, just a few broken bones and internal bleeding. So he took out a bottle of spiritual water from the space ring and handed it over. At the same time, he said to the caller, Shinru, please bring someone here. The old man, Lin Ro and Qingwan are all injured. Good. A pleasant female voice immediately sounded in my ears. After doing this, Jiang Cheng looked at Luo Fan and said with a smile, Sorry, a team member is injured, and I, as the leader, have to express my gratitude. At this point, the conversation changed, and most of the smile on his face disappeared. He stared at Luo Fan and said, Tell me, why do you come to Shuguang? Are you Jiang Cheng, the leader of Shuguang? Luo Fan said calmly, staring at the loose and leisurely young man in front of him. Otherwise, Jiang Cheng asked with a smile. It's not like that. I can't feel any power from you. Luo Fan shook his head with disappointment. This was very different from the leader of Dawn that he expected. In other words, he couldn't feel the slightest desire to fight from this person. Really? Jiang Cheng smiled faintly, and then asked, What about now? The words fell. Jiang Cheng's skin gradually turned red, and a powerful force burst out from his body and pressed towards Luo Fan. At the same time, it blew up waves of hurricanes around him. Even Zhou Xiaodai, who was more than 50 meters away from him, was also stirred up by this. The wind blew hard enough to keep my eyes open. Feeling this momentum, Luo Fan instantly stayed where he was. Looking at Jiang Cheng in front of him again, he felt that the other person was like a blazing sun, emitting dazzling light, while he was like a glimmer of light and did not dare to compete with him. Especially under the pressure of Jiang Cheng's momentum, he felt like a small boat swaying in the sea. He only had to stretch his fingers to destroy the boat and kill everyone. This momentum comes and goes quickly. Seeing Luo Fan's expression, Jiang Cheng achieved his goal and immediately regained his momentum. To be honest, the spiritually open state is quite wasteful, but it is definitely worth it if it can intimidate the opponent. How? Jiang Cheng's voice was like a bell, instantly bringing Luo Fan back to his senses. He looked up at Jiang Cheng, his eyes full of complexity and unwillingness. Although I don't want to admit it, you are indeed very strong. As soon as Luo Fan said these words, everyone in the originally depressed Shuguang base immediately became excited again. Did you hear that? This guy thinks the boss is very strong. Chen Beixian said excitedly. Jiang Cheng is so powerful that he can't compare to your own. Hung Feng is also eager to see him. With such a powerful boss, he can expect to become stronger in the future. Zhou Xiaodai had already seen Jiang Cheng's strength at the Soul Base, But now that she saw him again, she felt that Jiang Cheng seemed to be stronger. At least the wind just made her feel insignificant. This kid is getting better and better at showing off. Yang Yang was half leaning on the side of the road, dumbfounded, but Jiang Cheng's strength made him feel at ease. Lin Ro and Li Qingwan swept away their previous decadence and nodded vigorously. Compared to the people at Dawn, the people at Tiannan Base seemed a bit unbelievable. How is it possible? The boss would actually admit how powerful this person is. Isn't the boss a match for this person? No way. Just as everyone was talking about it. In the middle of the road, the two stood opposite each other. Luo Fan continued. However, I still want to see how powerful you are. Speaking of the latter part, Luo Fan's eyes were wild and his blood began to boil. Jiang Cheng was too strong, so strong that he couldn't even think of fighting. However, the stronger the opponent, the more excited he became. As long as he could fight with Jiang Cheng, he would be willing to even be beaten to death by the opponent. Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded and prepared to turn around. But the next moment, Luo Fan spoke again. But do I have a condition? Oh, tell me. Jiang Cheng stopped in his tracks and turned around with interest. He wanted to see what this Luo Fan wanted to do. Luo Fan said directly, I came here this time and brought all the combat power of Tiannan Base with me. If you can defeat me, I will bring everyone from Tiannan Base to join you. Or if you have any doubts about my previous attack on the base, if you have any grudges, you can kill or cut them into pieces as you please, but you must let go of the survivors in Tiannan. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, What if you win? Luo Fan shook his head and said, I can't win. As soon as these words came out, it can be said that one stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The crowd at Dawn Base was excited. Knowing their defeat without fighting, their leader has become so powerful. The people at Tiannan Base were a little frustrated and confused. Even the boss said this. Where should their future go? Listening to Luo Fan's words, Jiang Cheng suddenly became interested in the person in front of him. To be honest, every move of the Tiannan Base is under his surveillance. In his eyes, Luo Fan is not a bad guy. On the contrary, he is a very loyal guy. He did not stop Yin Bin from taking away more than 90 elite combat forces. Now he is willing to sacrifice himself for his own survivors. Interesting, it's really interesting. Jiang Cheng thought to himself and nodded under Luo Fan's expectant eyes. Okay, I agree to your request. Thank you. Luo Fan thanked him. The two distanced themselves. Luo Fan took a stance and said loudly, Tiannan Base Luo Fan. Dawn Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng responded lightly. The two finished talking. Luo Fan suddenly raised his hand and stretched out his palm, shouting, Double repulsion. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 ripples shot out from his palm and swept towards Jiang Cheng. That's it. The old man who was watching the battle on the side had his pupils shrink. He was just killed by this move. Seeing Luo Fan doing the same thing, he was not worried that Jiang Cheng would fail, but was just curious about how Jiang Cheng would deal with it. Double repulsion? Jiang Cheng smiled faintly at the ripples. To be honest, Luo Fan's move is a bit similar to Gao Weiqiang's move at the Soul Base. It's just that Gao Weiqiang's is a shock wave, while Luo Fan's is a telekinetic wave, and there is an essential difference between the two. As for the power, Gao Weiqiang, who is at the 3rd level, is naturally better. Before he reached the 2nd level, he could kill Gao Weiqiang. Now that he has been promoted to the 2nd level and is a congenital strongman, it is naturally a piece of cake. The double repulsion is approaching. Jiang Cheng did not dodge or evade, and his face was extremely calm. Everyone looked at him strangely, wondering what Jiang Cheng meant. Even Luo Fan, who was fighting against him, could not understand Jiang Cheng's move. Is he going to withstand my double repulsion? Thinking, he looked up. The double repulsive force had already reached Jiang Cheng. Just when it was about to hit Jiang Cheng slowly raised his hand and threw a punch casually. Boom. This punch seemed ordinary, but it caused a violent explosion around the double repulsive force wave, causing the ground to collapse and stirring up billowing smoke waves. But soon, a figure shot out from the smoke and dust. After drawing an arc, it fell to the ground and retreated more than 10 steps before stabilizing its body. It was Jiang Cheng. The leader was repelled. Chen Beixian looked strange. Hungfeng, Zhou Xiaodai, and Xin Fu were also confused. Only Old Man Yang and Lin Ro could see clearly. Luo Fan used all his strength in this punch. Jiang Cheng's punch was just an ordinary one. The difference between them was obvious. But the people in Tian'an base didn't know. They only saw their leader repelling the leader of Shuguang base, and they cheered for a while. The leader is invincible. Long live the leader. At this time, Jiang Cheng shook his numb right hand and sighed. I have to say, your double repulsion is really strong. It made my hand numb. Although the words were praise, they looked like provocation and ridicule. As a strong man, Luo Fan was surprised that Jiang Cheng could catch his attack, and he was also a little annoyed. He responded coldly, Really? I have stronger ones. His eyes lit up with dazzling blue light. His body slowly rose, suspended in the air, his arms slowly raised, and an invisible ripple slowly condensed above his head. Be careful. Super Spiral Telekinesis Wave. A conical spiral wave with a diameter of 2 meters stirred up a strong wind and shot out from Luo Fan's head. Super, although the speed of the spiral thought force wave is not fast, the power it creates is extremely powerful. During the rotation, the dead trees and construction waste on the ground were stirred up by the power of the spiral, forming a black tornado. Seeing this move, Jiang Cheng had to become serious. Judging from the power exploded by the double repulsion, it reached at least 340,000 kilograms. Jiang Cheng's regular strength attribute was 2,814.5, which is 281,450 kilograms, so this was the scene of being knocked away. However, the destructive power of the ultra-spiral thought force wave is at least twice that of the double repulsion force. Nice move. Jiang Cheng smiled, shook his head, and said regretfully, It's a pity that he is still too weak. After finishing his words, Jiang Cheng shouted softly, Linkai! Bang! Moment. The inner energy in his body surged out like a flood, with overwhelming force when it exploded. His skin cracked inch by inch because it could not withstand such force, and it continued to heal under the abnormal recovery power of super speed regeneration. My strength attribute is now 9,569.3, which is enough to deal with this telekinesis wave. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, slowly raised his right hand in the face of the oncoming black tornado, and then shouted, Air Duo Jin. After the palm of his right hand drew a mysterious arc in the air, it suddenly shot out and collided with the black tornado. Ha! The wind roared, and the strong wind blew down the surrounding buildings. Look from a distance. Jiang Cheng slapped the top of the black tornado with one hand. It looked extremely small in comparison, but he managed to withstand this terrifying tornado, and the two were at a stalemate for a while. However, this situation did not last for a second. Bang! With a sonic explosion, the tornado suddenly collapsed and dissipated into the heaven and earth. And at the moment when the tornado collapsed, Luo Fan's body was shocked. He felt a hand behind him put on his shoulder, and a gentle voice came from his ear. You lost. I lost. Luo Fan's voice trembled. Although he already knew the result, it was still a little painful when he actually faced it. This is the bad nature of human beings. Although we know it, we are lucky. The Tian'an survivors on the side looked confused. Boss lost. How is this possible? Boss, isn't he invincible? As the leader of the Tian'an survivors, Luo Fan had always been unyielding and was worshipped by everyone in the base. Now he was defeated by Jiang Cheng and was easily defeated. For a time, their faith collapsed. Looking back at dawn, even though he was seriously injured, Chun Beixian puffed up his chest proudly. This is their leader, an invincible existence. What are you going to do with me? Luo Fan was in a daze for a while before he came back to his senses and turned to look at Jiang Cheng with a wry smile. Since he lost, he is not someone who cannot afford to lose. He can be killed or beheaded as he pleases. What to do with you? Jiang Cheng asked with a smile. Have you ever killed anyone? Luo Fan looked stunned when he heard this, but he still nodded and said, Killed. Do you think those people should be killed? Jiang Cheng asked again. Luo Fan recalled the killings he had experienced along the way and said without any hesitation, It should be killed. Listening, Jiang Cheng smiled even brighter and said, That's fine. With that said, under Luo Fan's confused look, Jiang Cheng shouted loudly to everyone around him. Today, Tian'an is defeated. All survivors of Tian'an base who have not committed crimes can join us. At Dawn Base, the treatment is the same as that of survivors in the base. After hearing these words, everyone in Tianan Base came back to their senses. They listened to Jiang Cheng's words with some disbelief. "Hey, what did the leader of Dawn just say?" a person whispered. "He seems to have said we can join Dawn?" Another person replied uncertainly. "Really or not?" Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. They still didn't get over it. So they collectively turned their attention to Jiang Cheng. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng, after saying that, he turned his head and looked at Luo Fan, stretched out his hand, and said, "Welcome to join Dawn." I. Luo Fan looked at Jiang Cheng's handsome smiling face, which was covered with a golden halo against the backdrop of the sun, and unconsciously stretched out his hand. Snap. This moment. Clench your hands. Announced to everyone at Tianan Base that they would officially join Dawn from today. For a moment, everyone cheered as if the battle just now didn't exist. Hands loose. Jiang Cheng said goodbye and walked away. But the next moment, "You really don't want to kill me?" Luo Fan looked complicated and said with clenched fists. Jiang Cheng paused, turned his back and waved his hands lazily. A gentleman's words are hard to follow. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something again, and suddenly turned around and said, "By the way, the old man was injured by you, right? The safety of the survivors participating in the base hunting competition today depends on you." After saying that, he left without saying anything. If you don't understand, you can ask the security guards. This guy is really... Luo Fan loosened his clenched fists, and his face showed a long-lost relief. In this hunting competition, due to the incident at Yuhu Base, many survivors at Shuguang Base were injured, and one was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Fortunately, Lu Xinru arrived in time, and after several hours of continuous treatment, all the injured all recovered. However, the competition has also been extended from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. August 3rd, 2022. Late, 12 o'clock. After counting by Zhou Sheng, Wang Xiaolong, Yi Siwen, and other base personnel, the results of the competition were finally tallied. And Luo Fan also followed Lu Xinru and others into the Shuguang peripheral base and truly saw the entirety of the base. Tall and solid base walls. He tried, but was unable to cause any damage to the wall without using super spiral thought force waves. There are also clear living areas, trading areas, and health areas, and the survivors are in order. Looking at this, he realized that he had not lost unfairly. After visiting Shuguang Base, he took the Tianan survivors back to Tianan Base, packed and transported all available materials to Shuguang Base. That night, with the efforts of the construction robots, the area of Shuguang Base doubled again, and the personnel temporarily shacks were built and settled. The number of people has increased from 449 to 573 today. August 4th, 2022. Morning, 8 o'clock. It is the rising sun. Living area. The crowd at Dawn Base looked excitedly at Jiang Cheng on the stone platform, looking forward to the results of the hunting competition. Not long after, as soon as Zhou Xing shouted, the crowd immediately fell silent. I announced that the hunting competition commendation conference will now begin. Now we invite our leader to announce the results. The words fell. Jiang Cheng stood up calmly, glanced around the excited crowd, secretly mobilized his inner energy, and said loudly, "In this hunting competition, everyone showed their strength, especially when facing the Yuhu Base and Tiantan during the attack on the South Base. Some people showed their bravery and fearless spirit of sacrifice. So in addition to the competition rankings, I will also give special recognition to a group of people." When he said this, Zhou Xiaodai, Heng Feng, Chun Beixian, and others below the crowd were particularly excited, especially Chun Beixian, who kept pulling on Heng Feng's arm and said, "Brother Feng, look, the leader mentioned us." Heng Feng retracted his arm in disgust, but his heart was no better than Chun Beixian's. Whether it succeeds or not depends on the leader's decision. At this time, Jiang Cheng's voice continued. "Okay, without further ado, I will now announce the winners. The first place winner in this hunting competition is Shun Fu." When Jiang Cheng called out this name, Shun Fu, who was standing in the crowd, was in a daze for a while. It was the team leader Lu Kai beside him who pushed him, and Shun Fu finally came to his senses. "Go quickly, the leader has called you," Lu Kai said excitedly. "Oh, okay." Shun Fu nodded suddenly, and then walked slowly towards the stone platform. To be honest, when he walked up, he looked at Jiang Cheng with mixed feelings. At first, Jiang Cheng saved their family, but later he and Jiang Cheng fell out because of Lu Kai, and later Jiang Cheng killed his sister, even though he knew her sister deserved to be killed. In all this, he felt as if God had played a huge joke on him. To this day, he still has some obstacles in his heart that he cannot overcome. Not sure whether it was intentional or unintentional, Jiang Cheng just glanced at him and introduced to everyone. Shin Fu. In the hunting competition, we hunted 30 ordinary zombies and 5 mutants. As a reward, 2 first-level gene-enhancing potions, a first-level watermelon knife, a pound of fresh Wagyu beef, a 10-square-meter brand-new board house, and entry into the Dawn Guard queue. As soon as these words came out, countless people looked at Shun Fu with envy. Although they didn't know what the strengthening potion was, just a pound of fresh Wagyu and a 10-square-meter brand-new board house were better than the others. Too much. Luo Fan, who was sitting side by side with Lin Ro and others, looked at the potion with an interested expression. In order to let people understand the power of genetic medicine, Jiang Cheng explained, "Perhaps everyone doesn't understand what a first-level genetic enhancement medicine is? Then I will explain it today." After finishing speaking, Jiang Cheng waved to Zhou Sheng and said, "Captain Zhou, come here." "Yes, leader." Zhou Sheng trotted over quickly and stood upright in front of Jiang Cheng. He had a premonition that something wonderful would happen to him next. Sure enough, after he went up, Jiang Cheng said, "Everyone knows that Captain Zhou Sheng is just an ordinary adult male, who can probably lift a little more than 100 kilograms. Having said this, Jiang Cheng took out another first-level genetic enhancement potion and said, "And this kind of strengthening potion, when injected for the first time, can increase the human body's strength by 100 kilograms, increase the running speed by 7 meters per second, and increase wisdom, increases energy without any side effects." As soon as these words came out, the crowd in the audience was excited. Everyone stared intently at the tube of liquid emitting light fluorescent light in Jiang Cheng's hand, with doubts, probing, longing, and other emotions in their eyes. Jiang Cheng glanced at everyone and naturally knew it in his heart. So he handed the medicine in his hand to Zhou Sheng and said, "Inject it now." "Yes." Looking at the green liquid in the transparent glass tube, Zhou Sheng took it in his hand without any hesitation and then stabbed it hard into his arm. And everyone was watching this scene. Soon, Zhou Sheng felt a warm current rising in his body. This warm current traveled along his whole body, and wherever it passed, he could feel a sense of relief, and the old injuries caused by work in the past were also relieved. Recovering slowly, this reinforcement lasted for about a minute. Zhou Shinkai reluctantly opened his eyes from this comfortable feeling. At this moment, he only felt that his body was extremely light. Because of the arrangements for the Tian'an base personnel last night and getting up early today, his somewhat depressed spirit was completely gone. After thinking about it, Zhou Sheng looked at Jiang Cheng excitedly, half kneeling on the ground, and said, "Thank you, Chief, for giving me the potion." As he spoke, Jiang Cheng took a few steps back in disgust. Seeing Jiang Cheng's reaction, Zhou Sheng was a little confused. He looked blankly at the people in the audience and found that everyone was covering their noses in unison, and a faint stench kept lingering in his nose. He understood immediately and felt slightly embarrassed on his face. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng continued to introduce. As everyone knows, during the strengthening process, this potion will repair the damaged parts of the body and remove impurities and toxins from the body, so this situation is normal. Now, please ask Captain Zhou Sheng to demonstrate how to lift the approximately 200 kilograms of stone in front of you. After finishing speaking, Jiang Cheng pointed to the huge stone that he had already ordered someone to prepare. Everyone's eyes also looked in the direction Jiang Cheng pointed. I saw that it was a square stone made of marble, about half a meter high and half a meter wide. "See this stone?" Everyone started talking again. "Let me tell you, Captain Zhou Sheng asked me and a few brothers to carry this stone this morning. It's heavy, weighing at least 180 kilograms. One person said, "Really?" The man next to him obviously didn't believe it. "You don't believe it?" the man said, and immediately spread his hands, only to see a blood stain on them, and then said, "Look, I accidentally injured myself while carrying that stone. Hiss. Looking at the bright red blood stain, the man couldn't help but take a breath and believed it in his heart. At this time, Zhou Xing looked at the big rocks in front of him and felt a little nervous. Others didn't know about this stone, but he knew it very well. He ordered people to prepare it. It weighed about 200 kilograms, and it took 4 people just to ask people to carry it. Forget it. If the leader asks you to carry him, I will carry him. Thinking about this, Zhou Xing simply gritted his teeth and hugged the stone, and then used all his strength to lift it up. The base survivors in the audience were also staring at this scene. Only a bang was heard. The stone lifted off the ground, and Zhou Xing actually lifted it up. He looked at the stone in his hand excitedly, and lifted it up with force, so that the half-meter-high stone was easily lifted above his head. Oh my God, it's really enhanced. I wish I could get such a potion. I wonder if I'm on the list of winners. The survivors were completely convinced at this time, and their eyes were full of fanaticism. As a new member of the base, Luo Fan looked at Zhou Xing's changes and glanced at Jiang Cheng, who was calm and composed, and was secretly shocked. Jiang Cheng was strong, but he didn't expect that there was such a thing. Thinking of this, he felt that he didn't lose unfairly, and even felt fortunate that he joined the Dawn base. Otherwise, he didn't know how terrible the opponent would be in the future. Apart from these, he still had a little expectation in his heart. Since Jiang Cheng had such a potion that could enhance people, did it mean that there was also a potion that could enhance the awakened? Luo Fan was not the only one who thought like this. Hung Feng, Chen Beixian, and Zhou Xiaodai all clenched their fists. This is their chance to become stronger. Looking at Zhou Xing again, after lifting the stone, he threw it to the ground. Bang! The 200-pound stone hit the ground with a dull sound. This further confirmed everyone's thoughts. Leader, what about me now? Zhou Xing completed the task and looked at Jiang Cheng inquiringly. Jiang Cheng took out another gene potion and handed it over, saying, "Take it, and take a shower before coming back." Yes, thank you, leader. After excitedly taking another gene potion, Zhou Xing took a step and ran towards his shed like flying. And he was like the wind, twice as fast as ordinary people, which made everyone look at Jiang Cheng with more fanatic eyes. The award ceremony continued. After the second injection, the effect of the first-level gene enhancement agent will be reduced by half, and the third injection will be ineffective. After Jiang Cheng finished telling the story, he handed 2 first-level gene enhancement potions to Shen Fu and said, "Congratulations." "Thank you, Chief," Shen Fu said politely as he took the potion. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, 2 genetic potions were injected into the body. The changes in Shen Fu's body were the same as Zhou Xing's. A large amount of gray impurities were released from his pores, and his body was lighter than before. Jiang Cheng looked at Shen Fu's changes and secretly said, "Open the eyes of data." There was a flash of light in his eyes. Name, Shen Fu. Gender, male. Age 23. Friendliness, 90. Level, none. Wisdom, 1.1 plus 1.5. Strength, 7.2 plus 1.5. Agility, 1 plus 1.5. Spirit, 1 plus 1.5. Virus resistance, 1. Can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Comprehensive combat power, 16.3. Looking at Shen Fu's information, Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. The strength has increased to 870 kilograms. In the face of mutants, he has the ability to absolutely crush. His agility is 2.5. His speed can reach 17.5 meters per second, and his mental strength is 2.5. As long as he undergoes training from Father Yang and learns the method of absorbing qi, he will be fine. There is absolutely no big problem when facing semi-awakened people. After Shen Fu was strengthened, Jiang Cheng awarded the remaining prizes to Shen Fu one by one, and then arranged for him to wait on the side of the stone platform. Next, Jiang Cheng looked at the already enthusiastic survivors and continued. The second-place winner in the hunting competition is... He deliberately prolonged the ending to satisfy everyone's appetite. Under everyone's expectant eyes, Jiang Cheng said, "Second place, Lu Kai. Please come on stage to receive the award." The second place was announced, and Lu Kai, who was standing in the crowd, looked unbelievable. Although he had obtained a few zombie crystals thanks to Shen Fu, Most of the crystals were obtained by hunting himself, but being able to become second place was something he never expected. Surrounded by the team members, Lu Kai held his head high, like a victorious general, striding proudly towards the stone platform. Congratulations on getting a first-level genetic potion, a pound of fresh mutton, a first-level watermelon knife, a 10-square-meter brand-new boardroom, and joining the Dawn Guard. Jiang Cheng extended his hand to congratulate you. Thank you, Chief. I will definitely contribute more to the base. Lu Kai burst into tears and ran nose, extremely excited. This is one of his few shining moments in more than 30 years. Likewise, Jiang Cheng watched him inject the genetic medicine. Name Lu Kai. Gender male. Age 36. Friendliness 100. Level none. Wisdom 0.9 plus 1. Strength 1.1 plus 1. Agility 0.9 plus 1. Spirit 1 plus 1. Virus resistance 1. Can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Comprehensive combat power 7.9. Looking at Lu Kai's information, Jiang Cheng secretly shook his head. Currently, his strength can only be considered to be average among humans, not even comparable to top athletes. He can only deal with ordinary zombies or mutants. Facing first-level mutants, unless he has a weapon such as a first-level doomsday pistol. It seems that the study of Naki method should be arranged on the schedule earlier. When Lu Kai went down, Jiang Cheng said again. Third place, Hongfeng. The moment the name was pronounced. In the crowd, Chun Beixian pushed the dazed Hongfeng crazily and said excitedly, Brother Feng, come up quickly. I've missed you. Hongfeng was so excited that he was speechless. He took a deep breath, stepped onto the stage, bowed respectfully towards Jiang Cheng, and said, Thank you, leader. You deserve this. Jiang Cheng looked at the young man with thick eyebrows and firm eyes in front of him and smiled. From the soul base, this person has come into his sight. He has good physical fitness, is good at management and obeys management, and of course has a heart to become stronger. He patted Hongfeng on the shoulder and said to everyone in the audience, Congratulations to Hongfeng for receiving a first-level genetic medicine, a pound of fresh pork, a first-level watermelon knife, a 10-square-meter brand-new boardroom, and joining the Dawn Guard team. Inject it. Jiang Cheng handed over the first-level gene enhancement potion. Yes, leader. Hongfeng stared at the green liquid and took it tremblingly. This is the first step for him to become a strong man. Inject the arm without hesitation. The next second, Hongfeng suddenly realized what it means to feel refreshed and transparent. Not to mention all the hidden injuries on his body were healed, and his physical fitness was far beyond his previous peak state. Jiang Cheng directly opened the data eye. Name Hongfeng. Gender male. Age 25. Friendliness 98. Level none. Wisdom 1.2 plus 1. Strength 3.2 plus 1. Agility 1.2 plus 1. Spirit 1.3 plus 1. Skill basic climbing. Comprehensive combat power 10.3. Oh, the power actually reached 4.2. Jiang Cheng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Hongfeng to have such an excellent foundation. The rest of his attribute points were also good. He also had a basic climbing skill. He was a seedling worth cultivating. Of course, the most important thing is the 98 favorability rating. This shows that Hongfeng has extremely high loyalty. You are very good. Keep up the good work next time. Jiang Cheng exited the data and encouraged Hongfeng again. Thank you, Chief. Hongfeng nodded and stood aside. Next, Jiang Cheng read out a few more names, namely Zhou Xiaodai, Chun Beixian, Zhao Xiaotong, Wang Man, etc. A total of 15 people were selected into the guard team and received a first-level genetic medicine, a watermelon knife, and a 10-square-meter board house. Then, ordinary rewards will be given to the 16th to 30th place, with only a boardroom of 10 square meters. Finally, I announce that the first hunting conference of Shuguang Base has been successfully concluded. I hope you will continue to work hard to create the future of the base. In this way, amidst the excitement of the crowd, the hunting meeting ended successfully. After the crowd receded, Jiang Cheng returned to the base, summoned Father Yang and others into the base, and formally appointed him. Old man, now that the base guard has been officially established, I appoint you as the captain of the Dawn Guard. No problem. Father Yang laughed. Sister Shinru, you are the first to come to the base, so I order you to be the captain of the second echelon of the Dawn Guards, Jiang Cheng said. Lu Shinru's eyes curled up, and she nodded lightly. Xiao Jing'an, you will serve as the captain of the third echelon. Jiang Cheng said. Thank you. Lin Ro said excitedly. This is equivalent to Jiang Cheng officially recognizing her strength. There are also Sister Ye, Qingwan, and Luo Fan. You are the captains of the fourth, fifth, and sixth echelons respectively. Jiang Cheng finished the rest. Zhang Ye and Li Qingwan were not surprised. As the core personnel of Shuguang Base, they must have a share in the position of echelon captain. Luo Fan, on the other hand, was a little surprised and said, Chief, are you really considering appointing me as the echelon leader? Captain of the sixth echelon. You know, he used to be the leader of Shuguang's hostile forces and brought a lot of trouble to Shuguang. And it was only the second day since he surrendered. Wherever he was placed in other bases, surviving would already be the best outcome. And in Jiang Cheng here, instead of killing him, he was given an important position, which really flattered him. Faced with the doubts of Luo Fan and everyone else, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, I, Commander Jiang Cheng, have always been suspicious of people and never trusted others. Having said this, he looked solemn and continued, Of course, if you betray my trust, I will kill you even if you chase him to the end of the world. For a moment, everyone felt as if their backs were falling into an ice cellar. Immediately they all said in unison, We will never let down the leader's trust. Good. Of course, for those who follow me, Jiang Cheng, as long as I have a bite of meat to eat, you will definitely have to drink wine. Jiang Cheng's voice softened, and he smiled again. Beat a stick and give a sweet date. He still knows how to serve. Yes, leader. Father Yang and others said in unison again. Okay, next, you will each perform your duties first. After I take care of things, I will notify you to select your own team members from among the 15 survivors of this competition. After everyone retreated, Jiang Cheng called Zhou Sheng again. Inside the gym, Jiang Cheng wielded the Tang sword and continued to practice, while Zhou Sheng stood respectfully aside, not daring to speak. When Jiang Cheng stopped training, Zhou Sheng immediately handed over a towel. Jiang Cheng wiped his sweat, put the Tang Dao back into the space ring, and asked casually, How does it feel after strengthening? Zhou Sheng immediately burst into tears of gratitude and said, Thank you very much, leader, for the reward. I feel better than ever before. Then do you know why I asked you to come here? Jiang Cheng put down the towel and looked at Zhou Sheng calmly. Zhou Sheng understood immediately and immediately knelt down and said, I, Zhou Sheng, can be where I am today. As long as the leader needs me to do something, I will definitely do it, even if it means going up mountains of swords and seas of fire. Yes. Jiang Cheng was very satisfied with Zhou Sheng's attitude, and according to the system data, the other party's friendliness towards him had reached 100. Even if he lied, the other party would trust him without hesitation. So he directly exchanged it for a first-level awakening potion and said calmly, This is a first-level gene awakening potion. As long as it is injected, it will awaken the superpower and gain the same strength as Captain Lin and others. Zhou Sheng immediately crawled over to take the potion and said seriously, Chief, tell me, what do you need me to do? You are smart. Jiang Cheng said with an evil smile on his lips. What if I ask you to kill Captain Lin and the others? My subordinate is willing. Zhou Sheng said without hesitation. Oh, aren't you curious? Jiang Cheng said playfully. Zhou Sheng shook his head and said, This subordinate's life was given by the leader. When the leader does something, there is no reason for the subordinates to question it. The subordinates are the leader's sword. Whoever the leader asks his subordinates to kill, the subordinates will not hesitate for a second. Very good. Jiang Cheng clapped his thigh and said with joy on his face, I feel good about it. From now on, this first-level awakening potion will be yours. As he spoke, he threw out the glass syringe of the awakening potion filled with red liquid. Zhou Sheng immediately reached out to catch it, and then couldn't wait to stab his arm. Soon, red liquid was injected. Zhou Sheng felt a stream of heat welling up in his lower abdomen and heading straight towards Tianling. This stream of heat was not as gentle as the first-level gene-enhancing potion. Instead, it felt like tearing pain wherever it passed, but it soon returned. It was replaced by a sense of coolness. Jiang Cheng stood aside, quietly watching Zhou Sheng's expressions that were sometimes ferocious and sometimes soothing. About 10 minutes later, bang! Zhou Sheng felt a buzz in his head, as if something had been opened in his body, and a memory from deep within his genes was awakened. Beast transformation, subgod species, red flame, titan python. He raised his head to the sky and let out a beast roar. The surface of his body was covered with pieces of red scales. His limbs slowly degenerated and turned into a huge red python as thick as a bucket. His red pupils were like fire, and his nose blew out a burning breath. The surrounding air ignited, and a black letter continued to spit out, making a slight sound. Data eyes open. Name Zhou Sheng. Gender male. Age 29. Friendliness 100. Level first level awakener. Wisdom 5, 3. Strength 22.5, 50. Agility 9, 8. Spirit 7. Virus resistance 1. When it reaches 1, you can be immune to first-order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, beast transformation, subgod species, red flame, titan python. Awakening degree, 100%. Skill, red flame, poison fire. Comprehensive combat power, 43.5. The strength reaches 2,250 kilograms. The beast state is 5,000 kilograms. The agility reaches 63 meters per second. The beast state is 56 meters per second, and the mental strength is 7, which is barely okay. Looking at Zhou Sheng's data, Jiang Cheng nodded. In the beastly state, general strength attributes will increase significantly. However, the skill column surprised him. It turned out to be red flame poison fire, which seemed pretty good. After scanning the data, Jiang Cheng stared at the two huge vertical pupils in front of him and said, "Okay, Zhou Sheng, change back." "Yes, leader." The huge snakehead immediately mouthed human words. And in a burst of changes, he slowly returned to his human form. Of course, the only embarrassing thing is that because of the beast transformation, his clothes were completely torn and he was naked after turning into a human form. Jiang Cheng was embarrassed for a while, but he still said, "Remember, from now on you can, in addition to managing the outlying base of Shuguang survivors, focus on observing the group of survivors in Tian'an base. If no one makes trouble, that's it. If someone makes trouble, they will be severely punished." "Yes, leader." Zhou Sheng knelt on one knee and said, "By the way, take these two," Jiang Cheng said, throwing out a black tang sword, a first-level doomsday pistol, and a pound of Wagyu beef, saying, "This sword can destroy the defense of a second-level zombie, and this pistol can destroy the defense of a first-level zombie. There are 6 bullets in it. Come back to me when you run out. As for this meat, it's my reward to you. I will arrange for someone to build you a new 10-square-meter board house as your new home in a while." "Thank you, boss." Zhou Sheng thanked again. "Okay, go out." Jiang Cheng waved his hand. But just as Zhou Sheng turned to leave, Jiang Cheng suddenly said, "By the way, call Yi Siwen over." "Yes, leader." Not long after, the door of the gym was knocked. At the door, Yi Siwen looked nervous. She didn't know what happened after Zhou Sheng was called by the leader. She only knew that after Zhou Sheng came out, his face was full of excitement, with meat and a knife in his hand. Could it be that the leader called me to reward me? Just as Yi Siwen was thinking, a voice rang out in the gym. "Come in." After the words fell, the gym door opened automatically, and Jiang Cheng, who was practicing sword with his bare chest, instantly appeared in her sight. The strong masculine breath rushed to her face, making her eyes unconsciously look at Jiang Cheng's streamlined 8-pack abs. "I really don't know what it feels like to touch it," Yi Siwen thought secretly. Jiang Cheng's voice rang out again. "Come here." "Yes." Hearing the leader's call, Yi Siwen suddenly came back to her senses, walked over coquettishly, and stood 2 meters away from Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng waved his hand casually, closed the gym door, and then secretly looked at Yi Siwen. It should be said that this Yi Siwen is 70% similar to the previous Yi Jingwen, but Yi Jingwen's eyebrows are slightly raised, which makes her look domineering, while Yi Siwen's eyebrows are like the moon, and she looks a bit delicate and innocent. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but Yi Siwen is also wearing a JK outfit today. Under the brown skirt, there are a pair of slender white legs, and his calves are wearing white stockings, which makes him look more tender. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and said lightly, "How long have you been in the base?" "I was rescued by the leader on July 15th. Today is August 4th, which means it's been 21 days. Yi Siwen didn't understand what Jiang Cheng meant, but still said it truthfully. "Then how do you think Shu Guang treats you? Or how do I treat you?" When Jiang Cheng said this, he moved closer to Yi Siwen and stared at her straight in the eyes. Being stared at by such eyes, Yi Siwen's heartbeat could not help but speed up a bit. She suppressed her shyness and whispered, "Shu Guang treats me well, and the leader also treats me well." "Really?" Hearing the answer, Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction and then slowly turned around. Seeing Jiang Cheng turn around, Yi Siwen inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, secretly annoyed that she thought too much. But soon, Jiang Cheng's voice sounded again. "Now, take off your clothes." Take off your clothes." Yi Siwen's pretty face flushed red. She looked at Jiang Cheng's back and stammered. She was extremely nervous. To be honest, she basically understood what Jiang Cheng meant. In the end times, Jiang Cheng was undoubtedly the best choice. She usually admired Jiang Cheng very much, but at this moment, she was a little entangled. Just when she was hesitant, Jiang Cheng turned around suddenly, stared at her with cold eyes, and said, "Could it be that my order is no longer effective?" "Leader, no. It's not like that. It's just that I'm not mentally prepared yet. Can you wait for me for a few days?" Yi Siwen said nervously. In fact, she really wanted to say that she was coming. "Wait? I don't want to wait. I want it now." Jiang Cheng shook his head coldly. Aye. Facing Jiang Cheng's aggressiveness, Yi Siwen gritted her teeth and said, "I understand." So, under Jiang Cheng's gaze, she unbuttoned her shirt with trembling hands. The JK suit has only a few openings at the collar. Every time she unbuttoned one, the white scenery would become more visible, and the mysterious canyon gradually revealed its full appearance. But during the whole process, her eyes were red, and tears as big as beans kept sliding down from her waist, which made me feel pity. But Jiang Cheng remained expressionless and unmoved. Just as she unbuttoned a bra opening and the shoulder strap was about to slide off, Jiang Cheng turned around silently and said lightly, "Okay, put on your clothes." Yi Siwen's delicate body trembled, and she looked at Jiang Cheng, who turned his back with an incredible face, her eyes full of questions. Jiang Cheng said with his back to her, "What happened just now was just a test of your loyalty, and it was also a test before giving you powerful power." At this point, Jiang Cheng sighed and said, "You were rescued by us from the Sunset community, so you should know what the world outside Dawn is like. For the healthy development of the base, I don't want you, as the backbone, to have second thoughts about Dawn." "I understand, leader," Yi Siwen said pitifully, and at the same time, she looked at Jiang Cheng with a trace of undetectable resentment. I thought she had already mustered up the courage and made preparations, but the result was just a test from the leader. This made her feel a little indignant. However, she quickly put on her clothes. Listening to the sound of clothes being put on from behind, Jiang Cheng felt a little dry in his mouth. To be honest, Yi Siwen looked good, and she was a college student who had not yet graduated, with a youthful vitality. And he was a normal man, and it was absolutely impossible to say that he had no reaction. But as a leader, he had many things that he could not do hastily. If this woman is slept with today and she gets special treatment, then the other female survivors in the base will be cautious, knowing that sleeping with the leader can lead to a class transition in the base. This is extremely unfair and inconvenient to manage. "Leader, I'm dressed." Yi Siwen's weak voice came from behind. Jiang Cheng turned his head away with relief, but he avoided Yi Siwen's sight as much as possible, took out 2 first-level gene enhancement potions from the space ring and handed them over, saying, "Inject first." "Is it this?" Yi Siwen looked at the green liquid rippling in the transparent glass test tube, and her eyes were immediately replaced by surprise. At the commendation meeting of the hunting competition today, she saw the magic of this liquid with her own eyes, but she didn't expect that she would get such an item one day. She immediately swept away the previous unhappiness and said happily, "Thank you, leader." After taking the first-level gene enhancement potion, Yi Siwen took 2 shots in a row and pushed the liquid into the body without a drop left. Almost a minute later, is this the feeling of having power? Yi Siwen felt that she was better than ever before. Even her rough skin, which had been rough due to long-term lack of care, became smooth and white, and the dysmenorrhea caused by her period completely disappeared. She only felt a warm feeling in her lower abdomen. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng flipped his hand and threw out a red liquid medicine and said, "This is a first-level awakening potion. After injection, you will be able to awaken extraordinary abilities." "Is it like the abilities of Captain Lin and the others?" Yi Siwen was completely unsettled. Although she did not participate in the defense of the base, she learned from the patrol team that each of those people was like a Superman. And Captain Lin and Captain Zhang of their Shuguang were both such extraordinary people. She knew clearly how precious this potion was. "Yeah." Jiang Cheng nodded. "Thank you, Chief." Yi Siwen's chest rose and fell violently, and she said excitedly. She felt that this was like a pie in the sky falling on her. She also swept away Jiang Cheng's unreasonable request just now. Even if Jiang Cheng made any special request, she could do it without hesitation. Holding the red liquid medicine, Yi Siwen injected it directly into her body. Soon, she felt a tearing pain in her body, and her pretty face turned pale instantly. "Leader, what is this?" Jiang Cheng said. "This is what you must endure before awakening. Hold on." "Yeah." Yi Siwen gritted her teeth and silently endured the pain in her body. 10 minutes later. "Huh." Yi Siwen breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down, with an unconcealable smile on her face. Jiang Cheng looked at it and said in his heart, "I have data." Name Yi Siwen. Gender, female. Age, 19. Friendliness, 93. Level, First Order Awakener. Wisdom, 5. Strength, 23.3. Agility, 8.4. Spirit, 5. Virus resistance, 1. Immune to First-Order mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, Perception, Awakening Degree, 100%. Comprehensive Combat Power, 41.7. The attributes are average, but what is this perception? Looking at Yi Siwen's information panel, Jiang Cheng felt that this new superpower was very novel. This was also the first time he saw such a superpower. Ask, "Yi Siwen, what is the awakened superpower?" Perception. Compared to before, Yi Siwen was more confident at this time, and even spoke with a smile, as if she was afraid that Jiang Cheng didn't understand, so she explained, "I can detect everything within a radius of 100 meters, including a grass growing in that corner. I can also see it clearly." "I see." Jiang Cheng understood. This is similar to his micro-insect monitoring robot, but each has its own advantages. The insect robot can detect a range of 10 kilometers, but can only target one target, while Yi Siwen can only detect 100 meters, but everything within this 100-meter range can be detected clearly. But in this case, Jiang Cheng asked again, "Just observe? Can you hear the other party's conversation or something like that?" Yi Siwen shook her head and said, "No, but after my strength improves, maybe I can." "Yeah." Jiang Cheng nodded, and then instructed, "Don't tell anyone about your awakening, and pay more attention to Zhou Sheng and Wang Xiaolong in normal times, understand?" "Leader, what do you mean?" Yi Siwen said in confusion. "Just observing." After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he signaled Yi Siwen to leave. Of course, before leaving, he asked her to call Wang Xiaolong in. However, during this period of time, Jiang Cheng immediately said, "Shuguang, can Yi Siwen sense the situation in the base?" "Master, with the current defense of the base, any perception or exploration below the 4th level can be isolated." The system explained. "That's good." Jiang Cheng felt relieved. "Wait until Wang Xiaolong comes in." Jiang Cheng used the same routine, threatening him first, and then after the assessment, he gave him 2 first-level gene enhancement potions and 1 gene awakening potion. Wang Xiaolong's awakened ability is relatively ordinary, which is tempering. Remember, don't tell anyone that you have awakened your strength. Observe Yi Siwen and Zhou Sheng more often. If there is any abnormality, report to me immediately. Do you understand? Jiang Cheng said lightly. "Leader, don't worry, I will take care of this matter." Wang Xiaolong patted his chest and promised. "Well, you go and get busy." Jiang Cheng waved his hand, signaling Wang Xiaolong to leave. The other party was smart and walked out immediately. When the door of the gym was closed again, Jiang Cheng's eyes became sharp. The number of survivors in the outer base of Dawn increased significantly in a short period of time, and the personnel inside must be complicated. With more people, there are more thoughts. So the best way is to find someone to supervise. Zhou Sheng is a very obedient person with a quick mind, so it is no problem for him to supervise the Shuguang outer base. Yi Siwen and Wang Xiaolong are mutually restrained between the three people, which is what Jiang Cheng hopes to see. He hopes that these three people will be united when dealing with the outside world, and it is best to be clear-cut when dealing with the inside world, otherwise it will be detrimental to management. Now that the Shuguang outer base already has 3 awakeners including Zhou Sheng, the next issue is the allocation of the Shuguang guard. Jiang Cheng pondered. According to his plan, there are a total of 15 guards selected so far, and there are 6 guard captains. Excluding Dad as the chief captain, each captain has 3 guards under his command. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng said directly to the micro-communicator, "Old man, gather the guards, and then ask Xiao Jian and others to go and pick people." "No problem." Dad Yong agreed readily. Soon, in the spacious backyard of the base, rows of guards stood upright in 3 rows. However, his eyes were curiously looking at the environment in the courtyard. Except for Shun Fu and Lu Kai, it was the first time for them to enter the base. The area was as big as a basketball court. There were pavilions and towers all around, green trees, small bridges, and flowing water, and the air was fresh and pleasant. Just taking a breath, I felt refreshed and comfortable. "Brother Feng, what do you think our leader is?" "This courtyard is too exaggerated," Chen Beixian said in a low voice. Hongfeng glanced at Chen Beixian and said, "Talk less and watch more." "Oh." Chen Beixian immediately calmed down like an eggplant hit by frost. However, it was not only Chen Beixian who was surprised. Zhou Xiaodai, Zhao Xiaodong, and other girls also looked around with their peripheral vision. Compared with the outside, this place is simply a fairyland. Zhao Xiaodong sighed secretly. Zhou Xiaodai was somewhat glad that she listened to the advice and followed him here. Otherwise, she might have died in the belly of the zombie at this moment. Just as everyone was discussing privately, a group of people, led by Jiang Cheng, came out. When they came to the front of the group, Jiang Cheng said loudly, "First of all, congratulations on becoming a glorious member of my Shuguang Guard. I also hope that you can contribute your own strength to protecting Shuguang in the future. Now, I gather you, mainly for the allocation of team members. For allocation, I have always advocated the principle of fairness and voluntariness. The team members will select the captain, and each captain will lead 3 team members. Of course, once selected, no regrets will be allowed in the future unless there is a new position transfer. Do you understand?" At the end of the speech, Jiang Cheng raised his voice, and everyone in Shuguang immediately responded loudly. "Very good," Jiang Cheng said, making way, standing aside with his father, and then pointing to Luo Fan and others to introduce them one by one. After the introduction, he said again, "Okay, you have 5 minutes to make a choice, and then you can choose by yourself." After the words fell, the 15 guards immediately became active. Everyone looked at each other and discussed privately. Chen Beixian pulled Hongfeng and said, "Brother Feng, which team are you going to join?" "I'll follow you." Hongfeng knew that Chen Beixian was asking for his opinion. This guy has been following him since the hunting competition. People who don't know him would think he is his lackey, but it's good this way. There will be one more person to take care of the base. After thinking for a while, he said, "I'm going to Captain Luo Fan." "Captain Luo? No way. Brother Feng, why don't we think about it again? After all, Captain Luo is..." Chen Beixian wanted to say that people like Luo Fan who surrendered would inevitably be targeted if they joined his team in the future. Of course, although he didn't say it clearly, the meaning was already very clear. Hongfeng shook his head and said, "I know what you are thinking, but as long as the leader is there, Captain Luo can't make any waves, and following a strong man like Captain Luo, there will be more opportunities to fight in the future. You should understand what more opportunities to fight mean." As he said, he walked straight towards Luo Fan. But Chen Beixian was still a little reluctant, but seeing that Hongfeng had made his choice, he gritted his teeth and followed immediately. As for Zhou Xiaodai, "Xiaodai, who are you going to follow?" Zhao Xiaotong lowered her voice. Zhou Xiaodai thought for a while and said, "I think Captain Lin Ro is good." In her opinion, first of all, as a girl, it is naturally best for her to join the female captain, and as a combatant of the base, Lin Ro has a great chance to participate in the battle, which is in line with her original intention of coming to Shuguang. Sister Xiaodai, why don't you reconsider it? Captain Lin Ro often fights, and as girls, we may not be able to bear it. Wang Man hesitated. She is not a warmonger. On the contrary, she joined Shuguang more for a stable life, and joined the guard team because this stable life also requires her to have the ability to protect herself. I have made up my mind. Zhou Xiaodai shook her head and walked straight towards Lin Ro. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaotong looked at Wang Man and said, why don't we go too? We are all from Seoul, so we can take care of each other together. Wang Man shook her head and refused. Sister Xiaodong, you go. I'm going to Captain Zhang Ya. Don't think about it again. Zhao Xiaodong still hopes that the three sisters can be together. No, Wang Man said, and then walked towards Zhang Ya. Zhao Xiaotong looked at Wang Man's back as she left, thought about it, and still chased Zhou Xiaodai. Soon, the 15 team members made their choices. First, the captain of the second echelon, Lu Xinru, and his team members, Wang Yanran, Zhou Shengnan, and Li Yutong. The captain of the third echelon, Lin Ro, and his team members, Zhou Xiaodai, Zhao Xiaotong, and Zhao Tinyu. The captain of the fourth echelon, Zhang Ya, and his team members, Wang Man, Zhao Qiuqiu, and Li Dashan. The captain of the fifth echelon, Li Qingwan, and his team members, Lu Kai, Xin Fu, and Lu Zhongqing. The captain of the sixth echelon, Luo Fan, and his team members, Hung Feng, Chun Beixian, and Jiang Cheng. The team members have been assigned. Jiang Cheng looked at the Dawn Guard, which had taken shape, and said loudly, after that, your father will train you, and the base will give you the corresponding weapons and supplies. As for how far you will go in the future, it depends on you. Thank you, leader. Thank you for your cultivation. For a moment, the loud voice resounded throughout the backyard of the base. The affairs of the guard team will be temporarily handed over to your father. Next, Jiang Cheng cast his eyes outside the small courtyard. It's time to arrange the whereabouts of those mechas. Dawn Peripheral Base. Dong Demon. The two guards chatted with envy in their tone. Old Li, you said, it would be great if we could also sign up for the hunting competition. This commendation meeting makes me jealous. Lao Zhao said with envy. Who says it's not the case? It's just that as guards, the safety of the base is our top priority. We just don't know what it will feel like after being injected with that gene-enhancing agent. Lao Li also said with some yearning. As guards, although their treatment was better than that of scavengers, and they didn't have to go out to hunt zombies in person, they felt a little uncomfortable watching others come up to the stage to receive the award. However, the two of them didn't know that not far away, Zhou Sheng and Jiang Cheng happened to hear their conversation. Zhou Sheng's expression changed, and he hurriedly looked at Jiang Cheng and explained, Chief, as a guard, your duty is to guard the gate of the base. We can't say that everyone will go to the hunting competition to leave the base unguarded, so I let the guards stay. I know. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, motioning for Zhou Sheng to follow him. He is here now just to solve the guard problem. He didn't want Zhou Shuixing to attack the guard and steal the door to happen again. At the same time, when Li Er and Zhao Si were chatting happily, suddenly, an angry voice sounded. You too. If you don't guard the door properly, what are you talking about? When the voice fell, Li Er and Zhao Si quickly turned their heads to look. When they saw the angry-looking Zhou Sheng and the leader Jiang Cheng beside them, they were both shocked. Then they quickly lowered their heads and said respectfully, Chief. Okay, tell me what you just talked about. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, signaling for the two of them to raise their heads. The two looked at each other. Zhao Si hesitated, but Li Er stood up and said directly, Chief, we are talking about the hunting competition. We thought, if others can participate in the hunting competition, why can't we? We also want to become stronger and get awards from the leader. Is that so? Jiang Cheng smiled. Li Er nodded seriously and said, Of course, we feel that only by becoming stronger can we better guard Shuguang base. We don't want to be like before, being knocked unconscious before we knew who was coming. If it weren't for Lin Ro, if the captain arrived in time, both of us would have died long ago. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows at these words and couldn't help but ask, Are you talking about the time when Tian'an base came to attack? Yes, It was the two of us who were ordered to guard Shimin that night. And the result was, Li Er said this with a bit of shame on his face. They are simply too weak. I was negligent. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment, then took out 2 first-level gene enhancement potions and handed them over and said, "Take them." Leader. Li Er and Zhao Si were immediately flattered and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Especially Li Er said, "Chief, no reward for no merit. We have not made any contribution to the base. On the contrary, we have hindered the base. We are not qualified to accept this reward, but if it is the next hunting competition, I hope the leader can let us participate." Interesting. Looking at the stubborn young man in front of him, Jiang Cheng smiled and asked, "What's your name?" Li Er. Li Er said seriously. "It's simple and easy to remember." Jiang Cheng nodded, then stuffed a first-level gene enhancement potion into Li's hand and said, "Take what is given to you. As guards, you are fulfilling your duties. Besides, the attacker that night was an awakened one. It is normal for you to be knocked unconscious due to your lack of strength. On the contrary, I have always neglected the guarding aspect. This level of genetic enhancement potion is my compensation for you." Having said this, Jiang Cheng added, "Not just you, but all the guards who guard the gates diligently will receive genetic enhancement potions. Of course, you guards will still not be able to participate in the hunting competition because the guards of the base need you. But I will provide you with certain resources regularly and depending on the situation to improve your strength." Hearing this, Li Er and Zhao Si had no complaints, and they were so excited that they couldn't speak. They didn't expect that Jiang Cheng would give them gene-enhancing potions after just opening their mouths tentatively, and also promised to provide them with resources to enhance their strength. Where can I find such a leader? After receiving the potion, Li Er and Zhao Si immediately knelt on the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you for the reward, Chief. We will guard the door carefully and not let go of any suspicious person." "Okay, get up." Jiang Cheng raised his hand. Zhou Sheng on the side saw this and immediately said, "You guys get up quickly." After saying this, the two slowly stood up. Next, Jiang Cheng took out 2 more first-level Doomsday fighting mechas from the space, and then told Zhou Sheng, "This is a first-level Doomsday fighting mecha. It can be operated by ordinary people, and its strength is comparable to the first-level mutants. This 2 mechas, one for the East Gate and one for the West Gate." With that said, he took out 2 more first-level Gatling machines and said, "These 2 Gatling machines have a capacity of 10,000 rounds and are placed at the East and West Gates respectively. Do you understand?" "Yes, leader." Zhou Sheng responded quickly. After arranging the whereabouts of the 2 mechas, Jiang Cheng integrated the second-level Doomsday City Wall with the first-level Doomsday City Wall that had been stacked outside the base, and the improvement of the base's defense strength came to an end. After doing this, Jiang Cheng returned directly to the gym. Next, he should prepare for the Beast Tide in 4 days. Chudu Survivor Base. As the commander-in-chief of the Chudu Survivor Base, he looked at the door of the laboratory with a sad face. Not long after, the laboratory door opened, and a middle-aged man in a white robe walked out. "How is Lin Ye's situation?" Mr. Xiang stood up quickly and asked. Ho Yin shook his head and said, "I have injected a large amount of spar extraction liquid, but Captain Lin Yi seems to be in some special state, and I cannot wake him up." Xiang Lao was silent for a moment and then asked, "Where are Qiyu and Zai?" "The situation in July is getting better. It is estimated that he will wake up in 3 days, but Zai's situation is more dangerous. It is very likely." Ho Yin said this and did not continue, but Mr. Xiang had already heard what was said, meaning, "Okay, you try your best to treat her, and I'll think of a solution." As Xiang Lao said this, he immediately stood up and walked toward the exit, and Jiu Si quickly followed. The 2 of them walked quickly towards the general command room. Mr. Xiang said as he walked, "The current situation of the Doomsday team is not optimistic, and we cannot continue to waste it." Having said this, he asked Juicy beside him, "Where is the current location of the 3rd level of Rage?" "Longjiang Tower," Juicy reported, and then said, "This offensive destroyed 3 of our tanks and 10 armed helicopters, which directly led to the loss of our anti-aircraft power, as well as the loss of Longjiang Bank. The newly built fortifications were also destroyed." Hearing this, Xiang Chu suddenly stopped, turned to look at Jiu Si, and said solemnly, If we don't have the Doomsday team, how long can we last? You want to hear the truth? Let's talk. After being a commander for so many years, I still have the ability to withstand this. Less than 3 days. Less than 3 days? Xiang Lao's face showed bitterness. He never thought that the fate of such a huge base would come to an end in 3 days. Just when he was depressed, Juicy beside him said, "Commander, you don't have to be so pessimistic. We can ask Lincian for help." Lincian? Hearing these 2 words, Mr. Xiang's eyes suddenly lit up. He clapped his hands and said, "I'm so confused. How could I forget Lincian base? You know, the batch of potions that Miao Feng brought back previously improved the soldiers' combat power a lot. And that magical armor can actually withstand the attacks of first-order mutants. There is also the first-level Doomsday pistol, the first-level Doomsday submachine gun, etc. The most important thing is that according to Miao Feng's report, the supplies previously sent to Lincian were hijacked by a group of awakened people in Seoul. Later, a young man was found to destroy the awakened group in the Seoul base. You know, there are 5 awakened ones in the Seoul base, and one of them is still at the 3rd level. Go, call Miao Feng and tell him that I have something to do with him." Mr. Xiang said hurriedly, "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Not long after, in the office of Commander-in-Chief Chudu, a young man stood upright in front of Xiang Chu's desk. The young man had a determined look, and there was a 10-centimeter gash on his face. The blood on it had only just condensed, and he had obviously just been removed from the battlefield. "Commander-in-Chief, are you looking for me?" After Miao Feng saluted, he spoke. Xiang Chu nodded and said, "Miao Feng, you are the soldier I led single-handedly. I will tell you some things directly. Please speak." Miao Feng said seriously, "I heard that you have an old relationship with a young man named Jiang Cheng from Lincian. I hope you will contact him to see if he is willing to come and support us." Xiang Chu said, "This?" Miao Feng looked embarrassed after hearing the Commander-in-Chief's words. "What? If you have any difficulties, just tell me," Xiang Chu said with sharp eyes. Miao Feng took a deep breath and said, "Actually, this matter is not difficult to say, and it is not easy to say that it is simple. He is Brother Jiang. He is very emotional, but he loves crystal stones more. We may have to invite him." Miao Feng was embarrassed to continue talking about the rest. After all, Jiang Cheng is truly the kind of person who settles accounts with brothers and won't settle even a single bullet. Xiang Chu said disapprovingly, "Isn't it just a little crystal stone? Just give it to him if he wants." Miao Feng shook his head and said, "Commander, you may not know that just for inviting Brother Jiang to the Seoul base last time, I paid a huge price. If converted into crystals, it may be more than 1 million. Millions of spar. He is so poor that he is crazy." Xiang Lao suddenly lost his composure. In the early days, he did not fully understand the value of the crystals, but as the number of awakened people in the base increased, their demand for the crystals increased greatly. And now, just to treat the 3 members of the Doomsday team, they have spent tens of thousands of crystals, and the current inventory is less than 2 million. If they really spend 1 million, their crystals will quickly run out. Then do you have a better solution? Miao Feng said helplessly. Mr. Xiang was silent. If there was a better solution, he wouldn't have asked Miao Feng to come over. Thinking about it, he signaled Miao Feng to wait, then picked up the satellite phone and dialed a number. Soon, a voice rang on the phone. "I'm Yang Guangming, Commander-in-Chief. Can you tell me something?" "Guangming, how many awakened ones do we have now?" Xiang Lao asked. Yang Guangming said, 50 in the 1st level, 3 in the 2nd level. "Isn't there a 3rd level one?" Mr. Xiang asked with a frown. Yang Guangming said aggrievedly, "It takes a lot of time to advance from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. Even if we have enough crystals, they still need time to advance." "Okay." Mr. Xiang nodded and hung up the phone, then looked straight at Miao Feng. After a long while, he let out a deep breath and said, "I'll leave this matter to you. Just say that we, Chudu, are willing to give out 1 million zombie crystals. This is our lowest price." "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Miao Feng responded and went out immediately. After Miao Feng left, Mr. Xiang said to Juicy next to him, "Go, notify each city-level survivor base and ask their awakened people to report to Chuchudu base within 1 day." After the order was issued, Mr. Xiang took a deep breath and murmured, "Whether it succeeds or not depends on this time." Then, within a day, Lincian base, Huangshan base, SHT on base, and other 130 units in 40 municipalities and 90 county-level cities in Chu province. Except for 40 that have been destroyed by diaspora forces, the remaining 90 bases have all received notifications. Of these 90 bases, only 40 had awakened people, and the number was pitifully small. However, they set off for Chudu on the day they received the order. Linxian base also received the news. Captain, this time the boss summons all the awakened people. I'm afraid Chudu is in big trouble. Wang Chang looked solemn and continued. Do you think we should invite Brother Jiang Cheng? After all, Brother Jiang has many soldiers and generals. The awakened ones also. Before Wang Chang could finish speaking, Li Feng interrupted directly. Okay, this matter has nothing to do with Brother Jiang. He has no obligation to go. But it is related to Chu Duji's survival. You should be aware of the trouble it will cause once the capital of Chu falls. Wang Chang said. Hearing this, Li Feng fell silent. Because what Wang Chang said is true. Their Linxian base belongs to Chudu. The Chudu base is equivalent to the chain connecting the small bases. Once Chudu falls, the other bases will be scattered. At that time, Chu province will be in a state of division, and the bases in various places will govern themselves. It will be difficult to unite together later. Such consequences are tantamount to adding insult to injury for Chudu, which is already in a serious situation. But Jiang Cheng is not one of them, and he has no right to order Jiang Cheng to do anything. On the contrary, if it were not for Jiang Cheng during this period, their Linxian would have been occupied many times. Thinking about the pros and cons, Li Feng said, Let's wait. Miao Feng is from Chudu, and he has a good relationship with Brother Jiang. I believe that at this time, he will definitely show up. Old Li, you are right. I didn't think about it. Wang Chang nodded. Just when the entire Chudu began to mobilize. Dawn base. In the gym. Jiang Cheng sat cross-legged in the gym. 48 hours had passed since the last time the base mall was opened. So he said, System, open the base mall. Product column. Level 4 Venom Armor. 800,000 energy points. Like Venom, the whole is transparent, attached to the surface of the host's body. Ordinary people cannot detect it, can withstand some physical damage of the 4th level mutant, and ordinary zombies cannot break through physical defense. Level 4 Doomsday Data I. 300,000 energy points. After use, you can observe the combat power of creatures below the 5th level mutant, which can be superimposed with the 3rd level Doomsday Data I. Level 3 Tang Sword. 10,000 energy points. It has the toughness comparable to the 3rd level mutant, and can cut iron like mud. Level 4 Doomsday Martial Arts Box. 50W energy points. After redemption, you can randomly unlock a level 4 martial arts inheritance crystal. The crystal can only be used by yourself and cannot be transferred to others. Level 3 Spiritual Strengthening Potion. 10W energy points. After use, it can increase 20 points of spiritual attributes. Small Herb Pill. 10W energy points. Quantity 3. After use, as long as there is a breath, you can revive with full blood. Level 1 Spiritual Fertilizer. 1W energy points. Quantity 10. Can be used to fertilize spiritual fields. Each bag of spiritual fertilizer can fertilize 5 acres. After fertilization, the growth cycle is reduced by 1 day. Level 3 Doomsday Life Skill Treasure Box. 20,000 energy points. After redemption, you can randomly unlock a level 3 life skill inheritance crystal. The crystal can only be used by yourself and cannot be transferred to others. Refresh time, 45 hours 44 minutes and 29 seconds. Level 4 Venom Armor. Level 4 Eye of Doomsday Data. As he continued to read, Jiang Cheng swallowed his saliva and said hurriedly, Buy them all. Clear the product column for me. Ding. Clearing the product column requires 13W energy points. Do you want to buy it? The system asked. Buy. Jiang Cheng said without hesitation. Ding. The energy points are successfully deducted, and the items will be distributed within 0 meters of the host. Please check them in time. As he finished speaking, a faint white light flashed through. A pile of items lay on the gym floor. The most eye-catching one is still the transparent lunchbox-sized box, with a group of transparent objects inside squirming like slime. Jiang Cheng glanced at it, and immediately picked it up and opened it. Suddenly, The transparent liquid immediately spawned countless transparent filamentous tentacles and covered the surface of his skin. The third-level venom armor that had previously covered his body had almost no ability to resist under the devouring of the fourth-level venom armor. It takes a few seconds. After the fourth-level venom armor was assembled, Jiang Cheng punched again and did not feel any discomfort. On the contrary, when punching, he even felt much more relaxed than before. Nice one. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up, and he continued to look at the redeemed products. The second one was a white glass box the size of a fist. The moment I picked it up, a wave of information suddenly poured out. The fourth-level Eye of Doomsday data can observe the combat power of creatures below level 5 mutants and can be superimposed with the third-level Eye of Doomsday data. As always, Jiang Cheng covered his eyeballs with it, and the cool feeling disappeared in a flash, and the third-level Doomsday data I merged with the fourth-level one. The third item is a bright silver third-level Tang Dao. Jiang Cheng just glanced at it briefly and immediately put it into the space ring. He already had this item. The fourth item is a blue wooden treasure chest. The last time he opened the box, he revealed a terrifying martial skill like the Great Destruction Palm. Who knows what he will reveal this time? Jiang Cheng swallowed and slowly picked up the treasure box and opened it. There is still a fist-sized, irregular blue crystal with a faint halo lying inside. Pick up the crystal. In an instant, the blue crystal slowly melted into a pool of blue liquid, seeping from the palm of the hand and pouring into the body. This is a massive amount of information instantly flooded into Jiang Cheng's mind. Level 4 martial skill, mental impact. Explanation: each time 50 points of mental power are consumed to impact the opponent's brain, it can cause a short-term dizziness effect, and because the opponent's level is different, the dizziness effect will be different. Isn't this just dizziness? Jiang Cheng looked at the martial arts explanation and understood immediately. However, the martial skill of mental shock is still extremely practical. Generally speaking, the victory or defeat of a master duel will be determined in 1 or 2 seconds. If he can cause dizziness to the opponent, with his current speed, he can kill him instantly. Of course, the only flaw of this martial skill is that it consumes too much mental power. His current mental attribute is 157.7, which is enough to release it 3 times. The release of supernatural powers also requires the consumption of mental power, which increases the number of mental shock releases again. Reduce. Jiang Cheng immediately concluded that this martial art was a single skill. After digesting the martial arts information in his mind, Jiang Cheng looked at the 5th item. This is a glass syringe, with a small cylindrical glass cover covering the needle, and inside the container, there is a light blue fluorescent liquid flowing. Picking it up, Jiang Cheng stabbed it directly into his arm without saying a word. The next moment, a feeling of coolness surged into my brain. He closed his eyes tightly and silently felt the strengthening of his mental power. After the strengthening is completed, the mental attribute column of his data panel changes. Spirit, 158.7, 178.7. After a brief glance, Jiang Cheng picked up the 6th item, which was a white milk porcelain bottle, similar to the bottles containing elixirs in martial arts movies. He directly put it into the space ring. As for the 7th piece of spiritual fertilizer, he simply looked at it and put it into the space ring. Until the 8th item, a green wooden box. After opening it, there was a green crystal the size of a pebble. Jiang Cheng held it in his hand. Lights up with a light green light. The crystal in his hand disappeared, and a stream of information flooded into his mind. Skill, diving, advanced. Note, you can breathe freely in the water for 30 minutes. It's diving again. Jiang Cheng was slightly disappointed. He didn't usually use this skill at all. After sorting out all the items, Jiang Cheng looked at his remaining energy points. 29894668 points. There's almost 30 million left. Jiang Cheng felt a little relieved and looked at the second-level biochemical laboratory. There was still a little more than 59 hours left to crack the second-level gene-enhancing potion. In conversion, there were still more than 2 days left. Then there was the second-level awakening potion. There are more than 911 hours left, which means there are still more than 37 days left. It seems that the upgrade of the 5th-level base will be at least a month away. Exiting the system panel, Jiang Cheng went straight to the cultivation room. Open the breeding room door. A strong fragrance of earth and plants hits your nostrils. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and felt refreshed. He looked around and saw that the entire 30 mu of black soil was planted with crops. The tomatoes, carrots, green peppers, etc. that he had planted first had begun to bear fruit. And there were also rice seeds that were planted later, and the ears were still green. Among them, there were 2 saplings growing well. And in these 30 mu of fields, a humanoid robot was busy inside. Seeing Jiang Cheng coming over, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Master, do you have any instructions?" Jiang Cheng thought for a while and asked, "How long will it take for the first batch of crops to mature?" The farming robot said directly, "About 10 days. The area is 1 mu, and the crops planted are tomatoes, carrots, green peppers, cabbage, garlic, and bitter melon." Jiang Cheng immediately took out a bag of second-level spiritual fertilizer that he had exchanged before from the space ring and handed it over, saying, "Go, pour this on. Remember, only 1/5 of it is enough." "Yes, master." The first-level farming robot took the second-level spiritual fertilizer and immediately began to irrigate the spiritual field. Fertilizer actually needs to be turned over first and then poured on to berry, but Jiang Cheng's second-level spiritual fertilizer does not need to be so complicated. Just sprinkle it on the surface of the land. With the irrigation of the farming robot, these fruits and vegetables grow up and mature at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 hour later, a system mechanical sound rang in Jiang Cheng's mind. "Congratulations, master. Harvest 1,500 kilograms of carrots, 1,500 kilograms of tomatoes, 1,000 kilograms of green peppers, 2,000 kilograms of cabbage, 500 kilograms of garlic, and 1,000 kilograms of bitter gourd." Hearing the system's prompt sound, Jiang Cheng immediately showed a happy look and immediately couldn't wait to take out a carrot and take a look in his hand. "I saw that the carrots cultivated in the spiritual field were larger than those on the market, about the thickness of an adult's arm and orange in color. Take out the spiritual water from the space ring to wash it, and then take a bite directly." The next second, there was a click. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up, and his fair and handsome face gradually turned red. "Delicious," Jiang Cheng couldn't help but praise. This carrot didn't have the fishy smell of the previous vegetables. After biting it, it was crisp and sweet. Even if he ate it raw, Jiang Cheng felt that he could eat a pound. He wolfed it down and quickly ate a carrot clean. And the next moment, the spiritual attribute of his profile panel changed again. Spirit, 178.7 to 180.7. 2 attribute points were added. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The fruits and vegetables grown in this spiritual field were too scary. Compared to the gym and spiritual water, there is one more attribute column that is randomly added. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about the slow increase of spiritual attributes. Looking at the harvested crops in front of him, Jiang Cheng ordered the farming robot to transfer them to the storage room. Of course, he deliberately placed them in the corner of the storage room for easy identification. Now the storage space in the base storage room has reached 30,000 cubic meters, and hundreds of tons of items are still very empty. After placing them, Jiang Cheng returned to the cultivation room and asked, "How long will it take for the rest of the crops to mature?" The first-level farming robot said, 20 acres of rice will take 20 days to mature, and 9 acres of wheat will take 15 days to mature. In this way, wheat still needs 2 bags of spiritual fertilizer. So he took out 2 bags of second-level spiritual fertilizer and handed them over, saying, "Including the bag of spiritual fertilizer I just gave you, sprinkle them all on the wheat." "Yes," the farming robot responded. Another 2 hours later, the wheat, which was still green, turned golden, and the fruits on it fell heavily. Occasionally, a cool breeze blew, and a faint wheat fragrance could be smelled, a sign of a good harvest. However, there was still 1 acre of wheat that was still semi-mature. Jiang Cheng simply took out another bag of spiritual fertilizer and handed it over, saying, "Just water 1/10 of it." "Yes." As the spiritual fertilizer was poured down, all 9 acres of wheat matured. Jiang Cheng took out all the remaining spiritual fertilizer and poured it on the rice, shortening its maturity period to only about 3 days. As the spiritual fertilizer was consumed, the system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the master for harvesting 10,000 kilograms of wheat. Listening to the prompt sound, Jiang Cheng did not have the joy of the first harvest, but he was in a very good mood. Such a batch of supplies would be enough for his base to use for a long time. However, just as he left the cultivation room and prepared to go to the gym, the mechanical sound of the system sounded in his ears. Master, Chudu is calling. Do you want to answer it? Chudu? Could it be Miao Feng? Jiang Cheng frowned slightly. In Chudu, only Miao Feng had his satellite phone number. Press the answer button. A familiar voice sounded inside. I'm Miao Feng, Brother Jiang. How are you doing? Jiang Cheng smiled and said, Very well. How about Brother Miao? Miao Feng's tone sank, and he said, Not very well. Jiang Cheng asked curiously, Did something happen in Chudu? Miao Feng said, Chudu has encountered some troubles, which is why I called you, Brother Jiang, this time. Sure enough, Jiang Cheng said inwardly, and continued, Well, go ahead. It's like this, we were attacked by zombies. According to the data research of Chudu Laboratory, the strength of this zombie is very likely to be above the 3rd level. Several of our awakened warriors died at the hands of this zombie, and our top combat force was also seriously injured and unconscious by the zombie, in a dying state. With our current strength, we can only hold on for 3 days at most. The only person I can think of who can solve the crisis now is you, Brother Jiang. And we are willing to pay a reward of 500,000 zombie crystals. I wonder if you can help. Miao Feng finished the story in one breath, then stared at the phone, looking nervous. Chudu is in crisis? Although Jiang Cheng's tone was calm, his heart was full of huge waves. According to the memory of his previous life, Chudu lasted for a year. A year later, Chudu was attacked by unknown zombies, resulting in the destruction of the base and the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Because of the destruction of the Chudu base, the large and small bases in Chu province became local tyrants. And the Lincian base where Jiang Cheng was located also began to develop rapidly, without scruples during this period of time. Is it because of the butterfly effect brought about by my rebirth? Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, and quickly came back to his senses. The situation was urgent, and judging from Miao Feng's tone, it would definitely not be false. According to his thoughts, he definitely didn't want Chudu to be basically destroyed. After all, if the Chudu base was destroyed, wouldn't his monthly 4,000 zombie crystals, vegetable seeds, 1 bag of each, and 30 people's survival supplies be ruined? But if that zombie was at the 4th level, it's not that he couldn't fight, but he might be hit hard when he was fighting. So he said, I can help, but you know that even for me, it would be very difficult to fight against a 3rd level or higher one, and there would be a risk of serious injury. What do you think of the price of this crystal? I knew it. Miao Feng was at a loss for words. Jiang Cheng's character really made him guess it. Fortunately, he only quoted half the price, so he said, How about this? 550,000 pieces. This is the most crystals that Chudu base can currently take out. We still have to use crystals to treat the wounded and feed the awakened. And brother, let me be honest with you. The current inventory here is less than 1 million. Miao Feng complained. Then he said with a sad face, Brother, please. Jiang Cheng hesitated for a moment and simply gritted his teeth and said, How about this? 800,000 zombie crystals. I will take people to help, and I will pay for the weapons myself, so you don't need to spend extra money. How about it? Oh, okay. Even if we go bankrupt, we will definitely get 800,000 zombie crystals for you, Brother Jiang. Miao Feng said with a choked voice, but in fact, he was already very happy. He didn't expect Jiang Cheng to agree so readily, which saved 200,000 zombie crystals more than expected. Of course, he couldn't really cheat Jiang Cheng. After all, he had helped him, so he said, Look, Brother Jiang, I actually think you're losing money at this price, but we really can't afford too much at the moment. But I promise you that as long as the trouble is solved this time, I will definitely apply to the Commander-in-Chief for material assistance for you. What do you think? Of course it couldn't be better. Jiang Cheng smiled. He didn't expect that with just a casual phone call this time, 800,000 zombie crystals were in hand, which was really a huge profit. But thinking of the urgency of Chudu, he asked, How long will it take you to arrive? Where's the address? You can see our base when you go to the bank of Longjiang River. The arrival time is getting better and better. We can only hold on for 3 days. Miaofeng said. Okay, I'll get ready and arrive today. Thank you, Brother Jiang. As long as this crisis is over, I will definitely introduce you to more provincial capital bases. With Miaofeng's thanks, Jiang Cheng hung up the phone. Recalling the content of the conversation just now, Jiang Cheng looked serious. I'm afraid there will be a tough battle this time. All captains of the Dawn Guards gather in the rest area. Jiang Cheng shouted into the microcommunicator. In less than a minute, all the players gathered in the rest area. Seeing all the people gathered, Jiang Cheng said with a serious face, "That's it. This time there is a crisis in Chudu. If we ask for help, I am going to go and provide support. I wonder if any of you are willing to come with me." Me. Lin Ro immediately raised her hand, then looked into Jiang Cheng's eyes and said, "My brother Lin Yi is at the Chuda base, and I want to take this opportunity to visit him." Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement, but added, "This crisis may not be as simple as you think. We may face a large number of mutated zombies, and among them there is a 3rd level or even 4th level mutated zombie. I want to go too." At this time, Zhang Ye beside her also raised her hand. Jiang Cheng probed, "Sister Ye, is it because of you?" Zhang Ye nodded and said, "Chief, don't worry. I just want to confirm whether that person is dead this time. After all, he is Tuanshuan's father, so I can have an explanation to Tuanshuan. As for me, I am still determined. Be part of the Dawn." Okay. Jiang Cheng nodded. Zhang Ye's situation is indeed reasonable. After all, love is something that everyone has obsessions in their hearts. Even he himself never forgot to kill Huang Shui after his rebirth. Thinking about it, he glanced at everyone and said, "Who else is there?" After saying this, everyone raised their hands and said in unison, "We are willing to follow the leader to defeat the zombies." Very good. Jiang Cheng was a little surprised. He didn't expect everyone at Dawn to be so united. However, this time he didn't need many people to go. After thinking for a while, he said, "I understand everyone's feelings, but Shu Guang, as our base camp, also needs people to stick to it. So this time, I decided to let Xiao Jian, Sister Ye, Dad and Sister Lu follow us, while Qingwan and Luo Fan will stay at the base. What do you think?" At this point, 2 more voices came out. Sounded, "Chief, I also hope to go with you." "What about that? How about Luo Fan and I change places?" It was Luo Fan and Father Yang who spoke. Jiang Cheng looked over in confusion. Luo Fan's fighting spirit was boiling, but his father lowered his head in embarrassment. Looking at his father's appearance, Jiang Cheng thought about it and figured it out immediately, but he still couldn't help but said, "Old man, are you sure you don't want to go?" "Hey, old man, I won't go, so as not to be embarrassed when I see you." Father Yang said sarcastically, "It's not that he doesn't want to see her. It's actually that he doesn't dare to see her." He couldn't help but tremble when he thought of Zheng Ping seeing him push him to the ground and beat him violently. I sighed in my heart, "Boy Jiang, it's not that the old man doesn't want to go, but that tigress is too strong." "Okay, then let Luo Fan, me, the old man, and Qingwan guard the base. If there is anything important, we can contact you via satellite phone." Jiang Cheng gave the order again. "Yes, leader," everyone said in unison. "Okay, I have something for you next." Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng silently opened the permanent product column and said directly, "System, exchange me for 100 first-level Doomsday Bombs, 100 second-level Doomsday Bombs, 10 first-level Doomsday Submachine Guns, 10 second-level Doomsday Submachine Guns, a first-level Doomsday Warrior, a demon-killing 3-sword martial arts inheritance crystal, and 10,000 first-level Doomsday Bullets, and 10,000 second-level Doomsday Bullets." Ding! "Do you want to spend 884,000 energy points to redeem this item?" the system prompted. "Exchange." Jiang Cheng muttered silently. Soon, a large number of weapons and ammunition appeared in his space ring. Then with a flip of his wrist, weapons and ammunition were piled up like a mountain in front of everyone. Everyone was already not surprised to see weapons appearing out of thin air. Only Luo Fan couldn't help but take a breath and asked, "Chief, did you rob the arsenal?" Jiang Cheng smiled and said nothing, and Lin Ro and others also tacitly kept silent. Then Jiang Cheng said, "Everyone heading to Chudu will have 10 first-level Doomsday Bombs, 10 second-level Doomsday Bombs, 2 first-level Doomsday Submachine Guns, 2 second-level Doomsday Submachine Guns, and each person will receive 1,000 first-level doomsday bombs, bullets, and 1,000 secondary doomsday bullets. Then he looked at Father Yang and Li Qingwan and said, "As for Father and Qingwan, the remaining weapons and equipment can be divided equally." Having said this, Jiang Cheng took out a silver bracelet and a white treasure box, handed them to Luo Fan, and said, "This is a first-level Doomsday Battle 8. It has the strength of a first-level awakened person. There is also a piece of martial arts inheritance crystal in this white box. You can just absorb it. Level 1 Doomsday Warrior. Martial arts inheritance crystal?" It was the first time for him to hear these two unfamiliar words, but he subconsciously accepted them. The next moment, he was so frightened that his hands shook. Because the moment the silver bracelet touched his palm, it suddenly melted and then slowly condensed into the body of a human male. 8 stood on the spot and said in a cold voice, "The first-level Doomsday Warrior 8 follows the orders of his master and obeys Captain Luo's instructions." Is this the first-level Doomsday Warrior? Luo Fan was shocked by the way he played, but his actions also made the other teammates burst into laughter. "Kiki, young man, just get used to it." Father Yang smiled and patted Luo Fan on the shoulder to express comfort, while Luo Fan looked confused. "Okay, 8, you will follow Luo Fan from now on," Jiang Cheng said. "Yes, master," 8 responded, and his body liquefied again, condensing into an ordinary silver bracelet and wearing it on Luo Fan's wrist. TSK, TSK, TSK. Luo Fan was amazed by this change. In addition to the first-level Doomsday Warrior 8, Luo Fan was also curious about the so-called inheritance crystal in the white box. Thinking about it, he tried to open the treasure box. When he saw a light green crystal lying quietly in the box, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with the first-level Doomsday Warrior, the inheritance crystal seemed particularly quiet. He slowly picked up the inheritance crystal. The next second, he screamed and shook his wrist frantically, trying to throw out the green liquid that had penetrated into Wang's palm. "Don't resist." Soon, his wrist was held by a strong hand, and Jiang Cheng's voice sounded in his ears. I know." Luo Fan nodded carefully, stopped struggling, and let the light green liquid penetrate into his body, until the crystal was completely integrated. A stream of information suddenly emerged in his mind. Demon killing 3 swords? Muttering, Luo Fan looked through the information about this so-called demon killing 3 swords martial arts. You don't know until you see it. Once you see it, he was shocked again. The power of the first sword is twice his power. Isn't this the same as his repulsion? The power of the second sword is twice the power of the first sword. Isn't that the same as his double repulsion? The power of the third sword is twice the power of the second sword. Isn't this his ultimate move, super spiral telekinesis wave? Give it casually. It is equivalent to adding several more means of attack, and they are all at the level of ultimate moves. Thinking of this, Luo Fan suddenly felt, what a loss. If he had known that his leader had such a good thing, he should have surrendered earlier, and he would not have to worry about it for so long. What a loss. Just when he was regretting it, Jiang Cheng suddenly slapped his head. Good guy, I forgot it. System, exchange it for me for 1 Xianyuan gong and 3 small return pills. Jiang Cheng said. The exchange is successful. 59,000 energy points will be deducted. The sound of the system fell, and a white wooden box and a small milky white porcelain bottle appeared in Jiang Cheng's hand. Jiang Cheng handed it over and said, inside the white wooden box are martial arts training techniques. You should practice them well. In the porcelain bottle are 3 small returning pills. It can also be regarded as a congratulatory gift for you to join our Dawn base. And this ring. Jiang Cheng took out another silver ring. Seeing this, Zhanya and the other girls started to roll their eyes. Feeling the gazes of the women, Jiang Cheng said awkwardly, this is a first-class space ring with a storage space of 1 cubic meter. It is also part of the gift. Little return pill? Martial arts practice? Space ring. Luo Fan's heart, which had finally calmed down, was filled with huge waves. Grandma, are you dreaming? If so, don't stop. Thank you, Chief. Luo Fan was already speechless with excitement. His aloof image in the Tianan base had completely collapsed at this moment. Looking at Jiang Cheng, his eyes were filled with admiration and admiration. as if he had transformed into a little boy, a fanboy. After taking the items, Jiang Cheng told everyone, "We are going to Chudu, and we are expected to stay for several days. So before going out, everyone must prepare all the necessary supplies. We will gather at 12 o'clock noon. The meeting is over." After saying that, Jiang Cheng waved his hand and went straight upstairs towards the room. This time he himself needed to be well prepared. After returning to the room, Jiang Cheng directly opened the permanent goods column, glanced at it, and directly stated his list of items. 1,000 first-level doomsday bombs, 1,000 second-level doomsday bombs, 10 second-level submachine guns, 10 first-level submachine guns, 10 first-level doomsday pistols, 10,000 first-level doomsday bullets, 10,000 second-level doomsday bullets, 1,000 first-level gene enhancement potions, 1,000 first-level agility potions, 1,000 first-level ancient virus potions, and 50 first-level awakening potions. Having said this, Jiang Cheng looked at the purchase column for the first-level Doomsday Warrior. Currently, in addition to the destroyed Level 1 Doomsday Warrior 0, he has 4 Level 2 Doomsday Warriors and 3 Level 3 Doomsday Warriors. Such a lineup is definitely luxurious in the entire Chu province. But according to the memory before rebirth, the appearance of a high-level zombie will definitely be accompanied by an army of zombies. The power he currently possesses is definitely not enough. After thinking for a while, Jiang Cheng added, "In exchange for 10 more Level 1 Doomsday Warriors and 10 yuan of Level 2 laser gun energy supply cubes." Ding! Do you want to spend 3.085 million energy points to redeem items? Exchange, Jiang Cheng said without hesitation. Exchange successful, remaining energy points, 259,25668 points. The system prompted, "What a simple and unpretentious day to buy items." Jiang Cheng sighed as he looked at the remaining 20 million energy points. Then he looked at the items piled in the space ring and was very satisfied. This time he exchanged many items and went to Chudu. In addition to providing support, he also had the purpose of opening up sales channels. It would be best if all bases in Chu province could purchase his items. In this way, he would have a channel to obtain energy points. There will be more. After exchanging the items, Jiang Cheng prepared dozens of kilograms of the carrots and other vegetables containing spiritual energy that he had harvested before and put them into the space ring, and also filled 100 bottles of spiritual water to restore his strength. After doing this, just as he was about to go to the gym to start the last practice of the day, the satellite phone suddenly rang again. Jiang Cheng pressed the answer button. Soon, Li Feng's voice sounded immediately. "Brother Jiang, there is something I need to tell you." His tone sounded quite serious. However, as soon as Jiang Cheng thought about it, he knew what was going on and said directly, "Is it the attack on Chudu?" "How did you know?" Li Feng was slightly surprised, but on the other hand, he understood and couldn't laugh or cry. "It was Commissioner Miao who asked you for help?" "Yes." Jiang Cheng nodded, and then said, "Miao Feng offered 800,000 zombie crystals. I thought it was quite suitable, so I accepted." "Brother Jiang, it's really your style." Li Feng couldn't laugh or cry. Then he looked solemn and continued, "Then what are your plans next?" "If there is a plan." Jiang Cheng thought for a while. He didn't have any plans. The base has been properly arranged and is guarded by 2 more mechas and 5 awakened ones, including 2 first-level doomsday robots. With this kind of power, I believe that when the beast tide comes, it can withstand it for a while. "It's the Linxian base." Jiang Cheng asked, "Brother Feng, what are you going to do?" "I am going to send Wang Chang to fight. After all, we belong to the Chudu base, and it is our duty to defend Chudu," Li Feng said. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly as he listened. In his opinion, Wang Chang's refusal to leave would be more important than his removal. There are dozens of awakened people in Chudu itself. Coupled with the support from surrounding city bases, it is estimated that it can reach the level of hundreds of awakened people. After Wang Chang left, it only added some color. But staying in Linxian is different. Wang Chang is the only awakened person in Linxian base. If he leaves, Li Feng and the strength of those soldiers alone may not be able to support Wang Chang's return. Li Feng is a man of good character, and he is also on good terms with him. He is also an important channel for obtaining energy points. No matter from which aspect, the Linxian base should be preserved. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng said, Do we have to go? Can we not go? Commander-in-Chief Xiang of Chudu has issued an order requiring the awakened people of the bases in each city to go to support. Military orders are like mountains. We can't refuse, and we can't refuse. Li Feng explained, and then curiously asked, Brother Jiang, do you mean that you don't want Lao Wang to go? Well, to be honest, I recently found that Lin Xian is not peaceful. I always feel that something is going to happen. It is estimated that it will happen in these few days. There is no problem with our Shu Guang, but I am worried that after Brother Chang goes, Brother Feng will not be able to resist. Jiang Cheng said vaguely, but with Li Feng's IQ, it is actually no different from saying it clearly. As expected, Li Feng quickly understood what Jiang Cheng meant, frowned and said, Brother Jiang, are you sure? Jiang Cheng affirmed, very sure. After the words fell, there was a silence in the satellite phone. After a few seconds, alas, Li Feng sighed, his tone full of helplessness, and said, this time, Lao Wang must go to Chudu. Speaking of this, Li Feng regretted that he reported too frequently. As early as after returning from Seoul, Li Feng reported the news of Wang Chang's awakening to Chudu, which was recorded at the time. If he had not reported it at the time, Wang Chang would not have to go now. Let's do this. Jiang Cheng thought about it, and decided to awaken himself and bleed a little, saying, you wait for me at the base first. I will be there soon, and there are some things I need to explain to you in person. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Li Feng to speak. Then he looked out the window and took a step, instantly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Li Feng looked at the hung-up phone in a daze. What is Jiang brother going to do? Before he put down the phone, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the office, blowing the documents on the desk all over the sky. When the paper fell, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Brother Feng. Li Feng was slightly startled, then turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw Jiang Cheng, he said with a bit of a smile, Brother Jiang, you are really fast. Yeah. Jiang Cheng nodded, sat down in front of Li Feng's desk, and then changed to a comfortable posture and said seriously, since Brother Chang is going to Chudu, there are some things I have to tell you in person. Then I want to hear what makes Brother Jiang so nervous. Li Feng smiled, took a cup, and poured a glass of water for Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng was not polite, took it and drank it in one breath, but the taste of the water in the Linxian base was really not very good. He smacked his lips and then said, do you remember what I told you before, Brother Feng? It's about the crazy growth of plants. Jiang Cheng reminded. That's true. Li Feng nodded, recalling the information that the soldiers had brought back from collecting supplies, and said, the green belts in several communities are showing a trend of crazy growth. When our soldiers entered the community to search for supplies, they thought they had entered a primeval forest. But is there any specific connection between this matter and your visit to me? Li Feng was a little curious. That's why I came here. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, according to my observation, the reason for the crazy growth of plants may be related to some substance in the air. You can understand it as the kind of spiritual energy in movies and novels. Spiritual energy? Isn't this a bit too fantasy? Li Feng half-jokingly said. Fantasy? Huh. Jiang Cheng shook his head self-deprecatingly. He understood Li Feng's disbelief. Living in an era that believes in science and even denies the theory of Chinese medicine meridians, words such as martial arts, internal energy, and spiritual energy only exist in literary works such as novels. It's natural not to believe it. But the revival of spiritual energy is an indisputable fact, which can be seen from the changes in the surrounding plants and animals. He continued, isn't this zombie outbreak fantastic? In just 1 month, human civilization has regressed to the Dark Ages. Isn't it fantastic? The transformation into zombies is also due to the virus, which is supported by scientific theory. Li Feng retorted. Jiang Cheng retorted, how do you explain those mutated flying birds, the beasts hundreds of meters long in Yanghe River, and the plants that eat human flesh in the community? It may be that the virus caused the gene mutation. Li Feng argued. Okay. Jiang Cheng simply stopped arguing, but stretched out a hand, turned his palm up, and moved his mind. Bang! A ball of flame rose from the palm of his hand. Li Feng still found it difficult to accept, but the flame in Jiang Cheng's palm went out, and then a small tornado rose again. Then there was another arc of electricity. Then there was another ball of water. Okay, I believe it. These magical changes completely shut Li Feng up. After all, he couldn't explain the three-headed dog that Wang Chang transformed into. Nor could he explain Jiang Cheng's ability to control fire and lightning out of thin air. That's it. Jiang Cheng smiled, and then said, this time it's about the revival of spiritual energy. According to my observation, all the animals and plants around our Lincian city have undergone mutations, and there is a trend of gradually surrounding the city. These animals and plants like to eat flesh and blood. I am worried that they will attack Lincian city. No, to be more precise, they have begun to take action in recent days, and it will intensify in the coming time. So you are worried that after Wang Chang leaves, my Lincian base will be unguarded? Knowing this, Li Feng just heard the meaning of what Jiang Cheng had said to him for so long, and he couldn't help but feel touched. He said seriously, whether the matter is true or false, I, Li Feng, would like to thank you here first. Although Jiang Cheng is usually a bit stingy and fussy, he is really good to others. No need to thank you. I came here today to solve this problem, Jiang Cheng said, taking out a glass syringe filled with red liquid from the space ring and handing it over, saying, this is for you. What is this? Li Feng looked at the potion, which was completely different in color from the potion he had bought from Jiang Cheng before, and couldn't help asking. Level 1 Awakening Potion, after injection, can awaken one's own superpowers 100% without any side effects, and can quickly increase a person's strength to level 1. Jiang Cheng explained. Awakening superpowers. When Li Feng heard this, he looked at the level 1 Awakening Potion again, and his heart surged, and this enchanting red liquid seemed to have some kind of magic, attracting him so much that he couldn't take his eyes off. You know, Wang Chang has been showing off in front of him since he awakened in Seoul, and he was also very itchy, and after asking around, he learned the method of awakening superpowers from the Chudo headquarters. The first is to directly swallow the zombie crystal and bet on the 1 in 1,000 probability. The second is to become a volunteer and voluntarily accept the experiment of Chudo Laboratory. The success rate is 1%, and after successfully awakening, you can become a member of Chudo Doomsday Team and be directly managed by the General Command Office. Both of these methods are extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you can easily lose your life. After knowing these conditions, Li Feng simply gave up becoming an awakener and decided to leave it to fate. After all, as the manager of Lincian Base has not yet reached the moment of life and death. Perhaps when he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he was willing to swallow zombie crystals to gamble on the 1,000th chance, but now under such a stable situation, it is absolutely impossible for him to risk his life. And today, the awakening potion Jiang Cheng took out undoubtedly dropped a nuclear bomb in his heart. This cognitive subversion has prevented him from reacting until now. After swallowing, Li Feng's mouth trembled and he said, really? 100% awakened. Of course, Jiang Cheng said simply and directly, not wanting to talk nonsense. Brother Jiang, do you want to give me such a precious potion? Li Feng still didn't believe it. Of course not. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Hearing such words, Li Feng's mood instantly dropped, and he said with a sad face, Brother Jiang, what are you? Before Li Feng could finish speaking, Jiang Cheng continued, you have to pay at least 50,000 zombie crystals. 50,000 zombie crystals? When Li Feng heard this number, for the first time, he didn't think Jiang Cheng was being picky. Instead, he was surprised and said, do you really only need 50,000 zombie crystals? Seeing Li Feng's changes, Jiang Cheng was also confused. Isn't it just an awakening? Worth the surprise? Or is his asking price too low? What he doesn't know is that if he were placed before rebirth, he would be equally surprised, even ecstatic. With the Dawn base, he no longer has to worry about awakening, and naturally he will not realize the difficulty of awakening and the desire to awaken. But he still nodded and said, of course. Okay, deal. Li Feng looked ecstatic after receiving Jiang Cheng's confirmation, but when he thought about the current inventory of crystals, he felt a little embarrassed and said, these 50,000 crystals may have to be given to you later, do you think? Brother Feng, I can certainly trust you. Jiang Cheng shook his head in amusement and then handed over the first-level awakening potion. Li Feng simply took the potion, rolled up his sleeves, and pricked it on his arm. As the medicine was injected, Li Feng felt a tearing sensation from the inside out, as if the blood vessels, muscles, meridians, etc. in his body were being torn apart. He even felt that his genetic chain was about to break. But even so, he could endure it, because every time it was torn open, there would be a cool feeling attached to it, causing the cut area to heal again. After doing this for about 10 minutes, a man's roar suddenly sounded in the command room of Lincian Base. Cool. What's that sound? It seems to be coming from the command room. Inside the Lincian Base, the two soldiers on duty looked in the direction where the sound came from. When they saw that it was coming from the command room, they immediately kept it a secret. You think it could be? Shoo, it's probably. After looking at each other, they immediately returned to normal and pretended not to hear it. Because there is a rumor circulating in the base that any soldier called into the command room by Captain Li will make strange noises in the command room afterwards. Of course, Li Feng in the command room didn't know this at this time. Feeling the huge changes in his body and the feeling of being about to burst out, he was overjoyed. Brother Jiang, thank you for your kindness. Li Feng said gratefully. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, I wonder what superpower Brother Feng has awakened. After saying that, he secretly said, Data, I, open. Name, Li Feng. Race, human. Level, lower level 1. Wisdom, 2.2 to 7.2. Strength, 13 to 35. Agility, 3.1 to 9.1. Spirit, 2 to 5. Superpower, material simulation, awakening degree, 100%. Comprehensive combat power, 56.3. Material simulation? Interesting. When Jiang Cheng saw the name of the superpower column, he immediately thought of a character that appeared in a science fiction movie. It seems to be an ability to simulate a substance by touching it. Brother Jiang, just watch. Li Feng laughed and stretched out his left hand to touch the wooden desk next to him. It was visible to the naked eye that his left hand had turned into a wooden hand, and the grain of the wood was almost the same. This is my awakened ability, material simulation. As long as I touch the material, I can simulate the properties of the material. Even diamonds or more solid objects, I can simulate them. Li Feng introduced. Sure enough, Jiang Cheng said inwardly, it was the same as he guessed. How to describe this ability? It's remarkable. The advantage is that any material can be imitated, and it has extremely abnormal recovery ability. The disadvantage is that the conditions are limited. Only when the body has been transformed into the material at that time, the body can be repaired by touching the material. And you need to carry the material with you when fighting. However, it is enough to deal with the beast tide. Okay, since Brother Feng has awakened, I have nothing to do here. Jiang Cheng said goodbye and left another sentence before leaving. Pay attention to the plants around you. After the words fell, he took a step and disappeared in the office in a gust of wind. Looking at the information flying all over the sky, Li Feng looked at the flapping window frame, hesitant to speak, and said helplessly, really anxious. Muttering a sentence, Li Feng's face became serious again, and he opened the door of the command room and said to the soldiers outside, Xiaogua, go and call Wang Chang. Yes, Captain. At the same time, Jiang Cheng has returned to the gym of the base. Looking at the time on the wall, 8:35. There are more than 3 hours before the trigger. It's still early, let's practice for the time being. Since Chudu's order was issued, bases in various cities are taking action. Huangshan base. Damn it. I want to see how powerful this so-called third-level zombie is. A bald man with a naked upper body, a tendon muscle that can be compared to a fitness beauty pageant champion. But his muscles are different from those of a fitness coach. They are the kind that look very powerful, not flashy. The bald man looked at a heavy machine gun, and a crow flew onto a bright open-top military off-road vehicle that had been parked on the side. Then he stretched out his hand and waved to the soldiers behind him and said, Brothers, guard the base for me. Of course, the key is to take good care of Tangjung. He has thin arms and legs. Don't let him be killed by zombies. With a roar, the fair-skinned young man with deep myopia surrounded by the crowd retorted with a blushing face, I won't. Although the tone was refuting, the voice was full of timidity. For a while, the burly soldiers around laughed. Okay, I'll tell you these. Let's go. Wait for good news from me. The bald man waved his hand, stepped on the accelerator hard, and rushed towards the road. And watching the bald man drive away, The fair-skinned young man named Tang Zheng pushed his glasses and whispered, "Captain, come back safely." And there is also the Ishida base. A handsome young man with a rebellious look looked at the row of soldiers in front of him and said seriously, "Brothers, Tianlin is in your hands." "No problem, Captain," the soldiers said in unison. "Let's go." The young man waved his hand, strode onto a modified camouflage truck, stepped on the accelerator, and sped towards the road. Wait until the young man walked away. A little boy about 8 years old with red lips and white porcelain jumped up excitedly in the crowd. "Brother is finally gone free," he shouted and ran to the side. The soldiers saw this and were shocked. "Be careful of Tianlin, don't run around." While shouting, they hurriedly chased after him. Except for Huangshan Base and SH Tian Base, the other bases also rushed to Chudu one after another. For a while, the originally deserted Chu Province Expressway became lively. Linxian Base. "Old Wang, life is the most important thing." Li Feng patted Wang Chang's shoulder seriously and told him, "Captain Wang, you must come back safely." Guopeng rubbed his red eyes and said, "Comrade Wang Chang, I will help you on this trip." Tang Yong raised his hand and saluted. The other soldiers, including Li Feng, all saluted. Wang Chang looked at the people who saw him off. For some reason, his nose felt a little sour. He took a deep breath and said, "Damn it, one by one. I'm not going to die. Why is it so tragic? Remember, follow Brother Jiang this time. I have already told him that he will keep you safe." Li Feng told him again. After Jiang Cheng left, Li Feng called Jiang Cheng again and asked him to do this, and Jiang Cheng readily agreed. "Got it." Wang Chang nodded vigorously with emotion, raised his hand to salute everyone, then got on the jeep and drove towards the Dawn base. Watching the car go farther and farther away, Li Feng stared and murmured, "Come back safely." 1 hour later, Dawn base. Jiang Cheng looked at the time on the wall. 11:30 minutes. Calculating the time, Wang Chang should be here too. While mumbling, a mechanical reminder sounded. "Master, Wang Chang requests to enter. Do you agree? Speak of the devil and he will appear." With a sigh, Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "Let him wait at the outer base." "Yes." The mechanical voice responded. After giving the order, Jiang Cheng stretched his waist, moved his joints, and walked downstairs. At this time, everyone at the Dawn base was already waiting in the rest area in an orderly manner. Seeing Jiang Cheng coming down, Lin Ro ran over first and said, "Jiang Cheng, we are ready." "Okay, then let's get ready to go." "Chief, is this our car?" It is said that military force is a man's romance. The first time he saw the second-level Doomsday armored vehicle, Luo Fan couldn't put it down. He walked forward and kept knocking. The vehicle is 10 meters long and can protect against 10 attacks by second-level mutants. It has an automatic cruise system. It is equipped with 4 first-level Doomsday submachine guns, 1 first-level Doomsday rocket, and a solar energy supply panel. When the battery is sufficient, it can last for 3 days, has a top speed of 250 kilometers per hour, seats 6, and is equipped with a 2 cubic meter trunk, Jiang Cheng introduced unhurriedly. "In other words, it only takes more than an hour for us to arrive in Chengdu?" Lin Ro said in surprise at this time. She had seen this armored vehicle, but she didn't know its speed. 250 kilometers per hour, which is comparable to the speed of high-speed rail. Of course. Jiang Cheng nodded. Compared to the surprise of everyone in Lin Ro, Wang Chang was quite calm. Since the last time he went to Seoul, he had the honor to ride on it once, and he and Li Feng went to Shuguang base once and also took it once. Seeing the surprise of Lin Ro and others, Wang Chang felt a little proud. "Okay, stop talking and get in the car." Jiang Cheng waved his hand and ordered to the second-level Doomsday armored vehicle. "Armor number 1, open the door." "Yes, master." As a mechanical sound sounded, the car door opened automatically. It's still voice-controlled. Luo Famping couldn't wait to get on the bus, and everyone followed Lu and walked up one after another. When they arrived at Zhang Ye's place, Jiang Cheng suddenly said, "Sister Ye, have you agreed with Tuanchuan?" Hearing these words, Zhang Ye felt warm in her heart and said with a sweet smile, "Don't worry, I have agreed with Tuanchuan that I will be back in 3 days." "That's good." Jiang Cheng nodded, while looking at a silver bracelet on his wrist, and said, "1. You stay at the base to protect the group. The bracelet immediately melted and condensed into the image of a cold woman, who responded expressionlessly to Jiang Cheng. Yes, master. When Level 2 Doomsday Warrior 1 returned to the base, Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Ye with relief and said, "Okay." Seeing Jiang Cheng's actions, Zhang Ye said it would be a lie in her heart to say she was not touched. She looked at Jiang Cheng gently with a pair of watery eyes, showed a bright smile, and said, "Thank you. We are all a family. Okay, get in the car." Jiang Cheng greeted, and Lin Ro, who was sitting inside, also shouted, "Sister Ye, come here quickly. I'll save the seat next to you." "Good." Zhang Ye responded and followed Jiang Cheng into the car. After everyone was seated, Jiang Cheng said, "Start. Destination, Chudu Longjiang Bridge." "Yes, master." As the mechanical sound sounded, the car gradually accelerated. Chuda Base. A woman with a cold face and a capable military uniform stood waiting outside the base early. On both sides of her were 2 rows of fully armed soldiers, at least 50 people, and beside her were 2 men and 1 woman. Wearing it was casual, but he stood upright and guarded her. The crowd stood like this for more than 3 hours. "Major Juicy, is it useful for the commander-in-chief to spend so much effort to invite the awakened people from these bases?" A man next to him who looked ordinary but had a rather upright face finally couldn't help but ask. "Everyone is fighting that monster on the battlefield, but we are here waiting leisurely. If we have this time, we might as well fight a few more zombies." Another muscular man shouted, "Okay, you two, stop complaining. Maybe there are really capable guys in those shabby small bases," the woman said slowly. Although the words were meant to persuade, the word simple was emphasized very strongly, and it was obvious that he felt that waiting like this was completely unnecessary. Juicy said expressionlessly, "This is the commander-in-chief's order, and we are here to carry it out." As soon as these words came out, everyone suppressed their unhappiness. Just when a few people were becoming more and more impatient, suddenly, Jioci's voice sounded faintly. "Coming." The other 3 people all raised their heads and looked in the direction where Jiuci looked. A military convertible came speeding across the country. Zila. There was a friction between the tires and the asphalt road that made one's teeth ache. The car door opens. A bald man with a ferocious face and short sleeves jumped off the off-road vehicle. He swung the heavy machine gun in his hand towards his shoulder. He looked at the soldiers around him and said carelessly, "Hey, are you here to greet me? It seems that I have a lot of face." "That's it." The woman showed a hint of contempt and a hint of disgust, crossed her arms, turned her head, and said, "I want to welcome you. I don't want to know this kind of person." But the young man next to him was also a little confused. Jiu walked straight over, raised his hand, and saluted. "Major Jiu of Chuda Base, I have been ordered to receive you again." Seeing the woman salute, the usually casual bald man was slightly startled, obviously feeling a little uncomfortable, but he still raised his hand and said, "Captain of Huangshan Base, Wang Zhendong. Team King, please." Jiu turned sideways and raised his hand to make the word "please." Wang Zhendong nodded and moved forward. The next moment, a voice came out at an inappropriate time. "Isn't he just the commander-in-chief of the base? Why are you so arrogant?" Wang Zhendong squinted his eyes and looked directly in the direction of the sound. I discovered that it was a woman who was talking to her teammates with her head turned. She didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but her voice was raised very high. After saying that, she glanced at Wang Zhendong and said, "What are you looking at?" "I'm talking about certain people." Hearing this, Wang Zhendong understood immediately that some people were not convinced, but he was not the kind of person who would indulge the other party's temper, and said directly, "From the look of you, it seems that you are very unhappy with me." Seeing Wang Zhendong go straight to the point, the woman no longer pretended to cover up, turned around, and said to Wang Zhendong, "Yes, I am unhappy with you. If it weren't for the order from the commander-in-chief, you would have been lying down in your current posture." "Really? Then I just don't believe it." Wang Zhendong grinned and showed a row of teeth, gently put the heavy machine gun in his hand aside, and then turned his head to signal. "Let's go. There is room next to it. Let's practice. I have this intention for a long time." The woman sneered. Both sides were full of gunpowder. Seeing this, the teammates beside her hurriedly pulled the woman and said, "Ziyun, The commander-in-chief does not allow private fights. Can't you see that he is provoking? If I don't respond, then I won't be the captain of the Doomsday Team too. Lu Xiyun shook off her teammate's arm, looked straight at Wang Zhendong and smiled. Let's go. Whoever dares nod is a grandson. Okay. Wang Zhendong laughed. The two of them moved aside and confronted each other. Seeing that they could not persuade the captain, Lu Xiyun's teammates had to look at Jusi for help. Jusi said lightly, all soldiers, listen to orders. Make room for Captain Wang and Captain Lu. This. Seeing Major Jusi speak, the members of the Doomsday Team too shut up. The other soldiers immediately moved away, and they were very interested, wanting to see what the captain from the Huangshan base was capable of. Jusi was naturally happy to see such a scene. The army has always admired the strong, and such a fight can arouse the blood of the soldiers. Fight to the point where you have reached a certain point, no lives will be lost, and the rest is up to you. After hearing Jusi's words, Wang Zhendong became even happier, letting go of his hands and feet, hooking his finger at Lu Xiyun and saying, come on, let me see what you can do as the captain of the Doomsday Team too. Don't cry for a while. Lu Xiyun shouted coldly, raised her arms slightly, and a burst of energy surged out of her body, condensing dozens of large and small light balls emitting black light around her. She took a step forward, and her body immediately floated into the air, then stopped about 3 meters above the ground. At the same time, she pointed at Wang Zhendong with one hand and shouted softly, micro-energy bomb. Swish! A black light ball around him immediately shot out of the air, pointing directly in the direction of Wang Zhendong. This scene made the surrounding soldiers feel excited. Everyone was talking quietly. This is Captain Lu's energy bomb. I've seen it on the battlefield before. It's just as big as the palm of your hand. It blasted a 3-meter hole in the ground. This brother is in trouble. It's not good to provoke anyone, but he provokes the captain of our Doomsday Team. Everyone looked at Wang Zhendong with sympathy. Jusi also moved his eyes slightly. Such an attack would be fatal if it fell on a person. I wonder how the captain of the Huangshan base would respond. At this time, Wang Zhendong didn't panic at all when facing the incoming energy ball. It wasn't until the energy ball reached him that he slapped his palm and said with a proud smile, Captain Lu, be careful next. The next second, an amazing scene happened. The originally menacing black energy ball turned back instantly, doubling in size and speed. What? Lu Xiyun was immediately frightened and hurriedly dodged back. In the blink of an eye, the black energy ball landed on the spot where she had been standing. Boom! The ground suddenly collapsed by 1/2 meter, and cracks as dense as a spider web spread in all directions. After a while, the smoke and dust above dispersed. Everyone looked and saw a huge pit 6 meters in diameter and about 1/2 meter deep where the ground had just been. What a weird power. Lu Xiyun secretly thought something strange. If she had been hit by an energy ball just now, she would definitely have been injured. So she stopped looking down on Wang Zhendong and said with a cold expression, You are doing a good trick, but I misjudged him. Having said this, he changed the subject and said, But next, I will get serious. The energy ball just now was just a test, and she was worried about blowing up the opponent to death. But now that she has seen the opponent's strength, she no longer has any worries. Really? I'll have to wait and see. Wang Zhendong laughed. Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. Besides, the members of Doomsday Team 2 saw Wang Zhendong's mocking tone and couldn't help but curse. Okay, it's us who provoked first. Besides, our captain's strength is more than that. The teammates next to him advised. 2. While the two were talking, Lu Xiyun's body gradually rose up in the air. She must give this arrogant guy some color. Can it bounce my energy bomb? Then I want to see if you can catch it next. Lu Xiyun said secretly, pointed with one hand, and a large black ball of light flew in front of her. With a soft drink, multiple energy bombs. Countless energy bombs were woven into a large, airtight net and shot towards Wang Zhendong. That's what it looks like. Facing the energy bombs flying towards him, Wang Zhendong not only did not panic, but instead made comments, which made Lu Xiyun secretly frightened. What's going on with this guy? The moment the thought arises, Wang Zhendong moved. He moved with one foot and shuttled through the grid formed by the energy bombs. He quickly shot towards the energy ball with both palms. The speed was so fast that he shot out several ghost eye wizard and bounced the energy bombs flying one by one. Go back. Damn it. Seeing several energy balls coming back, Lu Ziyun gritted her teeth and dodged. But just as she was avoiding it, a big face suddenly enlarged in her sight. Captain Lu, I'm sorry you lost. The words fell. Lu Ziyun only felt a pain in her abdomen, and her body flew out like a cannonball and hit the ground hard, while Wang Jindong followed closely behind. Everything happened too fast. Wait until everyone rushes over. A huge palm pressed firmly against Lu Ziyun's face. Wang Jindong looked at the people around him and quickly retracted his palms. He touched the back of his head in embarrassment and said with a naive smile, I'm sorry, I won simply. These words fell into the ears of Lu Ziyun, who was lying in the pit on the ground, and the blood in his chest was shaking. This is definitely intentional, and Lu Ziyun's teammates were eager to rush forward. Don't stop me. I want to avenge the captain. Forget it. I'm willing to admit defeat. Right now? Jiosi's voice sounded again. Okay, are you still ready to embarrass yourself? As he spoke, he ordered to the soldiers beside him. You guys, take Captain Wang to rest. Yes. The soldiers were ordered to look at Wang Jindong. Wang Jindong waved his hand and said, No, I will rest here for a while. He also wanted to see what the level of the awakened people in other bases other than his Huangshan base was. Okay. Juicy nodded in agreement. Wang Jindong picked up the heavy machine gun on the ground, found a shady place nearby, and sat down on the ground. Seeing this scene, Lu Ziyun, who was helped up by her teammates, became angry again. Less than 10 minutes have passed since this farce. Another big truck appeared in everyone's sight. Unlike Wang Jindong's wild parking method, the truck slowly stopped in front of everyone. Then the door opened, and a handsome young man with unruly eyes jumped out of it. After closing the door, the young man walked in slowly. Jiu Ci immediately greeted him, raised his hand, and saluted. Jiu Ci, Major of Chuda Base, I am ordered to receive you. The acting captain of SHT on base, Yi Tianxin. The young man did not salute, but smiled and replied, and at the same time glanced around. When he saw the bald man Wang Jindong sitting next to him and a female officer staring at him, as well as the potholes on the ground, he immediately understood. Acting captain? Jiu Ci looked puzzled. Yi Tianxin smiled and continued to explain. The former captain of SHT on base died in battle and entrusted the soldiers to me, so I became the acting captain. Well, please come in. Jiu Ci moved aside and raised his hand. Yi Tianxin smiled and nodded and walked towards the inside of the base. However, just after taking a step, a man stopped him and said viciously, Captain Yi, right? There is a rule in our base. If you want to enter, you need to pass me. I wonder if Captain Yi dares to agree. Zhou Hao, give me. Lu Ziyun shouted hurriedly. But before she finished speaking, Yi Tianxin smiled and said, Okay, since Brother Zhou wants to try, there is no reason not to respond. Damn it. Lu Ziyun saw that it was irreversible and clenched her fists helplessly. The team members next to him were puzzled and said, Captain, let Zhou Hao try. Why are we in a hurry? Didn't you just play with Captain Wang? Lu Ziyun shook her head with a rare solemn expression and said, You don't understand. The opponent is a master. Haozi may not be his opponent. What if it's you, the captain? The team member asked. Lu Ziyun shook his head and said, I'm not sure I can beat him. As soon as this came out, the team members were shocked. Even the captain is not an opponent. What's the point of fighting? I was about to speak up to stop it, but Lu Ziyun stopped him and said, Old Zhang, forget it. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Both parties have agreed. If we go back on our word, the reputation of Doomsday Team 2 will be ruined. Well, okay. Zhang Wenba had no choice but to give up. At this time, Zhu Ci glanced at him calmly. Everyone immediately understood and gave way. The battle was about to begin. Zhou Hao stared at Yi Tianxin and said domineeringly, Captain Yi, if you don't want to get hurt, it's still too late to regret it. Yi Tianxin raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a nice smile, Thank you for your concern, but I have no plans to regret it yet. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. When Zhou Hao heard this, his expression suddenly turned cold. He crossed his arms, looked up to the sky, and roared, Beast transformation, sub-god species, thorn boar. After the shouting ended, Zhou Hao put his hands on the ground, his back arched high, barbs like thorns piercing out of his clothes, and white steam kept coming out of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Hao, who was originally 1.78 meters tall, disappeared. Instead, there was a giant wild boar that was 5 meters long and 2 meters high, with a pair of tusks soaring into the sky, and its body was wrapped with thorns. Humph! 2 streams of hot air blew out from his nostrils. Zhou Hao hooked his hooves, lowered his head, and rushed towards Yi Tianxin. It seems that this kid is also wary, and he magnified the situation at the beginning. Seeing this, Zhang Wenbo slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Hao himself possesses the strength of the first level, coupled with the bonus of beast transformation. Even the awakened ones of the second level are capable of fighting. Thinking about it, Zhang Wenbo looked at Lu Ziyun and said, "Captain, Zhou Hao's move will definitely catch the opponent off guard. I don't think we will lose." Lu Ziyun shook her head and said nothing. In her heart, Zhou Hao's defeat was almost certain. Look around. Yi Tianxin didn't panic at all. Facing the menacing Zhou Hao, he didn't even have the intention to evade. He just stood there with his purse in his pocket and a smile, as if the one being attacked was not him. "Good boy, how dare you look down on me? Even a first-order killer can't bear my collision." When Zhou Hao saw Yi Tianxin's reaction, he felt even more annoyed. He lowered his head a little, pointed his fangs upward, and opened his speed at full speed. When he was less than 3 meters away from Yi Tianxin, he gave his head a fierce blow. The fangs raised at the corners of his mouth pierced Yi Tianxin's chest. "Major Juicy, do we want it?" The soldiers on the side looked nervous. If they were really stabbed by Zhou Hao's fangs, they would probably be hit to the core. By then, it would not be a problem of being seriously injured. Jiu shook his head and said, "Keep watching. He is able to face danger without fear. He should have his own trump card." "Okay." The soldiers shut up immediately, except for Jiu. Wang Zhendong, who was sitting in the shade on one side, also looked over with interest. He could feel that Yi Tianxin was not simple, but as for what kind of strength the other party had, he had to see it first. "Go to hell!" Zhou Hao shouted angrily and stabbed through the air with his fangs. Just when he was about to stab Yi Tianxin in the chest, suddenly, Zhou Hao felt that his vision was blurred, and he flew backwards. When his vision was clear, a finger was placed on his forehead, and at the same time he said with a smile, "Don't move, you will die." "Will die?" Zhou Hao naturally didn't believe it, so he struggled and shouted, "Stop trying to scare people here. I can't." He wanted to get up, but felt a pain in his forehead, and a stream of heat slowly flowed down between his eyebrows. At the same time, he met Yi Tianxin's gaze, which scared him to stop his movements immediately. His pupils dilated, and he froze in place. "Okay, Captain Yi won this test." When Juicy saw this, he spoke quickly, fearing that Zhou Hao's life would be lost if he spoke half a minute too late. Listening, Yi Tianxin also slowly retracted his index finger, flicked the blood off it, then looked at Jiu with a smile, and said, "I'm sorry, I have to give in." After saying that, he put his purse back into his trouser pocket, and then walked slowly towards the shade. What a scary guy. Jiu looked at Yi Tianxin and thought to himself. Zhang Wenbo, who was standing next to him, had long been stunned. What kind of monster is this? After saying that, he looked at Lu Ziyun and said, "Captain, did you see clearly how Zhou Hao flew out?" Lu Ziyun shook her head with a complex expression. She was now at the second level of strength, but she didn't expect that she couldn't even see the opponent's movements clearly. If they were to face each other, she would probably have the same result. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ziyun said calmly, "Old Zhang, go and carry Zhou Hao to the infirmary." "Yes." Zhang Wenbo immediately ran towards Zhou Hao. For a moment, all the soldiers were shocked by Yi Tianxin's strange methods, which made the atmosphere at the scene a bit stiff. Suddenly, a hearty laugh broke the dullness. "Brothers are pretty good. Do you have time to communicate?" Everyone looked around and saw Wang Zhendong sitting on the ground, grinning and waving in the direction of Yi Tianxin. The latter nodded slightly. Next, awakened ones from other bases came over one after another, but most of them were mediocre in strength. Of course, their abilities were all kinds of weird, and one even turned into a lobster on the spot. Seeing Wang Zhendong and Yi Tianxin dozing off, yawn. It seems that the talent in our Dachu province is withering, Wang Zhendong said with a bit of boredom. Yi Tianxin simply closed his eyes. And just then, I don't know who shouted, "Look, what is that?" As he finished speaking, the roar of an engine came from not far away. Everyone looked where the man was looking and saw a huge military green creature approaching at an extremely fast speed a few hundred meters away from them. A few seconds later, there was a sizzling sound. The huge vehicle made a sharp turn and stopped. Even Yi Tianxin, who was resting with his eyes closed, and Wang Zhendong, who was dozing off, suddenly became interested. Soon, everyone heard a strange mechanical synthesized sound. "Master, we have arrived at the destination. Open the door." As a male voice sounded, the car door slowly opened. Several men and women jumped down from above. 3 of the women stunned the men present, of course, except for Wang Zhendong and Yi Tianxin. "Interesting, really interesting, another good guy has come," Wang Zhendong muttered, looking directly at a rebellious man with a ponytail and sword-like eyebrows in the team. Yi Tianxin glanced at the men and women who got off the military vehicle. When he passed the man with a ponytail, he only stopped briefly. Finally, his eyes fell on a young man who looked ordinary. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, and he said to himself, "Interesting, even I can't see through you." As if he noticed Yi Tianxin's gaze, the young man glanced at him lightly, and then led everyone to walk towards Jiu Xi with big strides. Until Jiu Xi came. The young man glanced at the man in his early 30s next to him. The man immediately understood, walked forward, raised his hand, and saluted, saying, "Lincian Base, Deputy Captain, Wang Chang is here to report." Then he turned aside and introduced, "This is..." Without waiting for Wang Chang to speak, the young man directly said, "Lincian, Shuguang Base, Jiang Cheng." Then, the people behind the young man introduced one by one. A heroic woman said, "Lincian, Shuguang, Linro." A queen-like, cold-faced woman said, "Lincian, Shuguang, Lu Xinru." Another charming woman said indifferently, "Lincian, Shuguang, Zhangya." The last young man with a ponytail said proudly, "Lincian, Shuguang, Luo Fan." Jiu I didn't care much about the introductions of everyone, but the young man in the lead. "Is he Jiang Cheng?" Jiu I looked at the handsome young man in front of him and was a little surprised for a while. She had seen this name many times in Lin Xian's report and heard this name many times from Miao Feng. In her impression, Jiang Cheng should be a big and strong man who looks similar to Wang Zhendong. She didn't expect him to be such a handsome young man. So he raised his hand and saluted, and introduced himself, "Major of Chudu Base, Jusi, I am ordered to receive you." Speaking of this, he said, "Captain Jiang Cheng, the commander-in-chief has been waiting for you for a long time." "Yes." Jiang Cheng nodded lightly without saying much. Jusi was not surprised. The more capable a person is, the bigger his temper is and the less he talks. She has seen it countless times. So he spread his hands and said, "Captain Jiang Cheng, please follow me." After saying that, everyone in the Dawn base followed Jusi and prepared to enter the base. But as soon as they took a step, a discordant voice sounded on the side. "Why are you pretending to be so powerful? Major Jusi has to lead the way in person. Boy, you are awesome. I'd love to hear from you." Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.